Section 15 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mairi MacLean. Chapter 6, The Literature of the English Restoration by Harold H. Child, Part 2. The tragedy that was then occupying the theaters was of a very different kind, but before it is examined, the characteristics of the age as a whole may be briefly noted. In the age of Milton, men had first fought with sword and pen for their ideals, and afterwards tried in many ways to find practical expression for them. In the age of Dryden, the men of ideals were silent, and the defeated party had returned to prominence, some of them weary of exile and poverty, others of an order of things which had discouraged the decoration of life. Between the two periods comes one of the sharpest divisions in the history of arts and manners. It was natural that there should be among the royalists a reaction in favor of pleasure too strong for moderation and fine taste. The ideals, again, that had sought for expression in revolt had sought for it unsuccessfully, and the failure disposed men against ideals of any kind and in favor, rather, of ease and security. And in the third place, the years of Puritan rule had effected so sharp and complete a cleavage between what we may call the age of the English Renaissance and the age succeeding them, that the nation found itself in matters of art and literature beginning afresh, with no living or continuous standard of taste for reference. We have seen the significant change of Milton's attitude to Shakespeare. By the time of the Restoration, the spirit of the Elizabethan world was completely dead, and the only use of the Elizabethans which we find amounts practically to parody. The period, then, was one of low ideals. It was one in which the mind, starting anew, set to work to learn over again the world in which it found itself. It was one in which material aims and pleasures, things of certain if small return, were placed in the foreground, and it was one which, feeling the necessity of a new technique for the expression of its thoughts and desires, chose its own models and developed them according to its own needs. We have passed into a prosaic, a curious, a materialist, and an experimental period. For something of the temper of the times, no doubt, Charles II in person was responsible. Charles was a man, as the epitaph ascribed to Rochester and the information given by Pepys, Hamilton, and others imply, of sound sense, low ideals, and shrewd taste, imbued with French feeling in matters of literature and preferring wit to aspiration. His age is the age of the heroic drama, an attempt to nationalize an exotic, of the comedy of wit and manners and the death of romantic comedy, of the foundation of the Royal Society, of curiosity about natural phenomena, and of such curiosity about the arts as may be found in Evelyn's Sculptura, that strange book which not only deals with the minutiae of processes, but attempts to link up the arts and sciences in a philosophy which was the prominent need of the age. Later come the philosophy of Locke, a patient investigation of the actual facts of the human understanding, and the scholarship of Bentley, both in accordance with the spirit of the age. Finally, it was an age which, being full not only of curiosity but of controversy, perfected the form of didactic and argumentative poetry and wrought prose into a finished instrument. Possibly no one represents so completely the average man of his period as Samuel Pepys. His easy morality, his energetic curiosity, his serious practice of the arts combined with his characteristically uncertain taste, his materialism and his vulgarity, his care for detail and his earnest desire to be a man of culture and elegance, sum up in little the main features of his time. The great representative of his age, the man who, like a journalist of genius, knew what his public wanted before they wanted it and gave it them in the best possible form, was John Dryden. Instead of the remoteness and exaltation of Milton, we have the lower aims, the strong sense, the strange lapses of taste, and the frequent experiments of Dryden. Milton may be held on the whole to give the best expression to the best minds of his time, Dryden to give the best expression to the reigning fashions of his. Neither spoke, as Shakespeare had spoken, for the nation. Milton was the voice of one of two opposed ideals, Dryden the voice of the court and of what we should now call society. The theater, falling lower and lower since the early years of the reign of James I, was revived at the Restoration to be no longer a national institution, but the toy of the court and the town. Sir William Davenant, in his tentative productions at Rutland House and elsewhere in and after 1658, had been led partly by the necessity of a disguise and largely by the influence of what he had seen in France and Italy, to introduce a form that lay between the heroic drama of France and the opera. The Restoration brought back to England a large body of men whose notions were French in character and origin. Lacking a tradition and knowing enough of the Elizabethan drama only to misunderstand its form and aim, they turned to French models for guidance. It was not long before they introduced, mainly by the aid of Dryden, a form of tragedy which, though expressive in its native country of national ideas and aims, was in England an exotic. It is true that English heroic drama is far from strictly French or classical in form. The unities are a bondage which the English have never borne complacently. The Restoration dramatists studied Corneille and Racine only to dilute them, as it were, with something of the complexity of plot formerly learned of Spain and the freedom of movement characteristically English. The attempt to transplant the spirit of the French tragedy was more thorough in intention but even less successful in result. The French court of Louis XIV had at least an unbroken tradition of chivalry expressed in the typically French form of gallantry, an heroic past and a stately present. In France, Corneille's drama of the great problems of human life, Racine's drama of the ethical problems of a polite age, expressed the facts of the society that enjoyed them. To the English court, with no heroic past and with an idea of gallantry that had little in common with the chivalric, the two motives of love and honor were merely matters of fashion. Where the French drama embodied the difficulties and problems of real life, the English attempted to introduce actuality only by lowering the spirit of the problems to the morality of its patron's practice. The morality was better than that of the later pre-rebellion tragedy of Ford or Webster. That is all that can be said in its favor. Ce qu'on appelle aimer en France, wrote Saint-Evremond, n'est que parler d'amour. It was not so in England. And the fact, to which the same excellent critic points, that the English like to see blood and death on the stage instead of following the French and the classics in merely hearing of it, is another instance of the change undergone by the spirit of pseudo-classic drama in its transplantation. Again, having no heroic tradition as a standard, it was forced to substitute rant and bombast for appropriate loftiness. No one now can read the close of Dryden's Tyrannic Love, 1669, without laughter. It is the work of a man groping in the dark after effect and inspired partly by a misunderstanding of the heroic, partly, perhaps, by a failure to distinguish between the ebullient force of an Elizabethan author and deliberate, even painful, exaggeration. Charles and his court demanded heroic tragedy, and Dryden, who was not a dramatist of internal compulsion, gave it them, and gave it them, all things considered, very good. If he helped to turn The Tempest into an opera, he wrote All for Love on the basis of Antony and Cleopatra, and it is scarcely too much to say that All for Love is as good a play of its order as Antony and Cleopatra is. And though there is a wide difference between the Conquest of Granada and the Scuderi romance on which it is founded, we cannot deny to it that kind of generous and noble spirit which has been claimed for it. How the refined age, which in Evelyn's phrase was disgusted with the old plays, could have tolerated the lapses of taste to be found in these heroic plays would be hard to understand, were it not clear that, lacking its own tradition and standard, it took from another nation a standard which it misinterpreted. That there were some who deplored the resultant excesses, the rehearsal 1671 is there to prove, but it is easy to overestimate the significance and effect of that burlesque. Aimed originally not at Dryden but at Davenant, the character of its hero was a piece of patchwork. It has even been supposed that Spratt, Butler, and Clifford, three of the authors of the play, were not above making sly hits at the fourth, Buckingham. Dryden's first heroic drama, The Indian Emperor, had appeared in 1665. It was not till Aurangzeba, 1675, that he announced his intention of deserting the heroic meter, which was only one of the distinctive features of the heroic play, and so late as 1698 we find Crown still employing that form. Dryden, with his unerring eye for what his public wanted, was not likely to continue the use of a form of expression which had been outgrown. The heroic play satisfied a need of its time, and was, in one particular especially, of service to English literature. Dryden avoided blank verse because he regarded it as too easy for long works. The blank verse which he meant, however, was not that of Marlowe or of Shakespeare, but the blank verse run to seed of its last pre-rebellion practitioners. And if in English hands and to English ears the rhymed heroics of Dryden are not suitable for dramatic use, as the rhymed Alexandrines of Corneille and Racine were in French ears, They at least brought back point, concentration, and reasonableness, though at some loss of naturalness and ease. The discussions on questions of ethics which we find in Dryden's dramas are neither so sincere nor so sensible as those of the French dramatists, but at least they are, within their limits, to the point, and they show an argumentative power and a measure of reason which were new. And when, after 1675, Dryden in All for Love, 1678, turned to blank verse, it was all the firmer and more effective for his years of work in the heroic metre. There are elements, therefore, in the heroic drama which, though imitated from the French, are adapted to the needs and express the characteristics of the English intellect of the period. The grandeur d'âme bien exprimée qui excite une tendre admiration, according to the prescription of Saint-Evremond, was no doubt a makeshift substitute for the actual possession of a lofty ideal and replaced a national aim by the worship of the person, especially that of the king. But, such as it was better than anything that the dregs of the pre-rebellion tragedy had had to offer. Of the other writers of tragedy, Crowne is chiefly remarkable for the lyrics introduced into his plays. In Nathaniel Lee, we find the popular bombast carried to extremes, though combined with infinite fire. Otway, lacking Dryden's humor, has a more poignant tenderness than Dryden, quite as good a sense of character, and a greater sense of the theatre. The Orphan and Venice Preserved outlived all Dryden's plays on the stage and showed what tragedy could achieve in this age when it had cast off the heroic influence. In the comedy of the period, we find the reverse of the picture. Having exchanged, as it has been said, the telescope of the Elizabethans for the microscope, the Restoration authors used the microscope nowhere to better effect than in their comedy. Romantic and poetic comedy were dead. The opera and the ballet had come to take their places. Johnsonian comedy, the comedy of humors or single characteristics carried to the point of eccentricity, survived in the wholesome but extravagant comedies of Shadwell, whose Epsom Wells and the comedies of which it is an example are valuable pictures of contemporary manners. To some extent, the Johnsonian principle of letting a characteristic stand for a character survives in the Restoration drama, at least as far as Congreve, as its nomenclature tends to show. But in comedy, more perhaps than in any other branch of literature, the Restoration period started afresh to study the life of the moment. The instances, not the exceptions. The field is narrow at first, including only the men and women of the court and the town. It widens in Vempreux, and in Farquhar it expands still further. Its debt to French comedy, especially to Molière, and through French comedy to Plautus and Terence, there is no disguising and no need to disguise. For here there is no question of forcing a foreign taste on people with no taste of their own, but of borrowing a form for independent use. It was early discovered, and perhaps unfortunately, says a historian of the English drama, that one French plot was not enough for an English comedy. Indeed, there is only one good English comedy, Congreve's Double Dealer, that has a single plot. The English stage needed more persons and more action, just as it needed stronger characterization than it could find in the Spanish comedies of intrigue. With regard to its morality, such a perversion as that of Molière's Alceste into the manly of Wycherley's Plain Dealer is a comprehensive comment on the general degradation of tone for which no condemnation is too strong. It is ungracious and unpleasant work to call attention to the glaring error in work which is unmatched in all English literature. But it must be stated again that Restoration comedy is gross, licentious, and cynical, and, more important still, that just because of its want of a moral standard it failed, for all its wit and its use of the microscope, to interpret human life in enduring terms. It began its career as the plaything of a corrupt court, and it reflected the gross temper of a materialistic period among a people always inclined to confuse grossness with humor and the gratification of the appetites with pleasure. The accession of James made no difference in this respect. After the Restoration, it took some years for the purer influence of Queen Mary, a good woman and a good judge of a play, to make itself felt. But the growing disgust with the immorality not only of the drama but of the theatre before and behind the curtain found expression in 1698 in a book which all must admire but the necessity for which all must regret. Jeremy Collier's Short View of the Profaneness and Immorality of the English Stage. By so much as Collier was better acquainted with his subject and less of a fanatic than Prynne, by so much is the Short View a more damning indictment than Histriomastix. It was answered by Congreve, among others, with deplorable flippancy. Farquhar tried to turn it against the purpose of its author, and failed. Dryden protested against its exaggerations and, like the great man he was, confessed with contrition its substantial justice. But its effect was not seen immediately. Farquhar's Sir Harry Wildair, to take a single instance, dates from 3 years after its publication. It was not till the sentimental comedy of Steele, who followed up a hint given by Colley Cibber, that the reform really began. Meanwhile, from Etheridge to Farquhar, we find a social comedy which represents with some brilliance and a fair show of completeness certain aspects of the actual life lived by a small circle of men and women sufficiently elegant, leisured, and self-conscious to be interested in themselves, and to provide food for the wit which had changed its meaning since the days of the metaphysical poets. All the types that composed the small circle are revealed to us with an elegance and fineness of characterization unknown before. If plots, incidents, and people are alike borrowed from Molière, the effort is always towards approximation to the English social life of the day. In 1661, Cowley had caused offence by daring to hint in Cutter of Coleman Street that there were black sheep among the Royalists. Mrs. Bean in the Roundheads 1682 and the Rover 1677 and 1681 boldly shows the new society regarding as objects of humor not only the Roundheads, who of course are outrageously caricatured, but the Cavaliers themselves. Old heroism and ideals are forgotten or scorned, and the town is engrossed in its own little affairs of gallantry or roguery. Immensely interested in itself, it likes to see itself reflected on the stage, with some exaggeration of its wit and possibly of its immorality. The pioneer in this new comedy was Sir George Etheridge. The date of Etheridge's return to England is, like many other facts in his life, uncertain, but there is reason to believe that he lingered in Paris long enough to see the production of some of Molière's plays. On his return, he wrote The Comical Revenge, 1664, a tragicomedy in which the serious portions are written in rhymed heroics. To Etheridge, therefore, belongs the honor of writing the earliest regular play in which the use of rhyme was adopted. But his significance does not end there. He was the first to introduce to England the new comedy, which forsook eccentricities and moral castigation and simply attempted to transfer to the stage the life of the time. A witty man himself, Etheridge made the mistake of endowing all his characters with his own wit, and the fault persisted throughout most of the Restoration comedy. Nevertheless, his characters are portraits. Of them, as of the characters of Restoration comedy in general, it may be said that so far from being abstractions, they represent the attempt to be as exact and realistic as possible. The few chances enjoyed by modern playgoers of seeing Restoration comedies acted are quite enough to prove these men and women very much alive indeed. In She Would If She Could, 1668, Etheridge developed the idea of the new comedy and produced the brightest and gayest of his pictures of contemporary life. In the underplot of his only other play, The Man of Mode, 1676, the play which contains the first of a long line of fops, Etheridge, says Goss, virtually founded English comedy as it was understood by Congreve, Goldsmith, and Sheridan. Dryden's first essay in comedy, The Wild Gallant, 1663, is, in effect, a comedy of the old Johnsonian type of humors. The value of Etheridge's work may be seen by a comparison of this play of Dryden's and the plays of Wilson and Shadwell with Dryden's later comedies and the school of younger writers Wycherley, Congreve, Mrs. Bean, Van Brugh, and Farquhar. Dryden's comedy as a whole shows more sense and less wit than that of his fellows. In general, he is a large borrower of plots, scenes, and characters from the French, which, however, he stamps with his own mark and that of his country. He coarsens what he takes, as a comparison of Sir Martin Marall, 1667, with its original L'Étourdi is enough to show. He leans a little towards farce, and is no whit less licentious than his fellows in the art. On the other hand, he does not suffer from the bleak cynicism and cruelty of Etheridge and Wycherley. Some of his women, indeed, have breadth and sweetness. Possibly his best dramatic work is to be found in some of his tragicomedies, Mariage à la Mode, 1672, Don Sebastian, 1690, Amphitryon, 1690, and even Love Triumphant, 1694. An even more important figure is that of Wycherley, a born playwright. To The Plain Dealer we have already referred. This, with his 3 other comedies, was written before he had reached 40. His gaiety is almost hideous. He sees the worst of everything and has no spark of nobility to counteract his bitterness. But he is an effective, if clumsy, satirist, and the possessor of strong dramatic power. With Congreve we reach the summit of this form of expression. His output was very small, being checked partly by Collier's short view and partly by the social ambitions of the playwright, whom offices and rewards had relieved of the necessity of work. The Old Bachelor, acted in 1693, had been highly praised and adapted for representation by Dryden. The Double Dealer, 1693, we have mentioned before. The skill and vigor with which the single plot is kept alive and full of interest to the end are masterly. With Love for Love, 1695, he opened the theatre in Lincoln's Inn Fields after the secession of Betterton and others from Drury Lane, and in 1700, after the attack of Collier, appeared his finest play, The Way of the World. It was his aim in this play to substitute the folly of affectation for the folly of grossness, and the result is a severe satire on the world of fashion and foppery. Congreve cannot be acquitted of the charges of frivolity, cynicism, and indecency. On the other hand, he is never, like Wycherley, Van Brugge, or Otway in his comedies, offensive, and Millamant in his last play is a woman so entirely fascinating in her wit and her willfulness as to prove him aware of something higher than the gross attractions dwelt on by his fellows. It may be pointed out, too, that in the Double Dealer virtue is rewarded, and on the whole it may be said that the faults of Congreve are largely the faults of his age, while the merits are of his own contriving. In him the characteristic wit of the age finds its most perfect expression. Like Etheridge, he suffers from too much of it. His servants talk as elegantly and pointedly as their masters and mistresses, but as representing the talk of a society which had leisure and ambition to be polite and exquisite, it is, in all probability, not far from the truth, while the attainment by English prose of such finish, flexibility, and point as his marks the advance on the previous age. The writers of comedies, in deserting poetry, with Etheridge, rendered invaluable service to the development of prose. On Mrs. Bean and other writers we need not dwell. Sir John Vanbrugh, a writer and architect of mixed English and Flemish parentage, is noteworthy for the unsurpassed gaiety and ease of his dialogue and his vivid pictures of contemporary life. In Farquhar we reach a writer of greater significance. No fine gentleman, but an Irish adventurer of genius, he extended the field, especially in his last two plays, The Recruiting Officer, 1706, and The Beaux' Stratagem, 1707, to embrace types outside the little parish of St. James and sentiments more modern and humane than those of the beaux and the belles. His comedy comes nearer to being national, to dealing with the life of the people at large than that of his contemporaries. His frequent references to current events are apt and diverting, and his rejection of the traditional topics of Restoration comedy in favor of wider and more actual material was the basis of a similar advance on the part of Lessing, whose Mina von Barnhelm owes more to Farquhar than some of its incidents. It was in this age that the drama, especially the tragic drama, began to be used for political ends, if not with the virulence shown by Henry Fielding and others in the next century, at any rate with almost unabashed openness. In Dryden's own case, we have, notably, Amboyna, 1673, which raked up an old story for the purpose of inflaming public opinion against the Dutch, and The Spanish Friar, a Protestant play, 1681, and The Duke of Guise, 1682, written by Lee with Dryden's aid, drew a parallel between Guise and Monmouth, and practically foretold for the latter, in spite of the disclaimer in the epilogue and the subsequent vindication, an end similar to that of the former. Otway's shameful caricature of Shaftesbury as Antonio in Venice Preserved, though personal rather than political, is another instance. Even more frequently than the play itself, the prologue and epilogue were used as political weapons. The curious custom by which the playwright spoke personally to the public through the mouth of an actor or actress was at its height during this period. The result was almost always inartistic, in some cases disgusting, as in the famous epilogue to Tyrannic Love or in the first version of that to The Duke of Guise. The language was often indelicate and the sentiments highly objectionable. At the same time, in the hands of Dryden, the prologue and epilogue reached a very high level of epigrammatic point and were admirably adapted in their freedom to inflame political passions by sneers, innuendos, or open attack or defense. In the plays of the period, too, may be found embedded to its disadvantage and neglect by posterity most of the lyrical poetry of the time. In a self-conscious age, when feeling was at a low ebb and the passion of love debased by the prevailing mode, good lyrical poetry was rare. Marvell and Waller carried on the characteristics of the former age. For the rest, the lyrics of Dryden, Crown, Congreve, Portage, Rochester, and others are both small in quantity and deficient in genuine lyrical quality. Rochester, indeed, is often worthy of comparison with Catullus, but his lyrics, like those of his contemporaries, are rather neatly finished than spontaneous, and their harmony is a matter of rule more than of essence. A favorite form was the ode, and here, as elsewhere, Dryden outstripped his fellows. The Pindariques of Cowley were freely imitated by Spratt, and to Congreve belongs the honor of pointing out that a Pindarique ode proper was not of irregular structure. Dryden's odes are irregular in structure, but almost faultless in accomplishment. If Alexander's Feast, 1697, is not poetry of the highest sort, it has been justly called the best thing of its kind, and the first portion of the Ode to the Memory of Mrs. Anne Killigrew, 1685-6, is famous as one of the most superb pieces of verbal organ music in the language. The age, however, was not an age of songbirds, but of inquirers, critics, prose writers, and the best prose of the time was the work of the critics. The men of science exercised an influence of their own, for it was one of the merits of the new Royal Society to exact from its members a close, naked, natural way of speaking, positive expressions, clear senses, a native easiness. From the turbulent splendors of Milton, we pass to the ordered, clarified prose, which is the work of men who use it for the purpose of saying what they have to say, of communicating their discoveries, thoughts, and arguments as clearly as possible. It is, as befits its purpose, for the most part a plain and useful means of expression, yet in the hands of Dryden, that great man of letters, it rises, with no professed aim at ornament, into a thing of dignity and beauty. Dryden used prose for many purposes. The epistle to the Whigs that precedes the medal is a piece of political argument so clear, forcible, and ordered that it is difficult to believe it a work not 40 years younger than the Areopagitica. But his most important prose works are in literary criticism, a new branch of activity introduced into England from France, partly by Charles and his court, partly by a French exile, Saint-Evremond, who exercised a very important influence on the criticism of his time. Modern French writers find him too much dependent on prejudice imbibed in the France of his youth, on personal fancy and taste, and lacking in reason and conviction. To modern England, accustomed to an even more thoroughly impressionist style of criticism, such a verdict seems strange. Saint-Evremond's letters, for they are little more, on the English, French, and classical drama seem full of principle and reason, however little knowledge of the English drama of the day his preference of Shadwell and other coarse poets, as Dryden called them, to the more polite may reveal. At any rate, his influence and particularly his preference for the modern drama over the ancient had a great effect on English men of letters. Everyone who wrote a play wrote in a preface his own theories of playwriting. And this is the form in which most of Dryden's critical work, excepting the Essay of Dramatic Poesy, 1665, was done. Dryden, while a large borrower from the French, is a sturdy champion of the English drama. He displays a truer taste in discriminating Elizabethan authors than any of his fellows. Though he lent a hand in the spoiling of the Tempest and tagged Milton's lines in The Age of Innocence, he recognized the true place of both the poets he attempted to adapt. As a rule, his critical work is called out by some special need of his own, the defense or the surrender of the heroic couplet in drama, for instance, and it combines reason and enthusiasm in a manner that makes it at once profitable and delightful to read. It was in this school, as the preface to the translation of the Georgics shows, that Addison was trained, and by Dryden, Spratt, Rymer, whose manner is far better than his deplorable literary matter, Congreve and other critics were laid the foundations of the edifice completed in the following century. Such an age as this makes fruitful ground for satire, a form of literature that looks not so much at the ideal itself as the faults of those who depart from it. And it is due to Dryden that the satire of this period at its best is of supreme merit. The Hudibras of Samuel Butler, much of which was written before the Restoration, is in some respects a voice from the age that had passed. Its versification has all and more than all the ruggedness of Donne or Marston at their worst. The author chooses deliberately to make his effects by jocular antics of diction which his shrewd humor and close observation of detail carry off successfully. But we look in vain for elevation, dignity, or strong purpose. Butler shows to the full some of the worst characteristics of the age which laughed at Hudibras, its easy ridicule of externals, its want of conviction and of taste, its vulgarity, and its skepticism. It is not Puritanism, but Puritans that he attacks, and he attacks them rather with caricature than with satire. Neither royalist nor churchman, but skeptic and opportunist, he writes less from belief in a cause than from the desire to make fun of the external extravagances of its opponents, and there is as little principle in his message as there is plan or cohesion in the poem he took up and dropped and took up again. Reverence was not a characteristic of the man who could so use his models, Don Quixote and the Fairy Queen, as to debase them in Butler's manner. It might be objected that there was as little conviction at the bottom of Dryden's satires as of Butler's, and allowing for all reasonable change of opinion, consistency can hardly be claimed for the man who wrote Amboyna with its prologue and epilogue in 1673, and 8 years later attacked in Absalom and Achitophel and the Medal the policy which he supposed to be Shaftesbury's. But here Dryden's genius, the dignity of his mind, the actual superiority conferred on him not by lofty purpose but by mere ability, came to his rescue. He took to satire late in life, and then probably rather on suggestion than from any ardent interest in politics. And the qualities of his mind and the nature of his training for the work were such that in his hands political satire reached its highest point. Absalom and Achitophel, the first and greatest of these poems, was published in November 1681. The Popish plot and the rejection of the Exclusion Bill by the Lords had wrought popular feeling to a height not reached in any preceding period of Charles's reign. The Parliament at Oxford had been dissolved, Shaftesbury was on his trial for high treason, and it is said that Charles himself suggested to Dryden that he should strike a blow in the fight. Dryden's blow was this satire, which, though it failed of its main object on the acquittal of Shaftesbury a few days after its publication, was one of the most powerful aids to the king in his resistance to the exclusionists. The story of Absalom and David fitted aptly enough the circumstances of Monmouth and his father. Achitophel, considerably changed, became Shaftesbury, whom Dryden affected to regard as part inventor of the Popish plot and the leader in the decision to make war on the Dutch. The biblical story could not, of course, be closely followed, and the conduct of the fable, which ends with a speech from the king, is its weakest part. Its strength lies in its masterly characterization, the finest in an age when Clarendon and Saint-Evremond had helped to educate in a favorite field of literature and in Dryden's ability in presenting a case. To celebrate the acquittal of Shaftesbury, a medal was struck which formed the text of Dryden's next satire, The Medal, a satire against sedition, March 1682, also suggested to him, as report declared, by Charles II. In the introductory epistle to the Whigs and in the satire itself, Dryden makes fun of the medal and attacks the party. He returns to his invective on Shaftesbury and explains in a passage of great didactic force, sound sense, and strong fancy the unsuitability of republican institutions to the climate and temper of England. The medal, like its predecessors, was not allowed to go unanswered by the Whigs, and among the answers was Shadwell's The Medal of John Bayes, a savage piece of scurrility. Dryden for once used his satire for personal ends, and replied to Shadwell in October 1682 with Mac Flecknoe, or A Satire on the True Blue Protestant Poet. In this, he fathers Shadwell on Flecknoe, an Irish priest and an indifferent poet who had died not long before, and represents the sire handing on his mantle of dullness to his duller son. In the following month, he returned to the attack with some 200 lines on Shadwell, Settle, and others, included in the second part of Absalom and Achitophel, the rest of which was composed by Nahum Tate, possibly, for the verses above Tate's level, under Dryden's revision. And in the same month with this, his last satire and the most violent attack he ever wrote, he put forth a remarkable piece, the Religio Laici, an examination of the credibility of the Christian religion and the claims of the Church of England against the Catholic Church and the deists. The surprise that has been expressed at Dryden's sudden excursion into theology is ungrounded. Theological thought must have been called forth in all who had dwelt on the double question, religious and political, raised by the Popish plot and the Exclusion Bill. Still less is there reason for suspecting Dryden's sincerity. The poem could not serve his turn with Charles, of whose secret leanings to Catholicism he must have been aware, or with the Duke of York. It forms a sober and sincere expression of the opinions of a man of 51 who was passing through the process of thought which led him 4 years later to join the Catholic Church. The conversion was followed by the publication of The Hind and the Panther, 1687, in which, with even more argumentative skill than was shown in the Religio Laici, he supports the claims of the Church, commending at the same time the policy of James II. The sincerity, again, of Dryden's conversion has been questioned. And even Saintsbury admits that it may have been helped on to some extent by the prospect of being on the winning side, by the journalist spirit, and by his dislike of the unliterary character of the Protestant Whigs. Dryden, indeed, was always abreast or a little in advance of the public opinion of his party. But it is from the Whig party and its descendants that this charge of insincerity, together with that of personal profligacy, proceeded, and neither rests on good foundation. Sincere or not, Dryden held to his path. Except for the Britannia Rediviva, an ode celebrating the birth of a son to James II, the Hind and the Panther was his last word on matters of state and religion. The Revolution found him on the losing side. He was deprived of his laureateship. His authority, save in matters of literature, was at an end. We have only to compare the work of Oldham, who published his satires upon the Jesuits the year before the appearance of Absalom and Achitophel, with the poems mentioned above, to see what Dryden did for satire and didactic poetry. Oldham, student of Marvell though he was, is a rugged writer. His hits are shrewd, but he has none of the science of Dryden in the art of attack, and none of his dignity and intellectual supremacy. He maintains throughout the tone to which Dryden descends in the regrettable attack on the son of Shaftesbury in Absalom and Achitophel. For the most part, only on the greatest provocation does Dryden stoop to personalities. He strikes from above, and condescends as he strikes. In most cases, though the individual sufferer is unmistakable, Dryden succeeds in treating him as the embodiment of a principle. He writes not as a moral reformer, but as a man of sense, and hits hardest when apparently most cool. There is no calculating exactly the effect of such a weapon as this of Dryden's in the victory of Charles over the exclusionists. Besides the direct satire of Absalom and Achitophel, its severe and logical expression of the political thought of the king's party, its scorn of popular rule and of such abstractions as that golden calf, a state, and its glorification of monarchy and of Charles, account must be taken of the skill with which, by its very tone of ease and superiority, it contrives to put a social stigma on those whom it attacks in an age which was socially ambitious and socially sensitive. The place of these poems as pure literature has been almost universally acknowledged to be supreme in their kind. Poetry and argument go hand in hand in a manner never before achieved, and the management of the couplet, for which Dryden had been trained by years of work in the drama, is perfect. These didactic poems and the fables from Chaucer and Boccaccio, to which he turned after the Revolution, may be regarded as the best poetry of a prosaic age. If skill in stating a case or telling a story does not constitute the highest form of poetry, it is to Dryden's honor that he gathered up all the reasoning power, the wit, and the polish of his age, and gave them expression with the best of the taste that his labors had helped to form. A last word must be added concerning another form of literary expression, which the following century brought to perfection, the novel. During the closing of the theaters after 1642, the heroic romances of France made their way into England and were translated and imitated freely by Orrery, Crown, and others, while Davenant's Gondibert and Chamberlain's Pharaonida are heroic romances in verse. The renaissance of the drama affected the demand for romances, but in Mrs. Bean we find an attempt to bring romance into touch with contemporary life. Her prose novel, Orunoko, is a strange mixture of the romantic and the realistic, a mixture even more strangely marked in The Fair Jilt. This attempt was to bear little fruit. A more important work is Congreve's novel Incognita, which reveals him as a humorist in prose fiction and a parodist of the heroic style. On the other hand, we have the allegories of Bunyan, which have no parentage but the Bible and the vivid imagination of an untutored man. The voice of Bunyan is not the voice of his age. He has no affinities with Milton save his knowledge of the Bible. He owes nothing to the other writers of his day. His imagination and sincerity made him forcible and arresting. The Bible made him lucid and direct. His immediate influence was nothing, and the temptation to dwell on his genius must be resisted. Despite the attempt of Mrs. Bean and such close interest in the common facts of life as Bunyan shows in Mr. Badman, the origin of the novel must be looked for not in the fiction of this age, but in its history and in its characters. Clarendon and Burnet, with their powers of characterization and anecdote, Butler with his Theophrastian characters, Halifax, Saint-Evremond, and the letter writers and diarists sowed the seeds of such work as the Spectator papers on Sir Roger de Coverley and their development into the English novel. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. Chapter 6. The Literature of the English Restoration, including Milton, by Harold H. Child, Part 3. In the plays of the period, too, may be found embedded, to its disadvantage and neglect by posterity, most of the lyrical poetry of the time. In a self-conscious age, when feeling was at a low ebb and the passion of love debased by the prevailing mode, good lyrical poetry was rare. Marvell and Waller carried on the characteristics of the former age. For the rest, the lyrics of Dryden, Crown, Congreve, Portage, Rochester, and others are both small in quantity and deficient in genuine lyrical quality. Rochester, indeed, is often worthy of comparison with Catullus, but his lyrics, like those of his contemporaries, are rather neatly finished than spontaneous, and their harmony is a matter of rule more than of essence. A favorite form was the ode, and here, as elsewhere, Dryden outstripped his fellows. The Picandaires of Cowley were freely imitated by Spratt, and to Congreve belongs the honor of pointing out that a Pindaric ode proper was not of irregular structure. Dryden's odes are irregular in structure, but almost faultless in accomplishment. If Alexander's Feast, 1697, is not poetry of the highest sort, it has been justly called the best thing of its kind. And the first portion of the Ode to the Memory of Mrs. Anne Killigrew, 1685 to 1686, is famous as one of the most superb pieces of verbal organ music in the language. The age, however, was not an age of songbirds, but of inquirers, critics, prose writers, and the best prose of the time was the work of the critics. The men of science exercised an influence of their own, for it was one of the merits of the new Royal Society to exact from its members a close, naked, natural way of speaking, positive expressions, clear senses, a native easiness. From the turbulent splendors of Milton, we pass to the ordered, clarified prose, which is the work of men who use it for the purpose of saying what they have to say, of communicating their discoveries, thoughts, and arguments as clearly as possible. It is, as befits its purpose, for the most part a plain and useful means of expression, yet in the hands of Dryden, that great man of letters, it rises, with no professed aim at ornament, into a thing of dignity and beauty. Dryden used prose for many purposes. The Epistle to the Whigs, that precedes the Medal, is a piece of political argument so clear, forcible, and ordered that it is difficult to believe it is a work not 40 years younger than the Areopagitica. But his most important prose works are in literary criticism, a new branch of activity introduced into England from France, partly by Charles and his court, partly by a French exile, Saint-Evremond, who exercised a very important influence on the criticism of his time. Modern French writers find him too much dependent on prejudice, imbibed in the France of his youth, on personal fancy and taste, and lacking in reason and conviction. To modern England, accustomed to an even more thoroughly impressionist style of criticism, such a verdict seems strange. Saint-Evremond's letters, for they are little more, on the English, French, and classical drama seem full of principle and reason, however little knowledge of the English drama of the day his preference of Shadwell and other coarse poets, as Dryden called them, to the more polite, may reveal. At any rate, his influence, and particularly his preference for the modern drama over the ancient, had a great effect on English men of letters. Everyone who wrote a play wrote in a preface his own theories of playwriting, and this is the form in which most of Dryden's critical work, excepting the Essay of Dramatic Poesy, 1665, was done. Dryden, while a large borrower from the French, is a sturdy champion of the English drama. He displays a truer taste in discriminating Elizabethan authors than any of his fellows. Though he lent a hand in the spoiling of the Tempest and tagged Milton's lines in The Age of Innocence, he recognized the true place of both the poets he attempted to adapt. As a rule, his critical work is called out by some special need of his own, the defense or the surrender of the heroic couplet in drama, for instance, and it combines reason and enthusiasm in a manner that makes it at once profitable and delightful to read. It was in this school, as the preface to the translation of the Georgics shows, that Addison was trained, and by Dryden, Spratt, Rymer, whose manner is far better than his deplorable literary matter, Congreve and other critics were laid the foundations of the edifice completed in the following century. Such an age as this makes fruitful ground for satire, a form of literature that looks not so much at the ideal itself as at the faults of those who depart from it, and it is due to Dryden that the satire of this period, at its best, is of supreme merit. The Huberdas of Samuel Butler, much of which was written before the Restoration, is in some respects a voice from the age that had passed. Its versification has all and more than all the ruggedness of Donne or Marston at their worst. The author chooses deliberately to make his effects by jocular antics of diction, which his shrewd humor and close observation of detail carry off successfully, but we look in vain for elevation, dignity, or strong purpose. Butler shows to the full some of the worst characteristics of the age which laughed at Huberdas, its easy ridicule of externals, its want of conviction and of taste, its vulgarity, and its skepticism. It is not Puritanism, but Puritans that he attacks, and he attacks them rather with caricature than with satire. Neither royalist nor churchman, but skeptic and opportunist, he writes less from belief in a cause than from the desire to make fun of the external extravagance of its opponents, and there is as little principle in his message as there is plan or cohesion in the poem he took up and dropped and took up again. Reference was not a characteristic of the man who could so use his models, Don Quixote and the Fairy Queen, as to debase them in Butler's manner. It might be objected that there was as little conviction at the bottom of Dryden's satires as of Butler's, and, allowing for all reasonable change of opinion, consistency can hardly be claimed for the man who wrote Aboyna with its prologue and epilogue in 1673, and 8 years later attacked in Absalon and Achitophel and the Medal, the policy which he supposed to be Shaftesbury's. But here Dryden's genius, the dignity of his mind, the actual superiority conferred on him, not by lofty purpose, but by mere ability, came to his rescue. He took to satire late in life, and then, probably, rather on suggestion than from any ardent interest in politics, and the qualities of his mind and the nature of his training for the work were such that in his hands political satire reached its highest point. Absalom and Achitophel, the first and greatest of these poems, was published in November 1681. The Popish plot and the rejection of the Exclusion Bill by the Lords had wrought popular feeling to a height not reached in any preceding period of Charles's reign. The Parliament at Oxford had been dissolved. Shaftesbury was on his trial for high treason, and it is said that Charles himself suggested to Dryden that he should strike a blow in the fight. Dryden's blow was the satire which, though it failed of its main object on the acquittal of Shaftesbury a few days after its publication, was one of the most powerful aids to the king in his resistance to the exclusionists. The story of Absalom and David fitted aptly enough the circumstances of Monmouth and his father. Achitophel, considerably changed, became Shaftesbury, whom Dryden affected to regard as part inventor of the Popish plot and the leader in the decision to make war on the Dutch. The biblical story could not, of course, be closely followed, and the conduct of the fable, which ends with a speech from the king, is its weakest part. Its strength lies in its masterly characterization, the finest in an age which Clarendon and St. Evremond had helped to educate in a favorite field of literature and in Dryden's ability in presenting a case. To celebrate the acquittal of Shaftesbury, a medal was struck, which formed the text of Dryden's next satire, The Medal, a satire against sedition, March 1682, also suggested to him, as report declared, by Charles II. In the introductory epistle to the Whigs, and in the satire itself, Dryden makes fun of the medal and attacks the party. He returns to his invective on Shaftesbury and explains, in a passage of great didactic force, sound sense and strong fancy, the unsuitability of republican institutions to the climate and temper of England. The medal, like its predecessors, was not allowed to go unanswered by the Whigs, and among the answers was Shadwell's The Medal of John Bayes, a savage piece of scurrility. Dryden, for once, used his satire for personal ends, and replied to Shadwell in October 1682 with Mac Flecknoe, or A Satire on the True Blood Protestant Poet. In this he fathers Shadwell on Flecknoe, an Irish priest and an indifferent poet who had died not long before, and represents the sire handing on his mantle of dullness to his duller son. In the following month he returned to the attack with some 200 lines on Shadwell, Settle, and others included in the second part of Absalom and Achitophel, the rest of which was composed by Nahum Tate, possibly, for the verses above Tate's level, under Dryden's revision. And in the same month with this, his last satire and the most violent attack he ever wrote, he put forth a remarkable piece, the Religio Laici, an examination of the credibility of the Christian religion and the claims of the Church of England against the Catholic Church and the Deists. The surprise that has been expressed at Dryden's sudden excursion into theology is ungrounded. Theological thought must have been called forth in all who had dwelt on the double question, religious and political, raised by the Popish plot and the Exclusion Bill. Still less is there reason for suspecting Dryden's sincerity. The poem could not serve his turn with Charles, of whose secret leanings to Catholicism he must have been aware, or with the Duke of York. It forms a sober and sincere expression of the opinion of a man of 51 who was passing through the process of thought which led him 4 years later to join the Catholic Church. The conversion was followed by the publication of The Hind and the Panther, 1687, in which, with even more argumentative skill than was shown in the Religio Laici, he supports the claims of the Church, commending at the same time the policy of James II. The sincerity, again, of Dryden's conversion has been questioned, and even Saintsbury admits that it may have been helped on to some extent by the prospect of being on the winning side, and by the journalistic spirit, and by his dislike of the unliterary character of the Protestant Whigs. Dryden, indeed, was always abreast or a little in advance of the public opinion of his party, but it is from the Whig party and its descendants that this charge of insincerity, together with that of personal profligacy, proceeded, and neither rests on good foundation. Sincere or not, Dryden held to his path. Except for the Britannia Rediviva, an ode celebrating the birth of a son to James II, The Hind and the Panther was his last word on matters of state and religion. The Revolution found him on the losing side. He was deprived of his laureateship. His authority, save in matters of literature, was at an end. We have only to compare the work of Oldham, who published his Satires upon the Jesuits the year before the appearance of Absalom and Achitophel, and the poems mentioned above, to see what Dryden did for satire and didactic poetry. Oldham, student of Marvell though he was, is a rugged writer. His hits are shrewd, but he has none of the science of Dryden in the art of attack, and none of his dignity in intellectual supremacy. He maintains throughout the tone to which Dryden descends in the regrettable attack on the son of Shaftesbury in Absalom and Achitophel. For the most part, only on the greatest provocation does Dryden stoop to personalities. He strikes from above and condescends as he strikes. In most cases, though the individual sufferer is unmistakable, Dryden succeeds in treating him as the embodiment of a principle. He writes not as a moral reformer, but as a man of sense, and hits hardest when apparently most cool. There is no calculating exactly the effect of such a weapon as this of Dryden's in the victory of Charles over the exclusionists. Besides the direct satire of Absalom and Achitophel, its severe and logical expression of the political thought of the king's party, its scorn of popular rule and of such abstractions as that golden calf, a state, and its glorification of monarchy and of Charles, account must be taken of the skill with which, by its very tone of ease and superiority, it contrives to put a social stigma on those whom it attacks in an age which was socially ambitious and socially sensitive. The place of these poems as pure literature has been almost universally acknowledged to be supreme in their kind. Poetry and argument go hand in hand in a manner never before achieved, and the management of the couplet, for which Dryden had been trained by years of work in the drama, is perfect. These didactic poems and the fables from Chaucer and Boccaccio to which he turned after the Revolution may be regarded as the best poetry of a prosaic age. If skill in stating a case or telling a story does not constitute the highest form of poetry, it is to Dryden's honor that he gathered up all the reasoning power, the wit, and the polish of his age, and gave them expression with the best of the taste that his labors had helped to form. A last word must be added concerning another form of literary expression, which the following century brought to perfection, the novel. During the closing of the theatres after 1642, the heroic romances of France made their way into England and were translated and imitated freely by Orrery, Crown, and others, while Devenant's Gondibert and Chamberlain's Farinida are heroic romances in verse. The Renaissance of the drama affected the demand for romances, but in Mrs. Bain we find an attempt to bring romance into touch with contemporary life. Her prose novel, Oroonoko, is a strange mixture of the romantic and the realistic, a mixture even more strangely marked in The Fair Jilt. This attempt was to bear little fruit. A more important work is Congreve's novel Incognita, which reveals him as a humorist in prose fiction and a parodist of the heroic style. On the other hand, we have the allegories of Bunyan, which have no parentage but the Bible, and the vivid imagination of an untutored man. The voice of Bunyan is not the voice of his age. He has no affinities with Milton save his knowledge of the Bible. He owes nothing to the other writers of his day. His imagination and sincerity made him forcible and arresting. The Bible made him lucid and direct. His immediate influence was nothing, and the temptation to dwell on his genius must be resisted. Despite the attempt of Mrs. Bain and such close interest in the common facts of life as Bunyan shows in Mr. Badman, the origin of the novel must be looked for not in the fiction of this age, but in its history and in its characters. Clarendon and Burnet, with their powers of characterization and anecdote, Butler with his Theophostrian characters, Halifax, St. Evremond, and the letter-writers and diarists, sowed the seeds of such work as the Spectator papers on Sir Roger de Coverley and their development into the English novel. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7, The Administrations of John de Witt and William of Orange, 1651 to 88, by the Reverend George Edmundson, Part 1. The sudden demise of William II was the signal for a reaction against the Orange Party and policy. The Great Assembly of 1651 assured the triumph of the principles of the States Party, which inherited the tradition of Olden Barneveld, and the domination in the Union of the province of Holland. It was really called together to decide between two opposing systems of government, and the critical conjuncture of affairs, which left the Oranges without a leader, made the decision a foregone conclusion. Its effect was to emphasize the sovereignty of the states of the several provinces at the expense of that of the States General of the Union. By the thoroughgoing advocates of provincial autonomy, it was indeed denied that the States General possessed any of the attributes of sovereignty at all. The Federal Assembly represented the Republic in the eyes of the outside world, but it had no authority, save what was delegated to it by the 7 sovereign provinces acting in accord. It could not coerce the provincial states or take action in opposition to their wishes. Such a theory, had it been pushed to its extreme limits, would have proved from the first unworkable. It had been corrected in practice by the existence in the United Netherlands of 2 strong, though antagonistic, influences. The one was the extensive executive powers vested in successive princes of Orange, by their distinguished abilities, no less than by virtue of the offices they filled. The stadtholders, William I, Maurice, Frederick Henry, and William II, exercised an authority which was strong enough, at critical moments, to override opposition. They were in reality what they were often styled, eminent heads of the state. The other influence was that of the predominant province of Holland, which bore more than half of the entire financial burden of the Union, and provided the greater part of its indispensable fleet. The states of Holland jealously and vigilantly asserted their independence and privileges, and their control of the purse gave them an almost irresistible weight in the determination of the policy of the Republic. Twice, in 1618 and 1650, had it been necessary to settle the question of supremacy between Holland and the Generality by the sword. But the imprisonment of Jacob de Witt and his 5 companions in the castle of Loevestein by William II only made their party, henceforth known as the Loevestein faction, the more determined to seize the opportunity offered by the young stadtholder's untimely death to ensure the triumph of their principles, and they succeeded. Before the end of the year, Jacob de Witt had been restored to his old place in the town council, and his second son, John, appointed pensionary of Dort, December 21, 1650. John de Witt was at this time 25 years of age, having been born on September 24, 1625. His brother Cornelis, 2 years his senior, was already a sheriff in the government of his native place. Both had been educated at Leyden and had traveled in France and England together. John settled down in 1647 to practice as an advocate at The Hague, but with his appointment as pensionary, a political career was open to him. This post carried with it a seat in the provincial states and in the Great Assembly, where, in virtue of his office, he was the spokesman of the town deputation. He soon distinguished himself by his industry and capacity for affairs. In the deliberations of the Great Assembly, he took an active part, but it was in the disputes and negotiations with England that his political and diplomatic talents were first exhibited. The relations between the English and Dutch republics had, ever since the murder at The Hague of the parliamentary envoy, Durislar, in 1649, had been strained. There were many causes for embitterment between the 2 maritime nations, whose commercial interests clashed in almost every part of the world. The rights of fishing, the so-called massacre of Amboina, the Battle of the Downs, the striking of the Dutch flag in the narrow seas, the disputes between the 2 East India companies, all these were sores that rankled. The Civil War had for a number of years prevented the English from pressing their grievances, but when Cromwell found himself in possession of the government, He was no longer willing to acquiesce in the Dutch monopoly of the carrying trade in English harbors, or to yield one jot of English pretensions to the dominion of the seas. Cromwell's first ideas were peaceful but utopian. Visions of the formation of a great Protestant coalition floated before his mind, and he wished, if possible, to get rid of the rivalry between the two neighboring republics by bringing about a close alliance between them, which should differ little from political union. Accordingly, in March 1651, a stately embassy, at the head of which were Oliver St. John and Walter Strickland, was sent over to The Hague to carry these ideas into effect by inducing the States General to consent to an intimate and strict alliance and to the establishment of a great common council to sit in London. Such proposals were seen by the Dutch to imply the loss of their independence and the practical absorption of the smaller state in the larger. Received with coldness by the States party, with undisguised and open hostility by the Orangists and the mass of the population, the English mission was a failure. The irritation was great in England, and it speedily showed itself in vigorous action. On October 9, 1651, the celebrated Navigation Act was passed, which forbade all foreign bottoms to import into the country any merchandise except the products of the soil or of the industry of their own country. By this act, a deadly blow was dealt to the carrying trade of the Dutch, which was the main source of their prosperity. It was essential at this critical juncture that the conduct of foreign affairs should be in capable hands, and in a stadtholderless Republic of the Grand Pensionary, Rod Pensionaris of Holland, by his responsible position and the varied character of his functions, both in the provincial states and in the States General, was the man who was by common consent exercised the greatest weight in public, and especially in foreign affairs. The position so long filled by Oldenbarneveldt was now open to a statesman of the same mold as the great advocate, holding a similar office and professing the same principles. In John de Witt, Oldenbarneveldt was to find a fitting and competent successor. When the great assembly met, Jacob Cats, a worthy man and a popular poet, was Grand Pensionary, but he was no politician. At the closing of the assembly, Cats resigned his office and was succeeded by the aged Adrian Paw. In the spring of 1652, a special embassy had been dispatched to Westminster, consisting at first of 3 members, Cats, Schaap, and Van de Peer, who were afterwards joined by Paw himself. The most strenuous efforts were made to induce the English government to withdraw or modify the obnoxious Act of Navigation, and to open negotiations on the basis of the Treaty of Commerce of 1495, known as the Great Intercourse, but to no purpose. All the old grievances of the English against the Netherlanders were raked up, and reparation demanded. More than this, the states were required to recognize unconditionally the English claim to the dominion of the sea, and to agree that, whenever Dutch and English vessels should meet in English waters, the Dutchman should strike sail and flag, and in certain cases fire salutes. The issuing of letters of marque by the English government and the seizure of 70 Dutch merchantmen widened still further a breach which diplomacy was unable to close. Much against their will, the Netherlanders found themselves forced to prepare for war, March 1652, and it finally broke out after an accidental encounter between Tromp and Blake over the striking of the flag, May 29th. An account has been given in a previous volume of the hard-fought struggle between the two rival maritime powers, which was signalized in the course of 15 months by 12 great sea fights and a number of smaller engagements. It was in the midst of this terrible war that the pensionary of Dort was called to the direction of affairs. During the absence of Adrian Paw in England, he had acted as deputy in his place, and after the death of that statesman, he was, March 1653, first appointed provisionally to fill his office. then definitely elected July 30th, thus becoming Grand Pensionary at a moment of sore difficulty and anxiety. He speedily displayed a firmness and clear-sightedness which more than justified the selection of so young a man to a position of so great responsibility. The unpreparedness of the Dutch Navy for the conflict and its inferiority in the size and equipment of its ships had caused the fortunes of war to turn decisively to the side of the English. Both fleets had fought with heroic courage, victory alternating for each of them with defeat, and the admirals on both sides were men of exceptional merit. The death of Tromp, however, in battle, August 10, 1653, had caused consternation in the Netherlands, and de Witt, on entering upon his office, found himself confronted with an almost desperate situation. The great fisheries industry had ceased. Business and commerce were at a standstill. There was a deficiency in the supply of corn and of all the imported necessaries of life. Beggary stared thousands in the face, and worst of all, there was no money in the treasury, nor any source from which to obtain it. The mass of the population, always orangist in sentiment, attributed all their misfortunes to the change of government, and in many places tumults arose, which assumed serious proportions. This condition of things made the States party, who, from the beginning, had been averse from the war, ready to consider any reasonable terms of peace, and they found in the Grand Pensionary a zealous and wholehearted leader. Meanwhile, Cromwell, with the army behind him, had forcibly dissolved the Long Parliament and become practically master of the state. He had never viewed the outbreak of war with favor, for it had put a summary stop to his schemes for a close and intimate union between the two republics. No sooner, therefore, had he obtained dictatorial powers than he lent a ready ear to peaceful proposals. Many ineffectual attempts had already been made to open negotiations, but had failed. Cromwell had, in February 1653, sent over a certain Colonel Dolman, formerly in the state service, to make known privately his conciliatory disposition towards the United Provinces, and acting under the influence of de Witt, the states of Holland had taken upon themselves to address certain proposals to the Parliament in a letter sent without the assent of the States General. The Parliament, however, not only refused to modify the terms proposed before the war, but printed and published the letter with the title of the humble supplication of the States of Holland. Such a course of action was intentionally offensive and roused general indignation in the Netherlands. The States of Holland were blamed for the initiative they had taken without the knowledge of the other provinces, and loud outcries were raised by the Orange Party. It required all the persuasive powers of de Witt to prevent the States General from replying to the Parliament in the same arrogant tone in which they had been addressed. Owing, however, to his arguments and efforts, moderate councils prevailed, and the States General declared themselves ready to appoint plenipotentiaries to discuss the conditions of a treaty of peace. De Witt would gladly have entrusted the mission to a single plenipotentiary, whom he could thoroughly trust, but the jealousy of the other provinces would not permit the negotiations to be placed entirely in the hands of Hollanders. It was agreed, therefore, to send 4 envoys, 2 from Holland, Hieronymus van Bevernage, Burgomaster of Gouda, and William Nieuwenpoort, Pensionary of Sweden, with whom were associated representatives of the 2 other maritime provinces, the Zeelander, Paulus van der Pur, Pensionary of Middelburg, and Allard Peter Jongerstal, President of the Court of Justice in Friesland. Beverning and Newport were both good friends of de Witt, and to the former of them he gave his entire confidence. The reception accorded by the Council of State in England was not very encouraging. The old demands were insisted upon, nothing less than political union, una gens, una republica. In other words, the annexation of the United Provinces by the English Republic. There was to be one state under a common government with the same laws, rights, possessions, and interests. Such proposals were absolutely unacceptable. A continuance of the war appeared a lesser evil than loss of independence. All hopes of accommodation were not, however, abandoned. Van Beverningh and Van der Perre were instructed to remain in London and continue the negotiations while the other two envoys returned home to confer with their principals. For some months, but little change took place in the situation. The war went on, but the interchange of views as to the possible conditions of peace was not stopped. Newport and Youngerstall returned to England in November, and in December Cromwell became Lord Protector and acquired a free hand. He at once assured the Dutch ambassadors that he was sincerely anxious to bring to an end a war which had from the outset grieved him. It was difficult, in the midst of his protestations, to discover what were the Protector's actual aims. Many conferences took place, and Cromwell, though still proclaiming his wish to bring about a close alliance, no longer made demands involving the sacrifice of Dutch independence. The fear that an Orange restoration in the Netherlands might resuscitate the Stuart cause and possibly lead to attempts to bring about a royalist restoration in England haunted his mind. At last he formulated his peace proposals to the plenipotentiaries in 27 articles. In these he made no mention of the union of the two republics. The States General were to pay an annual sum for the right of fishing upon the English coasts, to maintain only a limited number of ships, to strike the flag in the English seas, and to recognize the right of search. But, in addition to these sufficiently severe conditions, the States General were, by Article 12, required to bind themselves never to permit the Prince of Orange or any of his race to obtain any of the civil or military dignities and powers which had been held by his ancestors. Great was the disappointment of de Witt on learning that the Protector thus put forward a demand which he knew would never be conceded by the States General. The situation was desperate, and the envoys asked for their passports. In a speech to the States General, the Grand Pensionary urged the necessity for taking the strongest measures for carrying on the war with vigor. The fleet must be strengthened regardless of cost, and alliances sought with foreign powers, two of which, France and Denmark, had already shown an inclination to take sides with the Dutch. Indeed, Denmark had begun to negotiate for a treaty and had provoked the hostility of England by the closing of the Sound to English commerce and by the seizure of English ships. This determined attitude had its effect upon Cromwell. He showed a willingness to modify the terms, but he insisted on the exclusion of the House of Orange from the stadtholdership and captain generalship, and on account of the hostile action of Denmark, he refused to allow her to be included in the Treaty of Peace. Just, however, as the Dutch plenipotentiaries were on the point of embarking at Gravesend on their return, a messenger from Cromwell arrived with the information that the Protector gave way so far as regarded Denmark, and that he would be content with the secret article in the matter of the exclusion. All this time, confidential correspondence was constantly passing between the Grand Pensionary and Van Beverningh, and de Witt lost no time in dealing with the new situation. Van Beverningh was instructed to inform Cromwell that there was not the least chance of securing the assent of the States General to such a secret article. In a private interview with Van Beverningh, Cromwell now gave the plenipotentiary to understand that, if the province of Holland would guarantee the exclusion of the Prince of Orange from the stadtholdership and the post of Captain General, he would accept it. De Witt, although he saw clearly all the immense difficulties that stood in the way of obtaining such a guarantee, set to work to accomplish the task. The Grand Pensionary in The Hague and Van Beverningh in London, in the deepest secrecy, conducted clandestine negotiations with Cromwell, while openly de Witt was inducing the States General, and with success, to agree to and ratify the treaty, out of which the article concerning the exclusion of the House of Orange had been struck. On April 22nd, it was signed and sent over to England. The only reference to the burning question was contained in Article 32, the so-called temperament clause, by which the States General and the states severally undertook that every stadtholder, captain general, or commander of military or naval forces was to be required to take an oath to observe the treaty. Meanwhile, a very delicate and dangerous diplomatic game was being played, that of seeking to obtain in absolute secrecy the consent of the States of Holland to the undisclosed act of seclusion. Quite unexpectedly, and without agenda having been prepared, the states were summoned to meet on April 28th. All the members were first bound by oath to secrecy, and hereupon the Grand Pensionary read to them an official letter from Van Beveridge and Newport, stating the requirement of Cromwell. Surprised and perplexed, the deputies asked for time to consult their principals before coming to a decision. It was agreed, however, in order to avoid delay and publicity, that only the recent burgomaster should be informed of the contents of the envoy's dispatch, once more under oath of secrecy, and that the states should meet again in 3 days' time. On May 1st, the assembly met, when the pensionary read another dispatch which he had just received from London, notifying Cromwell's demand that the act should be handed over to him within a couple of days of the ratification of the treaty, or he would not consider it binding upon him. After stormy discussion under the influence of Cromwell's threat and De Witt's persuasive arguments, a majority, consisting of the nobles in 13 towns, voted for the signing of the Act of Seclusion. 5 towns, Haarlem, Leyden, Alkmaar, Edam, and Enkhuizen, however, obstinately refused their assent. Despite the protest of the minority, De Witt declared the act to be passed, and it was sent on the following day to the 2 envoys in London, with instructions, however, not to deliver it unless it were absolutely necessary. Through the treachery of a clerk, the secret was betrayed to William Frederick, Stadtholder of Friesland, and, as the rumor spread throughout the country, a loud and threatening outcry arose against the States of Holland and the Grand Pensionary. Not only was the entire Orange party up in arms, but the other provinces bitterly resented the action taken by the Hollanders as a breach of the Union. In the States General, De Witt endeavored to meet the attacks upon him by evasive replies, asserting in general terms that the states, his masters, had done nothing that was illegal or outside their powers. The states, however, themselves were not as courageous as their pensionary, and shrank before the storm which they had raised, thanking their envoys for not having handed in the act to the English government. Some 5 weeks passed, but at length the patience of the States General was exhausted, and on June 6th it was resolved that orders be dispatched to the envoys to send all the secret instructions they had received from the States of Holland to the States General, together with a copy of the Act of Seclusion. But De Witt's extraordinary skill in political strategy and his talent for diplomatic intrigue shone out the more brilliantly, the more hopeless the embarrassments from which he had to extricate himself. At the 11th hour he determined to make one last effort to gain his end. Acting on his advice, the States General gave instructions that the dispatch to the envoys should be written in cipher, not in the ordinary form. With the dispatch, however, he enclosed a letter to Van Beveridge and Newport, informing them that the States of Holland assented to the request of the States General, and asking them to send the copy of the act if it was still in their possession. The plan succeeded. While the dispatch of the States General was being painfully deciphered, Van Beveridge read De Witt's letter, at once grasped its meaning, demanded an interview with the Protector, and delivered the Act of Seclusion into his hands. When the deciphering was completed, it was already too late to carry out the instructions of the States General. Throughout the whole course of this crooked business, there can be no two opinions as to the ability displayed by the Grand Pensionary. His correspondence, moreover, proves his honesty of purpose. He felt peace to be absolutely necessary for the welfare of the Republic, so long as its conditions were not humiliating or threatened the independence of the state. Bitterly hostile as he was to the House of Orange, there are no grounds for the accusation that the act of seclusion was desired by him, still less that it was due to his instigation. Such a course of chicanery and deception is, however, not to be defended either by its motives or its results, and, as a matter of fact, it brought unpopularity upon de Witt and his party, and was never forgotten or forgiven by the great majority of the people of the Netherlands, who cherished the memory of the great deeds of the House of Orange. Nothing could have more effectually enlisted the sympathy and affection of the populace for the young prince than the thought that he had been in an underhand way defrauded of his rights at the bidding of a foreign ruler. Peace once concluded, commerce revived, and with returning prosperity, men's spirits grew calmer, and the angry manifestations against the act of seclusion gradually died down. Even the two princesses of Orange were appeased by the personal explanations and marked courtesy of de Witt, and thought it better not to run any risk of doing injury to the interests of William by adopting an attitude of irreconcilable hostility. The states of Holland admitted that their conduct required exculpation, and the Grand Pensionary drew up a labor defense of their action in the matter of the Act of Seclusion in a lengthy document known as the Deduction of the States of Holland. This state paper was far indeed from convincing the opponents of de Witt's policy, notwithstanding the undoubted skill and acumen which it displayed. But those opponents were far too divided amongst themselves to be able to concentrate their efforts against the constantly increasing power and influence of the Grand Pensionary. The Princess Dowager and the Princess Royal were at enmity with one another and with the Count William Frederick, and their family bickerings and private ambitions prevented the supporters of the House of Orange from being able to pursue any common policy. Moreover, the marriage of de Witt in February 1655 with Wendella Bicker greatly strengthened his position. Two of Wendella's uncles had been the leaders of Amsterdam's opposition to William II in 1650, and had been declared incapable of henceforth holding any municipal office. Through this marriage, de Witt became connected with several of the principal members of the burgher oligarchy of the great commercial city, thus supplementing the powerful family influence he already possessed in the south of Holland. The Grand Pensionary, indeed, was soon surrounded by a group of relatives and intimate friends, holding important official posts in public or local administration. His brother Cornelis was appointed Runward, governor of Putten, in 1654. His father was made a member of the Chamber of Finance in 1657. His cousins, Van Slingeland and Vivian, were in succession pensionaries of Dort. His wife's uncles, Cornelis Bicker and Cornelis de Graaf, were all powerful in Amsterdam. The most influential functionary of the States General, the Griffer, secretary, Nicholas Rouche, de Witt's predecessor at Pensionary of Dort, was his devoted adherent. So were the distinguished diplomatist, von Beveridge, Van Berningen, and Newport. Successive vacancies in high commands in the Army and Navy, and in the presidencies of the Courts of Justice, were filled with supporters of the anti-Stadtholder party, so that, in the absence of any serious rival to his authority, the Grand Pensionary found himself able, while nominally only a minister in the service of the provincial states of Holland, to gather into his hands the supreme direction alike of the foreign and domestic affairs of the state. Not even Olden Barneveld, during the youth of Maurice, had possessed so wide and far-reaching an authority. One of the great difficulties with which Holland had to contend was that of finance. The province had borne the greater part of the burden of the War of Independence, and although with a view to lightening its weight, the rate of interest had in 1640 been reduced from 6 1/4 to 5%. The debt had kept growing, and at the close of the English War amounted to 153 million florins. The annual charge upon which reached nearly 7 million florins. De Witt began with retrenching expenditure, wherever it could be done with safety, by a careful examination into all superfluous and wasteful outgoings, and a better and more vigilant administration of the public revenues. Finding it impossible, however, to make the charges balance the receipts, and faced by an annual deficit, the Grand Pensionary resolved upon the bold step of a further reduction of interest. It was with difficulty that he persuaded the States of Holland to agree to his proposal that the rate of interest should be reduced from 5 to 4%. Such a step could not be taken without a serious loss of income to the numerous holders of public securities. By establishing a sinking fund, however, for the paying off of the entire debt in 41 years, he succeeded in carrying out his proposal. This achieved, he was able to induce the States General to follow the example of the province and to reduce the interest of the federal debt likewise to 4%. No one saw more clearly than De Witt that the foremost interest of a trading and colonizing country like the United Provinces was peace, and to this end all his efforts in the conduct of foreign affairs were directed. Unfortunately, his lot was cast in troubled and anxious times. In the relations with England, in spite of the goodwill of the respective governments, the trade rivalry caused continual controversies to arise. In Newport, however, the States had an envoy in whom the Grand Pensionary reposed the utmost confidence, and who succeeded in ingratiating himself both with Cromwell and his Secretary of State, TedL. Difficulties arose between the two countries with regard to Portugal, and still more acutely in the Baltic. The death of Cromwell in 1658 alone prevented active English intervention in the war with Portugal caused by the loss of Brazil, where the Portuguese rebels against Dutch rule in Pernambuco had at first the secret and afterwards the open support of the mother country. The last remnant of the authority of the Dutch West India Company had disappeared so long ago as 1654, with the loss of Recife, and the English war had prevented any active steps being taken to reassert it. There was no inclination in the Netherlands to send any expedition across the Atlantic to recover the lost colony, but it was felt that there was a claim against Portugal for compensation, and De Witt in 1657 determined to enforce it. War was declared against Portugal, and the conquest of Ceylon and Macassar followed. In Europe, the hostilities, which dragged on for some years, were confined to naval demonstrations on the Portuguese coast. The complications in the north were much more serious. In Sweden, on the abdication in 1654 of Christina, the warlike and ambitious Charles Gustavus ascended the throne. As has been already seen, he aimed at nothing short of the conversion by force of arms of the Baltic into a Swedish league. But the interest of the United Provinces in the Baltic trade was enormous. It was from the Baltic that their supplies of corn were brought. Aided by Frederick William of Brandenburg, Charles Gustavus entered upon a career of victory. Poland was overrun, and the Allied army, 1656, laid siege to Danzig, the emporium of the wheat trade. Under pressure from the merchants of Amsterdam, De Witt determined on an energetic policy. It was proposed by the States of Holland and agreed to by the States General that a naval demonstration should be made to save the beleaguered town and preserve the balance of power in the Baltic. A fleet of 42 ships accordingly set sail under Ogden van Wassenaar, which raised the blockade of Danzig, and by an understanding with the Poles placed a garrison in the town. This act of vigor brought the King of Sweden to reason. At a conference of Ebbing, September 1656, the former treaty of friendship between the two powers was renewed, and Danzig was declared a neutral port. This check to Sweden was, however, to be the precursor of fresh strife. hostilities again broke out. Brandenburg changed sides, and the Swedes were rapidly driven out of Poland. Their defeat encouraged Frederick III of Denmark to declare war against his northern neighbors, in spite of the counsel and remonstrances of the states. A treaty of defensive alliance had recently been concluded between the United Provinces and Denmark, and de Witt therefore regarded with alarm this bold assault of the weaker upon the stronger Scandinavian power. It was too late. Charles Gustavus attacked and utterly defeated the Danes, and was able to dictate terms of peace at Roskilde, March 1658, where Frederick agreed to close the Sound to all foreign fleets. But when, on the plea that the Treaty of Roskilde had not been carried out by the Danes, Charles Gustavus laid siege to Copenhagen, de Witt, who had hitherto, in his desire to avoid the risks of war, confined himself to diplomatic pressure, now felt that, unless the absolute dominion of the Baltic was to be given up to the Swedish king, instant action must be taken. It was a dangerous situation, for the Republic was at war with Portugal and on fire from friendly relations with either France or England. But the Baltic question was vital, and de Witt did not hesitate. In the beginning of October, Admiral Ogden de Wassenaar sailed for Copenhagen, which was obstinately defended at the head of a fleet of 35 vessels, carrying 4,000 troops. His orders were to destroy the Swedish fleet and to raise the siege of Copenhagen. A terrific battle took place at the entrance into the Baltic. The Swedish fleet of 45 vessels, under the command of Wrangel, made a valiant defense against the attack of the Netherlanders. The two Dutch vice-admirals, Witt de Witt and Peter Floriszoon, were both killed. Ogden himself was nearly taken prisoner, but the Swedes suffered heavy loss and took refuge in the harbor of Landskrona. Copenhagen was saved from capture. The siege nevertheless went on, and fearing the intervention of France and England, de Witt prudently entered into negotiations with those two powers, and a convention was signed by which the three states agreed to act together as mediators between the kings of Sweden and Denmark, and, if necessary, compel them to make peace. For months, the negotiations continued without any agreement being reached. Both kings were obstinate, but more especially Charles Gustavus, who refused to accept the terms proposed by the mediators and still threatened Copenhagen on the land side with a strong force. In these circumstances, de Ruyter, who was now in command of the Dutch fleet, was ordered to expel the Swedes from the island of Ven. On November 24, 1659, the town of Nyborg was taken by storm, and the whole Swedish force there entrenched was captured. The Swedish fleet took refuge in Landskrona, where it was blockaded by de Ruyter. The proud spirit of Charles Gustavus was broken by this disaster, and he died a few months later, February 23, 1660. Peace between Sweden and Denmark was at length signed at Copenhagen, May 27th, guaranteed by the mediating powers. The Swedes retained most of their conquests, but the passage of the Sound was made open. The firm but prudent policy of de Witt thus successfully attained its aim, and the Republic, after the display of maritime power, took its place with added weight in the councils of Europe. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. The Administrations of John de Witt and William of Orange, 1651-88, by the Reverend George Edmundson. Part 2. The sudden restoration of Charles II in May 1660 to the throne of his ancestors placed de Witt and the States Party in Holland in a dilemma. Their hostility toward the interests of the House of Stuart in its hour of humiliation and distress had been marked. But the Grand Pensionary was too supple a statesman not to be able to accommodate himself to the complete change in the situation. Charles was at Breda when the invitation reached him to return to England. The States General, the States of Holland, and De Witt himself vied with one another in their deferential attitude and in their adulation of the poverty-stricken exile of yesterday, who had now become a powerful king. His reception at The Hague was magnificent. When he set sail from Scheveningen, he was solemnly escorted to the beach by the members of the States of Holland and of the States General. Profuse promises of eternal friendship were exchanged, but the States party knew that the change boded them no good. It was significant that on his public visit to the States of Holland, Charles handed to the Grand Pensionary a declaration signed by himself, commending to their care the Princess, my sister, and the Prince of Orange, my nephew, 2 persons who are extremely dear to me. It was nothing less than a demand for the rescinding of the Act of Seclusion, which indeed speedily followed. De Witt, however, despite the efforts of the Princess Royal, steadily declined to allow the young prince to be appointed to the civil and military post held by his ancestors. In many parts of the country, even in Holland itself, there were strong movements in favor of William III, being at once nominated captain and admiral general. But De Witt would not consent to this. The States of Holland, however, at his advice, by a unanimous vote, agreed to regard the young prince as their ward and to educate him at the public expense. William, who had hitherto been under the ban of the ruling authorities, was thus placed in a position which virtually implied the ultimate reversion to him of his ancestral dignities. Peace with Portugal was one of the results which flowed from the restoration of Charles II, whose marriage with the Portuguese princess led him to take a friendly interest in the settle of this protracted dispute. After many delays, a treaty was at length signed, August 6, 1661, though it was not ratified until the following year. By this treaty, the Dutch abandoned all claims in Brazil, subject to an indemnity of 8 million florins to be paid in 16 years. They were further compensated by being left in possession of their conquests in the East Indies. De Witt had to use all his firmness and skill in the accomplishment of this diplomatic task. He had to face the opposition of Zeeland and Gelderland and the wiles of the English ambassador George Downing. He had finally to force the hands of the procrastinating Portuguese government by the threat of the immediate dispatch of a Dutch fleet to Lisbon. Thus, in 1662, all outstanding difficulties and quarrels with foreign powers appeared to have been removed, in an era of peaceful development and progress, to lie before the Dutch Republic. The issue was to be far otherwise. An understanding with France had been arrived at April 27, 1662, and an offensive and defensive alliance concluded, a pledge for the maintenance of which seemed to be assured by the sending of Count de Stratus, already well known in the Netherlands, as ambassador to The Hague. Between him and John de Witt, the closest ties of friendship and confidence were soon established. With England, however, the relations of the United Provinces were strained from the outset of Charles II's reign, and there was a constantly growing irritation between the 2 countries, in spite of the efforts made by de Witt to remain on friendly terms. The part, indeed, which the Grand Pensionary took in the delivering up of 3 regicides, Berkstead, Corbett, and Oakey, led to a charge being made against him of cowardice and subserviency. It was all, however, of no avail. Downing, a very master of intrigue, was secretly hostile to the Republic and used his diplomatic opportunities to aggravate the differences arising from the maritime and commercial rivalry of the 2 nations. The English government refused to modify in any way the Act of Navigation or its claims to the sovereignty of the seas. A prolonged dispute arose as to the indemnity to be paid for the seizure of 2 English trading vessels in the East Indies. There was a controversy of long standing about the rights of the English and Dutch East India companies to the possession of the island of Polaroon in the Moluccas. A more serious grievance arose from the seizure in February 1664 of some of the Dutch possessions on the west coast of Africa by an English expedition commanded by Robert Holmes on behalf of the Royal African Company, of which the Duke of York was patron. Such a flagrant violation of the law of nations in time of peace could not be passed by. As the complaints of the States General to the English government were met by evasions, it was resolved in all secrecy to order De Ruyter, who was cruising in the Mediterranean with a squadron of 12 ships, to proceed to the coast of Guinea and reconquer the lost possessions. In October came a still worse piece of news from the West Indies, to the effect that another English expedition, sent out under the auspices of the Duke of York, had taken possession of the Dutch colony of New Netherland on the river Hudson, and had changed the name of the capital from New Amsterdam to New York. The States General again protested in the strongest terms, but nothing was done rashly to provoke hostilities. De Witt was earnestly desirous of maintaining the peace, but the war party in England was all-powerful, and already in December it was clear that nothing but the declaration of war was wanting to make the rupture complete. This followed in March 1665, and the 2 nations once more found themselves engaged in a fierce struggle for the mastery of the seas. The Dutch were far better prepared than in 1653, and the admiralties vied with each other in building ships and providing equipment. The want of an admiral-general was supplied by the immense diligence and zeal of De Witt, who had taken pains to make himself thoroughly acquainted with all the details of naval administration, and who personally, with the commissioners appointed by the States General, visited all the ports and superintended the preparations. Inferior in some respects to the splendidly equipped and disciplined fleet of England, the Dutch Navy could at least boast that in Michael Andreasson, De Ruyter, it possessed a leader second to none in the whole history of sea warfare. An account of the naval campaigns of 1665, 1666, 1667 is given in another chapter. It is sufficient here to say that, while the heroic courage, the determination exhibited on both sides have never been surpassed, victory on the whole inclined to the side of the English, though the final dazzling exploit of De Ruyter is sailing up the Medway and burning the English ships at their anchorage before Chatham, has perhaps impressed the popular imagination more than any of the great battles in which so much skill and endurance were called forth. The conduct and calmness of the Grand Pensionary throughout the vicissitudes of the struggle all authorities, enemies as well as friends, agree in praising. With imperturbable serenity, he faced all the difficulties and changes of fortune, and inspired others with the patriotic faith and courage which animated himself. Not content with the enormous labors involved in the direction and control of the diplomatic, financial, and domestic affairs of the Republic, he on more than one occasion himself accompanied the fleets to sea and exposed his person freely to all the dangers of the campaign, instilling into officers and men the strength of will and unremitting energy which were apparent in all his actions. At no time in his splendid career did John de Witt more conclusively show his possession of rare qualities as a leader of men. But though the Navy had been raised to a high state of efficiency and was able to hold its own against the superior maritime strength of England, it was far otherwise with the Army, whose numbers and training had been allowed to fall far below the requirements of safety. Charles II had concluded a secret alliance with the Bishop of Münster, who had grievances against the states for their refusal to admit his pretensions to the lordship of Borculo. Force had even been employed to prevent him from asserting his claims. The bishop now, September 19, 1665, declared war and crossed the frontier at the head of an army of 18,000 men. There was no organized force to oppose him, and no commander-in-chief. William Frederick of Friesland had died October 31, 1664, from the results of an accident and had been succeeded in his stadtholdership by his young son, Henry Casimir II, under the guardianship of his mother. In this emergency, the states offered the command to Joan Maurice of Nassau-Siegen, distinguished as governor of Dutch Brazil, who had latterly been governor of Cleves for the Elector of Brandenburg. A considerable part of Druitt and Oversel was overrun by the Munster troops before effectual means of resistance could be prepared. De Witt, however, secured the assistance of a body of French troops and another force of subsidized troops raised in the Brunswick-Lunenburg dominions under the command of Count George Frederick of Waldeck. By these measures, the danger was averted and the bishop compelled, April 18, 1666, to conclude a peace by which he relinquished all his claims on Borculo. Already in the beginning of 1666, De Witt had begun to feel his way to opening negotiations with England for peace, while neglecting nothing to draw closer the bonds of alliance with France, who had declared war against England, January 1666, and to secure the friendly cooperation of Denmark and Brandenburg against possible danger from Sweden or Munster. The Grand Pensionary was sincerely anxious to relieve the Netherlands from the tremendous burden which the cost of the war and the cessation of commerce imposed on the provinces, especially upon Holland. He knew that England was likewise suffering heavily from the same causes, and he was resolved to spare no effort to promote a good understanding between the two nations. With this object in view, he proposed, after consultation with the Princess Dowager of Orange, to the States of Holland that they should take charge of the education of William III as child of state, and the proposal was carried into effect April 9, 1666. A commission was now appointed with the Grand Pensionary himself at its head, whose duty it was to see that the young prince was thoroughly instructed in the principles of the Reformed religion and in the good and wholesome rights, privileges, and maxims of the state. A similar proposal, it may be remembered, had been made in 1660, but the sudden death of the Princess Royal a few months later and the unfriendly attitude of the English king had caused it to remain a dead letter. Exactly a year after the passing of this resolution, the plenipotentiaries of the powers were slowly gathering at Breda for the peace negotiations. The result of the meeting was not encouraging. There was endless haggling over all the old grievances and causes of quarrel, and in the middle of June no sort of progress had been made. The delay led to De Ruyter's humiliating expedition to Chatham, when the sound of the Dutch guns was heard in London, June 22nd. This surprising success led to the speedy conclusion of peace, July 31st, 1667, on terms which, though showing moderation on the part of De Witt, were far more favorable to the Dutch than could at an early period have been thought possible. The Navigation Act remained in force, but was qualified so far as to admit goods from Germany and the southern Netherlands carried in Dutch vessels, while the question as to the saluting of the English flag was left untouched. As regards the East and West Indies, the principle of uti possidetis was adopted, the date fixed being May 10, 1667. This gave New Netherland to England and Poleroon to the States, who also acquired the colony of Suriname and the island of Tobago, which had been conquered by a squadron under the command of the Zealander Abraham Chrysson, February 1667. The signing of the treaty was followed by measures being taken on the part of the province of Holland to maintain its supremacy in the Union. Serious and widespread movements had for some time been on foot for the overthrow of the States Party and the conferring of the posts of Stadtholder and Captain General on the Prince of Orange. To prevent such a consummation, the States of Holland passed, August 5th, unanimously what was known as the Eternal Edict. It decreed that no captain or admiral general of the Union could be at the same time stadtholder of a province. In Holland itself, the office of stadtholder was forever abolished. This strong step was followed by the trial of the Sieur de Brot, a French officer in the service of the States, before the Supreme Court of Holland, for treasonable correspondence as an Orange agent with the enemy. Brot was condemned to death and executed October 11th. No sooner was peace concluded with England than the Republic found itself confronted by a new danger from the ambition of its former ally, the King of France. The causes which led to the War of Devolution need not be again recounted here. On May 21, 1667, Louis XIV crossed the Belgian frontier with an army of 50,000 men. It was not an invasion, but a state entry of the new ruler of the Spanish Netherlands. But Queen Maria Theresa accompanied the expedition into her inherited dominions. The Spanish governor, Castel Rodrigo, was in no position to oppose such a force, and in the course of 3 months the long line of frontier fortresses fell, almost without resistance, into the hands of the French. The conquest of the whole of the southern Netherlands appeared imminent. Great was the alarm of the Dutch at such a prospect. It had long been a fixed principle of their statesmen: greet France as a friend, not as a neighbor. And de Witt, whose policy had always been to cultivate the goodwill of France, was fully alive to the vital importance of having a barrier state between the United Provinces and the powerful military monarchy ruled by Louis XIV. He was in a most difficult position. The Dutch Republic, which had just emerged exhausted from one great war, could not venture to oppose by force, with only Spain as an ally, the ambitious schemes of the French monarch. To do so would be to court disaster. With D'Estrades at The Hague and through Van Bennigsen at Paris, he entered into negotiations with the aim, if possible, of discovering some compromise which would satisfy the king, and at the same time avert in some measure the danger which threatened the states. All his efforts were in vain. His only hope lay in forming a coalition against France, and he turned to England and Sweden. In September, John Meerman was sent on a special embassy to England, and negotiations were opened with the Swedish envoy Dohna. At The Hague, the fall of Clarendon and the rise to power of Arlington brought about a complete change of English policy. Sir William Temple, the English resident at Brussels, was sent to The Hague to learn in person the views and aims of de Witt, and afterwards to repair to London to confer with the home government. Temple was heart and soul in the accomplishment of his mission, and he returned to The Hague, January 17, 1668, commissioned to express on the part of the English ministry their willingness to cooperate with the United Provinces in common action against French pretensions. It was only natural for the States General and for de Witt himself to regard somewhat distrustfully this offer of alliance on the part of their recent enemy. But Temple's persuasiveness prevailed, and largely by his personal exertions, the matter was driven through at express speed. Thus, on January 23rd, the treaty which bound England and the United Provinces to a defensive alliance and joint resistance to French aggression was signed by the English ambassador and the commissioners of the States General. 3 days later, Dohna was able to inform Temple and de Witt of the adhesion of Sweden to what was now the Triple Alliance. There was great rejoicing among all parties in the Netherlands, which was marked by the presence of both the Prince of Orange and Prince Joan Maurice of Nassau, at a ball given by the Grand Pensionary in honor of the occasion. There were still, however, many difficulties to overcome. The French king was indisposed to draw back in the full tide of success. Spain was unwilling to surrender territory. Swedish support was to a large extent mercenary and depended upon subsidies. The firmness of de Witt and the tact of Temple, however, overcame all obstacles. To prove that they were in earnest, a strong military force was gathered on the Scheldt and the Yssel, and a fleet equipped. The Spanish governor, Castle Rodrigo, was informed that unless he consented to accept the mediation of the Allies, the States Army would cross the frontier and occupy Flanders. Louis XIV, now master of Franche-Comté, felt himself in a strong position to negotiate and was ready to make concessions rather than enter upon a war in which Spain would have the armed support of the Triple Alliance. The preliminary conditions of peace were settled at Saint-Germain-en-Laye between the French Foreign Minister Lyon and the Dutch and English ambassadors Van Beuningen and Trevor, April 15th, and confirmed by a conference of the powers at Aachen, May 2nd. The treaty was very advantageous to the French king, who restored Franche-Comté, but retained in Flanders and Brabant most of the towns he had occupied. A guarantee was given to Spain by the three powers of the remainder of her Belgian possessions, but the ephemeral character of the Triple Alliance rendered such a guarantee of little real value. It was felt, nevertheless, by all that the result achieved was a great personal triumph for the Grand Pensionary's statesmanship. He had succeeded in checking the ambitious projects of Louis XIV at a moment when the French military power seemed to be irresistible, and in forcing him to conclude peace. At the Congress of Aachen, the Dutch Republic was able to take its place among the great powers of Europe and to pose as the arbiter of peace and war. Never before or since did the United Provinces occupy so high a position of influence and authority. The Peace of Aachen, followed closely upon that of Breda, set the seal of the greatness of the administration of John de Witt. The inscription upon a medal struck for the occasion gives expression to the proud self-satisfaction felt throughout the states. After having made the laws secure, reformed religion, reconciled kings, maintained the freedom of the seas, established peace in Europe, the Council of the United Netherlands has caused this medal to be struck in 1668. It reads like an epitaph. The sequel will show that as such it might well be regarded. The Peace of Aachen rankled in the mind of Louis XIV, and from this time he vowed the destruction of the Dutch Republic and of the Grand Pensionary. His first efforts were directed to the detachment of Charles II from the Triple Bond. It was not a difficult task. Charles's object in entering it had been not to maintain Spain in possession of the southern Netherlands, but to detach the Dutch Republic from France. Every possible ground of dispute with the Netherlanders, arising out of the Treaty of Breda, was now raked up and treated as a diplomatic grievance. In vain was Van Beuningen, sent on a special mission to London in June 1670, to settle complaints about comparatively trifling matters in the East Indies and in Suriname. There was a strong war party in England who wished to wipe out the memory of Chatham, and Charles only too readily fell in with their wishes. On December 31st, 1671, he concluded at Dover a secret treaty with Louis XIV, which bound him, in consideration of a yearly subsidy of 3 million francs and the acquisition of Walcheren and the Mauls of the Scheldt, to abandon the Triple Alliance and, at the bidding of Louis, declare war upon the Dutch. At the same time, steps were being successfully taken to undermine the, at all times, rather wavering attachment of Sweden to the alliance. At home in the United Provinces, the position of de Witt had during the English War become decidedly weaker. The bitterest attacks were made upon him, and nothing but want of leaders prevented the Orange Party from the overthrow of the stadtholderless government. Even among his old friends there was dissatisfaction at the ascendancy of what may be called the de Witt family connection. Van Beuningen resigned the post of Treasurer General. Van Beuningen who had great influence in Amsterdam, became alienated. Indeed, a strong opposition to de Witt was gradually forming there, of which the leader was Gilles Valkenier. And meanwhile the Prince of Orange was slowly growing to adolescence. Of feeble health and weakened body, William was endowed by nature with extraordinary intelligence and a strength of character quite uncommon. He had passed a somewhat miserable boyhood amidst the jars of family quarrels. His home was a hotbed of intrigue, and he was keenly watched by eager partisans and jealous enemies. But with the self-restraint that was almost unnatural, observing everything, committing no false step, uttering no rash words, William bided his time. Cold, calm, and impenetrable, in proud isolation, forming his plans for the future, confident that his hour would come, with a sagacity and a dissimulation beyond his years, the heir of the Nassaus went quietly on his way. How many an anxious moment must de Witt have passed as he tried to read the thoughts and to forecast the future of the child of state, whose tutelage the province of Holland had placed largely in his hands. The Eternal Edict of August 1667 is a measure of the fear with which the Grand Pensionary and the Holland regents regarded the growing menace to the domination of their party. The erection of this paper barrier gave a sense of security, to the majority at least, if not to all. The story runs that, as the document lay on the table before him, de Witt's cousin, Vivian, the pensionary of Dort, stuck the point of his penknife through it. "What are you doing?" asked the Grand Pensionary. "I am trying to see what steel can do against parchment," was the reply. The earnestness with which de Witt set to work to persuade the other provinces to follow the example of Holland shows that he was haunted by the same suspicion as Vivian. He succeeded quickly in gaining over Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel. But for a long time Zeeland, Friesland, and Groningen absolutely refused their concurrence. In these provinces the Orange partisans had the upper hand, and they remained deaf to all the solicitations addressed to them. Meanwhile, in July 1668, de Witt, whose 5 years' term of office had been renewed in 1658 and 1663, was now for the fourth time reappointed Grand Pensionary, and in recognition of his great services with the doubled salary, besides a large gratuity. Hitherto, his salary had been only 3,000 florins, and since 1660, he had derived another 3,000 florins from the emoluments of 2 other offices. He had, however, never cared for display, but had lived like an ordinary burgher in a modest house, keeping only a single manservant and dressing with great simplicity. His marriage had been very happy, and his only pleasure and relaxation had been found in the quiet joys of family and domestic life. The death of his wife, which took place but a few weeks before his re-election, was a heavy blow to him. De Witt on this occasion, as in 1663, before entering upon this fresh period of office, requested the States of Holland to give him an act of indemnity and a promise of a judicial post on his retirement. 2 months later, September 1668, the Prince of Orange gave the first clear sign of his intention to claim to the full, as opportunity offered, his ancestral rights and dignities. On the pretense of a visit to Breda, he made his way to Middelburg, where the states of Zeeland had just met, to take his seat, now being 18 years of age, as first noble in their assembly. Amidst the jubilation of the populace, he made his state entry into the town, in a coach drawn by 6 horses, attended by a numerous suite. Following the example of his ancestors, he merely came to be installed in person in his post, after which, by the leave of the states, he appointed his cousin, the Lord of Odick, to act as his representative. The installation over, he returned to The Hague, where for another 2 years he was content to remain nominally under the guardianship of the States of Holland. During this interval, the Grand Pensionary had at last succeeded in obtaining the consent of all the provinces to the Eternal Edict, his so-called concept of harmony. Sealand, Freeland, and Groningen, however, made it a condition of their assent that William, now in his 21st year, should be at once made a member of the Council of State. It was still a question whether he should have the right to vote or only to advise. De Witt was in favor of the restricted power, but, finding that he had not the support of Amsterdam, he gave way. The Grand Pensionary had now to reckon with the formation of a powerful middle party, with Orange leanings, of which Gilles Valkenier and Conrad van Beuningen at Amsterdam, and Caspar Fagel, the influential pensionary of Haarlem, were the leaders. Van Beuningen and Valkenier were successively elected burgomasters at Amsterdam in opposition to all the influence of the Bickers and de Graafs and the de Witt connection. The election of Fagel as secretary, Griffer, to the States General, November 1670, by removing him from the States of Holland, however, strengthened de Witt's influence in the latter assembly, as did also the appointment of Peter de Groot, on his return from his embassy in Sweden, to the post of pensionary of Rotterdam. He was a devoted adherent of the Grand Pensionary, whose downfall powerful enemies in his own provincial states were now working to bring about. The steps taken by Louis XIV to break up the Triple Alliance and to isolate the United Provinces have already been noted. The secret Treaty of Dover, December 31st, 1671, had bound Charles II to join with the French king in making war on a people still nominally allied with England. The feelings of enmity to the Dutch on the part of Louis had not been concealed. He had placed heavy duties on all goods from the United Provinces entering French harbors. The States General, in their turn, had laid duties on French goods entering the Netherlands, and a tariff war had ensued. But, despite all these signs of ill will, de Witt appeared to be blind to the design and the preparations of Louis. Perhaps he could not bring himself to believe that the French monarch had conceived so embittered a hatred against himself personally, and had resolved at all costs to compass the destruction of the Republic. De Witt knew that war would mean the transfer of authority from his hands to those of the prince, and he still hoped by conciliation to avert it. His trusted confidant, Peter de Groot, the pensionary of Rotterdam, was sent as ambassador to Paris. He was received with all personal courtesy, but could effect nothing. He soon convinced himself that war was inevitable, and in his dispatches urged the Grand Pensionary to prepare for it. In March 1672, he quitted Paris. On April 6, Louis declared war against the States. Already on March 28th, a similar declaration had been made by England. Munster and Cologne followed. The only allies of the United Provinces were Spain, Brandenburg, and the Emperor. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7, The Administrations of John de Witt and William of Orange, 1658-88, by the Reverend George Edmundson. Part 3. At sea, the Dutch had a fleet strong enough to defend their shores under such a commander as de Ruyter, even against an Anglo-French coalition. But on land, the condition of things was very different. Economy had been the watchword and had led to repeated disbandments. The army was small in numbers and thoroughly disorganized. The town levies, vergelders, were called out, and foreign mercenaries hurriedly recruited, but a trained staff of officers and proper cohesion were wanting. Meanwhile, a splendid French army, 120,000 strong, was advancing against the provinces from the south, under the command of some of the first captains of the age, while the eastern frontier was attacked simultaneously from the side of Munster and Cologne. There was practically no resistance. Within a month, Gelderland, Overijssel, Drent, and Utrecht were overrun. The opening of the dikes alone saved Holland itself from invasion. Black despair brooded over the land. Business ceased. Men knew not what to do. All eyes were turned to the young Prince of Orange. Already at the first approach of war, William, though not yet 22 years of age, had been appointed Captain General of the Union, amidst general rejoicings, February 25th. The office had been granted to him only for one campaign, with restricting conditions as to its exercise, betokening the unwillingness with which at last the burgher regions yielded to the overwhelming force of public opinion. It was but the beginning of a movement that nothing could check. The Eternal Edict was swept on one side. On July 2nd, the States of Zeeland elected William Stadtholder. 2 days later, the States of Holland did the same. On the 8th, he was made Captain and Admiral General of the Union. The call came suddenly, but it did not find the prince unprepared. Though he had had no experience of administration, no schooling in the art of war, he set about his task with calm self-confidence and determination. The mere fact that a Prince of Orange was once more head of the state inspired confidence. That confidence became redoubled when it was seen that this youth was endowed with all the qualities of leadership, which were the heritage of his house. The immediate cause which led to the revolution of July 2nd to 4th was the failure of de Groot's mission to move Louis XIV to terms of peace. Amidst the shipwreck of his life's work, de Witt had through the months of May and June labored with unremitting zeal. Finance, the equipment of the fleet, negotiations, the cutting of the dikes for the defense of Holland, all had occupied his attention. Both he and his brother had stood by the side of de Ruyter at the great sea fight at Southwold Bay, June 6th, which prevented the combined English and French fleets from effecting a landing on the Dutch coast. But this display of patriotic courage availed nothing to lessen the people's growing hatred of the two brothers, who were looked upon as the enemies of the Prince of Orange, and as the primary cause of the misfortunes which had fallen on the state. Attempts were made on the lives of both, on John at The Hague, June 21st, on Cornelis at Dort, June 23rd. In the face of strong opposition, de Witt had just at this time sent Peter de Groot on a special mission to Louis XIV to supplicate for peace. He was to offer the French king the surrender of Maastricht, with the Generality lands, States Brabant and States Flanders, and the payment of all the costs of the war. The offer was scornfully rejected. Impossible and humiliating terms were asked, including a large cession of territory to France and other cessions to England, Cologne, and Munster, and an enormous war indemnity of 16 million florins. Asked for his advice by the States of Holland, William replied, "All that stands in the missive is unacceptable. Rather let us be hacked into pieces than accept such conditions." His advice was accepted by a unanimous vote, but His Highness drew a difference between England and France. The English proposals, he said, come not from the king, but from his ministers. Therefore answer France that the conditions are unacceptable, nothing more. With England, keep the negotiations alive. Already William had firmly grasped what were to be the unchanging principles of his whole life's policy: to seek the friendship of England, and with her help, and if possible with other allies, to beat back the aggression of France and maintain against the ambition of Louis the freedom of nations and the balance of power. These were the objects at which from the first he aimed, and whose realization he pursued with a resolution that nothing could shake. On the present occasion, great concessions were offered to England, but, Although King Charles was well disposed to his nephew personally, his demands were inadmissible and were rejected. But don't you see that the Republic is lost? The English envoy is reported to have said. I know one sure means of not seeing her downfall, was the haughty reply of the prince, to die in the defense of the last ditch. The Orange Restoration had been bloodless, but a catastrophe was to follow. The hatred which had long been felt against de Witt and the oligarchic burgher party by the mass of the people had been intensified by late events and now found vent in popular outbursts and acts of violence against members of the oligarchy, which had so long ruled the land. There was a rain of scandalous pamphlets against the Grand Pensionary, who was charged, among other things, with malappropriation of public funds. Rising from his sickbed, de Witt defended himself in the States, and was by a unanimous vote exonerated July 23rd. His brother Cornelis was equally an object of hatred. At Dort, where once the de Witts had been supreme, his portrait in the town hall was torn in pieces, and the pictured head hung from a gallows. On July 24th, he was suddenly arrested on a charge brought against him by a barber named TedL of being an accomplice in a plot against the prince, and was incarcerated in the Gavanta fort at The Hague. On August 4th, John de Witt asked the States of Holland to accept his resignation of the office of Grand Pensionary, and to give him the judicial post that had been promised to him on his retirement. The resignation was accepted, but in accordance with the wishes of the prince, no vote of thanks was given to him for his services. William, however, agreed that his request for an appointment as judge in the High Court should be granted. 5 days later, Caspar Fagel was chosen Grand Pensionary in his place. Meanwhile, Cornelis de Witt had been lying in the Gavanta port, awaiting his trial. 6 judges were specially commissioned to try him. On August 19th, he was put to the torture, and on the following day sentence was pronounced against him of deprivation of all his offices and banishment from the land. The Ruard, on learning his fate, sent a message to his brother that he wished to see him. John de Witt, though warned of the risk he was running, proceeded forthwith to the prison, where he had a long interview with Cornelis. Meanwhile, a vast crowd collected outside and barred all exit. 3 companies of cavalry under Count Tilly had been posted by the States of Holland near the prison, with orders, if necessary, to disperse any rabble that seemed bent on mischief. Later, the civic guard, Schutterig, were called out. The air was full of rumors, and hearing that a body of peasantry were marching towards the town, the deputed consul sent a message to Tilly, directing him to take 2 of his companies and close all ingress into the gates, leaving the civic guard to keep the crowd in check. Tilly refused to leave his station without a written order, and when he received it exclaimed, "I will obey, but the de Witts are now dead men." He was right. The Schutteridge were citizens with the same prejudices against the de Witts as the mob before them, and instead of keeping order, with a few exceptions, they fraternized with the rabble. Seeing they had now a free hand, the crowd, urged on by their leaders, foremost among them a goldsmith named Verhoff, von Bankum, one of the sheriffs, and the barber Tekler, forced open the door of the prison and rushed in. It was about 4 p.m. The 2 brothers were seized, hurried with violence into the street, and there brutally murdered. They were literally torn to pieces, and finally their blood-stained and hardly recognizable remains were hung up by the feet to a lamp-post. Was William in any way privy to or morally implicated in this horrible deed? The answer must be no. He was absent from The Hague at the time, and most careful research in the records has failed to discover any trace of complicity. The murder was the savage act of a maddened mob. It must, however, be admitted that the prince refused to take any steps to punish the chief instigators of the riot, and that they were in fact protected and rewarded. There is good evidence to show that William was deeply moved when the news of the tragic ending of the DeWitts was brought to him, but his cold temperament led him to regard the matter dispassionately, now that it was an accomplished fact, from the point of view of political gain and loss. The impulse which had moved the crowd had after all been love to himself and his house. The number of the leaders was large. To proceed against them criminally would infallibly stir up party strife at a moment of crisis when the whole strength of the country required to be concentrated on the task of resisting the invader. Such were the arguments which seemed to have weighed with the stadtholder. It is to be regretted that he allowed any considerations to influence him to leave this execrable fate. On the new Grand Pensionary, Fagel termed it unpunished. By acting as he did, William III has made it impossible for posterity to clear his own memory from suspicion and his country from the charge of base ingratitude. That the young stadtholder should have wished to be relieved of any addition to the heavy cares and responsibilities which rested upon his shoulders in the summer of 1672 may well be granted. The very existence of the land depended upon the holding of the water line from Scheldt to Zuiderzee against the advance of Luxembourg and Touraine. Had the French pressed on in June, there's little doubt it might have been carried, but time was lost in petty sieges, and in August the Prince, with the help of the experienced commander Waldeck, now appointed field marshal in the state service, and von Bergerding, deputy of the States General in the field, and other capable advisers, had placed the whole line in a thorough state of defense. Small vessels detached from the fleet cruised up and down all navigable waters, and at the weak points fortifications had been thrown up which were held by strong garrisons. The whole force at William's disposal reached in the autumn 57,000 men, many of them experienced and disciplined soldiers. The successful defense of Groningen against the Cologne-Münster troops, July 21st to August 26th, checked the advance of the enemy on the eastern front. The invasion was brought to a standstill, but the prince was not content with inaction. He made an attack on Verdun, October 10th, which failed. So did a more daring attempt to cut the French lines of communication at Charleroi. But the display of vigor and initiative on the part of the young commander was of good service to his cause. At the close of his first campaign, William III had succeeded in winning the confidence of his own troops and the respect of his foes. The surprise of Coverdin, December 29th, by a small force under the command of Ravenhout, the defender of Groningen, brought the year to an end with a gleam of success. Luxembourg indeed had taken advantage of a hard winter to march over the frozen waters, burning and plundering, to the very walls of The Hague, but the thaw obliged them to retreat. December 1672. In the following year, the tide began to turn in favor of the Netherlanders. Spain and Austria lent active assistance. De Ruyter and Cornelis Tromp fought successfully with inferior forces against the allied English and French fleets at Schoneveld, June 7th and 14th, while at Kuyten, August 21st, the advantage was still more decisive. Maestricht surrendered to the French in June, but William captured Naarden in September, and at the head of an allied force of Imperial, Spanish, and Dutch troops, besieged and took Bonn, November 5th through 12th. The loss of this important Rhine fortress compelled the French to evacuate the United Netherlands. The French king's schemes of conquest had thus completely failed. Once more, Prince of Orange had freed the country from the yoke of a foreign foe. He was rewarded by the grant of almost sovereign power. In the three reconquered provinces of Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel, he became stadtholder with greatly increased prerogatives. Further, all the 5 stadtholderships were declared to be hereditary by the respective provinces, as were also the offices of Captain and Admiral General of the Union by the States General. Over the conduct of foreign affairs he had complete control. So long as he retained this control, he was content. On the wide field of international politics, William III's chief interest and attention were throughout his life centered. In domestic affairs, his assiduous care was so far as possible to avoid complications, which might interfere with the carrying out of his plans for curbing the ambition of Louis XIV by means of the English alliance. The first great step was taken when peace with England was concluded, February 19, 1674. The conditions were practically the same as at Breda. All state ships were to strike the flag even when meeting a single English man of war. The United Provinces were to pay a war indemnity of 2 million florins. Suriname was retained by the Dutch, and New Netherland, which had been reconquered by a squadron under the command of Everstein in 1673, was restored to the English. Treaties of peace were likewise signed with Münster, April 22nd, and Cologne, May 11th. The Republic had succeeded in isolating France, with whom wars still continued, and had secured for herself a group of allies: the Emperor, Spain, the Dukes of Brunswick, Lunenburg, Brandenburg, and Denmark. The Prince of Orange was the soul and guiding spirit of the coalition, at the head of an allied army of some 70,000 men. William met Condé at Senef, August 11, 1674, commanding an almost equal force. It was the first pitched battle in which he had held supreme command. Both armies suffered severe losses, and no decisive advantage was gained. But the prince displayed a coolness, courage, and skill which greatly increased his military renown. The year 1675 was marked by the dispatch of de Ruyter with a weak squadron to the Mediterranean to help the Spaniards to put down an insurrection in Sicily. The great admiral bitterly complained to the States General of the condition of the ships with which he had been sent to contend with the superior French fleet under Duquesne. The battles were fought, the first off Stromboli, April 22nd, with doubtful issue, the second off Messina a week later, in which the Dutch were successful, but de Ruyter was wounded severely. He died shortly afterwards. His was a loss that could not be replaced. In a subsequent battle at Palermo, the Dutch were defeated, and de Ruyter's successor in command, Vice Admiral de Haan, killed. In 1676, the state's navy regained its laurels by a brilliant victory gained by a combined Danish-Dutch fleet under Cornelis Tromp, June 11th, at Åland over superior Swedish force. During the last years of the war, Dutch commerce suffered severely at the hands of the Dunkirk corsairs, amongst whom Jean Bart made himself famous by his boldness and success. On land, the war operations went on without any decisive events. In a battle fought at Montcastle against the Duke of Orleans, April 11, 1677, in an attempt to relieve St. Omer, the Allies were defeated, but they were saved from a rout by the personal efforts of the young commander, who conducted a masterly retreat. The great qualities of William III as a general were always most evident in the hour of danger and defeat. The lack of success attending the efforts of the Allies gave added force to the general desire for peace which was felt in the Netherlands. The country was suffering severely from the heavy war charges and craved relief. Already in the spring of 1676, the French king, fearing lest England should be induced to join the coalition against him, and having troubles at home to occupy his attention, had made serious proposals for peace, and negotiations had been opened at Nijmegen. But it was a long time before the plenipotentiaries met, and still longer before any basis for a settlement could be arrived at. Meanwhile, the war went on. France was anxious to conclude a separate treaty with the States, and to obtain this was willing to make concessions. Public opinion in the Netherlands was quite prepared to treat separately with Louis, but to this the stadtholder was resolutely opposed. He held that it would be a breach of faith on the part of the States General to make peace entirely in their own interests, and to leave the Allies in the lurch to whose help they had owed so much in their hour of jeopardy. He had no faith in the French king's intentions. He had been working steadily since the Peace of Westminster had been concluded to induce England to join the coalition against France, and thus to be able to place an effectual barrier in the path of the ambitions of Louis. To attain this end had been, from the time of his accession to power, the chief aim, the pivot of his policy. William's opponents in the provinces accused him of love of war and of the glory to be achieved on the field of battle. The desire for military fame was, it is not to be denied, a consuming passion with him, but it was not the ruling motive. It is not too much to say that England occupied in the mind and the calculations of William III, a place of vital interest and concern. He had no sooner secured the position in the Netherlands, which he looked upon as his paternal heritage, than his ambition began to busy itself with the possibilities which the future might have in store for him, as the son of the Princess Royal of England. After his uncles, Charles II and James Duke of York, only James's two daughters stood between him and the throne. He was, unless the Duke of York should have a son by his second marriage, actually the next male of the blood royal. The fact that the Duke of York had become a zealous convert to Roman Catholicism had aroused a strong feeling of aversion from his succession on the part of the large majority of the English nation, who naturally turned their eyes to the young Dutch stadtholder, the representative of a race which had done so much in defense of the Protestant cause. But the relations which William established with a number of leading English statesmen, and the part, however, that he took in court intrigues and parliamentary struggles during these years, will be more appropriately treated elsewhere in this volume. He played a difficult and a subtle game, and he succeeded in gaining his end, chiefly because he knew his own mind and was not deterred either by failures or by risks from going forward along the path he had marked out for himself. For his sister's son, King Charles, had perhaps as much affection as was to be expected from a man of his heartless temperament, but William's influence was not sufficient to make Charles give up the French connection, and form, as his nephew urged and as the majority of the English people wished, an alliance with the Dutch Republic against Louis. Thus things remained for some years, but at last in 1676 there came a change. The difficulties with his parliament and his knowledge of the influence his nephew possessed with the opposition led Charles to see the advantage of drawing closer his relations with him. Already in 1674, there had been proposals for a marriage between him and his cousin Mairi, the eldest daughter of the Duke of York. But apart from other reasons, the youth of the princess, born 1662, led to a postponement of the plan. The project, which had never been dropped, once more revived in 1677. His defeat at Montcastle had made the prince feel more strongly than ever the necessity of securing the support of England in the war, and in the summer of this year he sent over his friend and trusted confidant, Bentinck, on a mission to London. The result was an invitation to William to pay a personal visit to the English court, with a view to the conclusion of the marriage with Mary and to the establishment of more friendly political relations. On October 19th, the prince arrived in London, and shortly afterwards the marriage was concluded, which was to have such far-reaching consequences for the history of England and of Europe. But even at such a moment in his life, William's thoughts were dominated by politics, and when in the beginning of December he and Mary took ship for Holland, he had won over King Charles to promise his support to the conditions of peace offered by the Allies to France, and his adhesion to the coalition in case of the rejection. On January 10, 1678, the treaty between England and the United Provinces giving effect to these undertakings was signed and sealed. The results, however, did not fulfill William's expectations. The dynastic connections had been viewed with distrust both by the English Parliament and by the powerful peace party in Holland, headed by Amsterdam. Indeed, in the Netherlands, the stadtholder found himself confronted by an almost general opposition to the further prosecution of the war. Not merely were Valkenier and Hooft, the two most influential leaders in Amsterdam, against him, but in the ranks of the opposition were to be found Fagel, Van Beverningh, and Van Boonigen, and even William's young cousin, Henry Casimir, the stadtholder of Friesland. French diplomacy, meanwhile, was kept well informed of all that was occurring and took full advantage of its knowledge in order to bring about that separate peace which Louis XIV desired. In the meantime, a vigorous campaign was conducted by the French armies in the southern Netherlands. Ghent and Ypres fell, and the war again drew very close to the Dutch frontiers. The dread of another invasion strengthened the efforts of the peace party. Seizing their advantage, the French plenipotentiaries at Nijmegen addressed themselves directly to the States General with the offer of favorable conditions, and on June 1st an armistice of 6 weeks was concluded. The French offered to restore Maastricht and the district known as Overmaas to the States, to conclude an advantageous treaty of commerce, and to leave the Spanish Netherlands covered by a line of fortresses. They claimed, however, as the fruits of the war, the incorporation of Franche-Comté and serenity over Lorraine. These conditions the States General, in spite of the opposition of the stadtholder, agreed to accept, and they persuaded Spain to acquiesce. The Emperor, Brandenburg, and Denmark, however, refused the terms offered them, and were bitterly incensed at being deserted. The French plenipotentiaries now suddenly announced that they would not restore the conquered towns until full restitution for her losses had been made to Sweden by Denmark and Brandenburg. This sudden change of attitude led England to declare that, unless before August 11th the French consented to the immediate restoration of the towns, she would make common cause with the Republic in reopening the war. July 26th. The aim of the French in delaying the conclusion of the treaty had been to gain time for Luxembourg to reduce Mons, which he was blocking by famine, for Spain had not been included in the armistice, and so to obtain by the possession of so important a place a more favorable position for negotiating with that power. The prince, who had advanced to relieve the town, waited anxiously in his camp for the day when the truce should end. The only fear was that Mons might not be able to hold out. But at the very last moment, just before midnight on August 10th, the French plenipotentiaries signified to Van Beverningh their intention to sign the treaty with the states on the conditions previously agreed upon, though difficulties on certain points were raised to delay the signing of the treaty with Spain. On August 13th, news reached William of the signature of the treaty on the 10th by Van Beverningh, but not an official intimation. On the morning of the 14th, official information from D'Estrées was brought to Luxembourg, who was on the point of communicating the fact to William, when the prince's advancing army compelled the marshal to join battle at St. Denis. The issue was undecided, but it achieved its purpose of preventing the surrender of Mons. A month later, September 17th, peace with Spain was concluded at the cost to that power of Franche-Comté and 12 fortresses, and the French armies evacuated the Spanish Netherlands. The Peace of Nijmegen brought a welcome respite to the Netherlands, but though it endured for 10 years, it was felt to be an armed truce rather than a permanent settlement of differences. It left Louis XIV the dictator of Europe. Meanwhile, his sleepless adversary in Holland strove against almost insuperable difficulties to arouse his countrymen to a sense of the dangers which threatened them, and to revive the coalition which the conclusion of a separate peace by the United Provinces at Nijmegen had broken in pieces. But the old anti-Stadtholder party had again lifted up its head and offered strenuous opposition to all schemes and proposals which might lead to a renewal of war with its heavy imposts and interference with commerce. Of this opposition, Amsterdam was the head and center, and it had the support of Henry Casimir, who was jealous of the supremacy of his cousin in the Republic, the two provinces of which he was stadtholder, Friesland and Groningen, following his lead, the death in 1680 of Gilles Valkenier, who had for a decade been the most influential man in Amsterdam, and had induced his fellow citizens to offer a bitter and stubborn resistance to William's policy, somewhat relieved the strained situation. The Amsterdammers, however, continued to be an obstacle in the prince's path, though their leaders, Nicholas Whitson and Johann Hude, were not men of the same caliber as Valkenier. William had also to contend with the secret intrigues of the experienced French ambassador, Count de Vaux, who did his utmost by threats, promises, and bribery to undermine the influence of the stadtholder, and by fomenting the divisions and party spirit in the United Provinces to render them powerless in the councils of Europe. In the southern Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Alsace, Louis was able to pursue his policy of plunder and aggression unchecked. William's repeated efforts to form an armed alliance which should compel the French king to adhere to the terms of the Peace of Nijmegen were fruitless. His countrymen were determined to hold aloof from foreign entanglements, so long as no one interfered with their thriving trade and rapidly reviving prosperity. The events of 1685 were to give a shock to their self-complacency and be a lever in the hands of William of which he was not slow to avail himself. These were the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the accession to the English throne of James II. Already from 1681 onwards, the persecutions of the Protestants in France had led a constant stream of refugees to seek shelter in the free Netherlands. But with the revocation of the edict, their number was swelled by tens of thousands, and among the refugees were many of the most industrious and skilled workmen of France, who were received with open arms by their fellow Protestants in Holland, the towns vying with one another in offering them freedom of settlement and municipal privileges. Great was the impression produced by the tales that were brought by these unhappy Huguenots of the character of the French king and of his government, and even in Amsterdam a strong feeling of enmity to Louis and abhorrence of his methods of rule gained possession of the people. De Vaux had to confess that his influence grew less and less, while that of the stadtholder increased. In August 1686, William's skillful and patient diplomacy was able to bring about an alliance between the Republic, the Emperor, Brandenburg, Spain, and Sweden, for the maintenance of the treaties of Münster and Nijmegen, and for the common defense. The coalition was, however, incomplete, for it did not include England. In that country, the accession of James had been followed by a deliberate attempt on the part of the new king to set up absolute rule and to establish Roman Catholicism as the religion of the state. This necessitated the severance of all connection with the Protestant powers, and a return once more to the policy by which the King of England depended for support upon the subsidies of a foreign power in order to dispense with the necessity of applying to his own parliament for money grants. As the feelings of the nation became more and more outraged by the arbitrary acts of James, those who were deeply attached to the cause of civil and religious liberty turned their eyes to the Prince of Orange, who had never ceased to keep himself in close touch with a number of leading English statesmen. At the same time, public opinion in the States, with its growing enmity to France, could not remain unmoved by the spectacle of a Romish king in England, in league with Louis for the oppression of his Protestant subjects. The spectre of 1672 began to loom large in the imagination of the Netherlanders. The uneasy feeling that the Republic might find itself at any moment face to face with a combined attack from France and England. William took full advantage of the change of sentiment to press forward by negotiations, public and private, to the realization of his unalterable and dominating life purpose, the welding together of a coalition against French overlordship in Europe. A man of inflexible temper and one overmastering idea does not, as a rule, ingratiate himself with others. This was eminently the case with William III. Haughty, cold, domineering, somewhat harsh in his manner, he was not a man to win popular applause or an attractive personality. Except to Waldeck and Bentinck and a few confidants, he never unbosomed himself. He was to the outside world a riddle, misunderstood and misjudged, as can be seen by the portrait drawn of him in the memoirs of Constantine Huygens, who was for many years his secretary. No one suffered more from the unamiable qualities of William than his wife. Gentle, unassuming, sympathetic, deeply and sincerely religious, and filled with a profound sense of duty, she was rightly regarded by the people amongst whom, by a marriage of state, her lot had been cast, as a model of what a woman, a wife, and a princess should be. No princess of Orange ever succeeded in winning her way so completely to the hearts and affections of the Dutch of all classes, and yet for years her husband treated her with a frigid indifference and neglect, which it is impossible to excuse. The estrangement between them did not tend to increase William's popularity, and it caused pain and wonder to many. Among these, to Bishop Burnet on his visit to The Hague in 1686. He spoke to the prince on the matter, and learned to his astonishment that the aversion, for it amounted to this, arose chiefly from the fact that the proud, masterful nature of the man could not endure the thought that one day his wife would be a queen in her own right, and that he would be her subject. No sooner was Mairi informed by the bishop of the prince's grievance than she at once sought an interview with her husband, and told him that she would never consent to accept the crown unless Parliament would grant to William the right not merely to regal title, but to the administration of the government. In return, she said, I only ask this, that, as I shall observe the precept which enjoins wives to obey their husbands, you will observe that which enjoins husbands to love their wives. William was deeply touched, and from that time there was reconciliation between them. Neither of them can have suspected that within 2 years Mairi would be called upon to choose between the cause of her husband and her religion, and the ties of filial love. She did not hesitate to follow what she conceived to be the path of duty. Side by side in Westminster Abbey, on February 21, 1689, William III and Mary II were crowned King and Queen of England. But it was William who sat upon St. Edward's chair. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Chapter 8, The Anglo-Dutch Wars, by J.R. Tanner. Part 1. Naval Administration under Charles II and James II. The history of naval administration between 1660 and 1688 falls naturally into 4 periods. 1. 1660 to 73, from the appointment of the Duke of York to the office of Lord High Admiral, to his retirement after the passing of the Test Act. 2. 1673 to 9, the first secretaryship of Samuel Pepys. 3. The interval of administrative disorder which followed Pepys's resignation. 4. 1684 to 8, from the return of the Duke of York until the Revolution, this period being also that of Pepys's second secretaryship. In the Navy, as in other departments, the Restoration involved a reversion to the old order. At the date of the King's return, its administrative direction was in the hands of an Admiralty Commission of 28, appointed by the Rump Parliament in 1659, with a Navy Board of 7 experts under it. But so early as May 16th, before his landing at Dover, the King had appointed his brother, James, Lord High Admiral of England, and on July 2nd the existing commissions were dissolved, and the ancient form of government by 4 principal officers was restored. With them were associated 3 commissioners, and the principal officers and commissioners of the Navy were usually known as the Navy Board. In determining their remuneration, however, the restored monarchy followed the precedents of the Commonwealth, and offered an increased stipend in the place of the traditional fee with allowances. Upon the Navy Board of the Restoration, experience was largely represented. Of the 7 officials who composed it, 4 had been used to the sea, 1 had an extensive military experience, 1 came from a family of shipbuilders, and but 1 was altogether without knowledge of naval affairs. This exception, curiously enough, was Samuel Pepys, the Clerk of the Acts, for his brief tenure of office in 1660 as Secretary to the Generals of the Fleet could scarcely have equipped him for any special knowledge of the sea. The older system of naval administration was thus restored, but changes of considerable importance were effected in it, both before and after the Second Dutch War. In 1662, an attempt was made to deal with a serious abuse by prohibiting officials from trading in commodities sold to the Navy. In 1667, the increase of business caused by the war, and the administrative confusion which it created, led to a reorganisation of the Comptroller's Office, and the appointment of 2 assistant comptrollers, one for the accounts of the Treasurer, and the other for the victuallers' and pursers' accounts. Last of all, in 1671, a separate comptroller was appointed for the stores, and the Treasurer of the Navy was brought much more completely under the control of the Navy Board. Nor did the government of the Restoration disdain to learn from its predecessors. In 1662, the practice was taken over from the Commonwealth of requiring security from pursers, and in 1664, resident commissioners were appointed, as during the First Dutch War, for the dockyards at Portsmouth and Harwich, in addition to the commission assigned at the Restoration to Chatham, the master yard of all the rest. In fact, naval administration during the period of the Second Dutch War does not entirely deserve the indiscriminate condemnation which has been poured upon it. The men were, at any rate, experienced in naval affairs, and some of them were men of ability. They effected material improvements in the system under which they worked, and the system thus improved was sufficiently good to survive without any fundamental changes until the beginning of the 19th century. Its disastrous failure during the period under review is to be accounted for by moral and financial causes, rather than by structural defects. The higher naval administration, itself not free from corruption, had to contend with idleness and dishonesty in the lower ranks of the service, due to a relaxation of the standards of public and private duty, and the combination of this with financial disorder ruined the Navy Office under Charles II, as it would have ruined any other public department, in any country, and at any time. When the management of the Navy came to be inquired into in 1668, after the close of the war, it was found that the principal officers had been neglecting to carry out the instructions of 1662, under which they were supposed to work. The Treasurer had been remiss in attendance, and his accounts were 2 years in arrears. The Comptroller had neglected a large part of the details of his office, and the Surveyor had omitted to report to the Navy Board on the state of the dockyards, ships, and stores. Their defence was that the business of the war had absorbed their attention, but we find Pepys writing, "The pest of this office has all along been an indifference in some of the principal members of it in seeing their work done, provided they found themselves furnished with any tolerable pretence for their personal failures in doing it." Still more important as a cause of disaster was the want of money, the root of all evil in the navy of Charles II. For this the restored monarchy was not entirely responsible, as it had inherited from the interregnum navy debts of more than $1.25 million. Associated with this was a want of ready money, and the result was that when the war with the Dutch broke out in the spring of 1665, the credit of the government had sunk to the lowest ebb. This involved an enormous waste, for the merchant resolved to save himself in the uncertainty of his payment by the greatness of his price. while the hardships to private persons occasioned by delays in payment were almost intolerable. At the end of the war, the accumulated debt of the Navy was estimated at over $1 million, at a time when its ordinary change in time of peace was reduced to £200,000 a year. Measures of retrenchment were adopted in 1669, but such a difficult situation could not be at once remedied, and it was not until the later years of the Restoration period that the burden was lightened. In 1686, the arrears had declined to about £172,000. When the Test Act in 1673 expelled James, Duke of York, from the office, the King delegated part of the functions of the Lord High Admiral to a commission, but he reserved the Admiralty dues and the patronage of the office to himself. This retention of powers in the King's hands was probably intended to give an opportunity to the Duke, who, in spite of the Test Act, retained until 1679 an important influence in naval affairs. The secretary to the new commission was Samuel Pepys, now promoted from the office of Clerk of the Acts. But the changes of 1673 did not interfere with the character of the Navy Board as a body of experts. Although they now took their orders from the Admiralty Commission instead of from the Duke of York, the main features of Admiralty policy were unchanged. It was the work of the new administration to bring the Third Dutch War to a close, and then to repair, by an energetic building programme, the depreciation of the Navy which was one of the results of the war. The Admiralty Commissioners were sensible and vigilant, and they were remarkably well served by their secretary, while the Navy Board was strong on the technical side of its work, and was fortunate in numbering among its members an official so thoroughly capable in his own department as was the great shipbuilder Anthony Deane. Moreover, although the financial difficulty was not removed, and still continued to hamper and cripple the Navy in every possible way, a vigorous building policy was made possible by the better support which Parliament now gave to naval expansion. The political classes were beginning to understand and appreciate the importance of sea power to England. The Act of 1677 for the construction of 30 new ships was a striking expression of the new parliamentary interest in naval problems. In 1679, the Popish plot compelled the withdrawal of the Duke of York and the resignation of Pepys, and the higher administration of the Navy passed to a new Admiralty Commission, which was almost entirely without naval experience. They induced the King to surrender into their hands that part of the functions of the Lord High Admiral's office which he had hitherto reserved to himself, and then proceeded, unchecked in their zeal for retrenchment, to destroy the fighting efficiency of the fleet. "No king," wrote Pepys, "ever did so unaccountable a thing to oblige his people by, as to dissolve a commission of the Admiralty, then in his own hand, who best understands the business of the sea of any prince the world ever had, and things never done better, and put it into hands which he knew were wholly ignorant thereof, sporting himself with their ignorance." The result which followed was inevitable. The effective force at sea was reduced, the ships in harbour were allowed to fall out of repair, the yards were hopelessly disorganised, and waste and neglect appeared in every department of the administration. In particular, the 30 new ships built under the Act of 1677 were allowed to fall into a deplorable state through the plain omission of the necessary and ordinary cautions used for the preserving of new-built ships. In 1684, the King found himself once more in a position to recall his brother and to restore the old order in the Navy. The Test Act still prevented the Duke from actually holding office, so the King resumed for himself the whole office of Lord High Admiral, executing it with the advice and assistance of his brother, and the Duke's recovery of his place of influence in the Navy carried with it the reappointment of Samuel Pepys to the office of Secretary for the Affairs of the Admiralty of England, now formally constituted for the first time by letters patent under the Great Seal. The important episode of the period 1684 to 8 is the establishment of the Special Commission of 1686, an experiment in organisation for which Pepys himself was largely responsible. This commission, which superseded for the period of its existence the old Navy Board, consisted entirely of experts, and included the notable names of Sir John Narborough and Sir Anthony Deane, with Sir Phineas Pett as Resident Commissioner for Chatham and Sheerness. They acted under special instructions, and were charged with the duty of putting the Navy into a state of thorough repair, an annual sum of £400,000 being assigned for 3 years with that object. The work was finished earlier than was expected, and in 1688, after 2.5 years' tenure of office, the Special Commission was dissolved, and the system of government by principal officers was restored. Their work was subsequently investigated by a parliamentary commission which reported in 1692 that the ships built, rebuilt and repaired by these commissioners were fully and well performed, and the buildings and other works by them erected and made during the continuation of the said commission were done with great exactness, sufficiency, and frugality of expense in the managery and conduct thereof. During the period of naval history, which extended from the Restoration to the Revolution, successive administrations, whether incompetent or relatively efficient, were alike grievously hampered by the deficiency of men both in the dockyards and at sea. This is only another aspect of the redoubtable financial problem, for, except during the years affected by the plague, the deficiency was largely due to the failures of the government in the matter of pay. The state of things during the Second Dutch War was appalling. We hear of wages 52 months in arrear, and Pepys, by this time a hardened official, writes in his diary pitiable stories of poor seamen starving in the streets because there is no money to pay them. This reacted upon discipline, and both seamen and workmen in the yards gave a great deal of trouble by their disorderly demeanour. At the close of the war, the scarcity of money was such that the dockyard authorities were sometimes compelled to allow their men to go for a time into the employment of private merchants, so that they might earn money to enable them to buy bread. The delays in the payment of wages also involved the government in much needless expense, for in order to avoid the necessity of paying off surplus men, ships were kept in commission longer than was really required. In spite of the revival in 1664 of the Commonwealth scheme for the distribution of prize money, it was difficult to obtain a sufficient number of men, and the deficiency could only be supplied by a somewhat indiscriminate use of the press. One result of this was that the material supplied was often of the poorest kind. Poor patient labouring men and housekeepers, men lame and palsied, and afterwards little children, and never at sea before, who could not be suffered to pester the ship. So uncertain was the prospect of pay that English prisoners took service with the Dutch, and Pepys records that when they came up the Medway, the English tongue could be heard on board their ships. On the outbreak of the Third Dutch War in 1672, the same difficulties recurred, although in less aggravated form. And so, as late as 1692, in the maturer reflections of his retirement, Pepys still places the length and badness of the payment of seamen's wages first among his discouragements. In providing for sick and wounded seamen, the government of the Restoration imitated that of the Commonwealth. The Commission of 1664 was framed on the model of the Commission of 1653, and that of 1672 considerably improved upon it. All the arrangements were admirable upon paper, but in this department, as in others, the want of money prevented their being effectively carried out. It stands, however, to the credit of the higher naval administration that, when at the close of the Third Dutch War, the temporary commission of 1672 was dissolved, its duties were assigned by an Admiralty warrant of 1674 to the Chirurgeon-General of His Majesty's Navy, so that a permanent provision was now made for sick and wounded seamen in time of peace. Mariners and soldiers maimed in His Majesty's service at sea were also entitled to relief out of the chest at Chatham, according to a regular scale of compensation for the loss of a limb, or, for other hurts, according to the chirurgeon's discretion. During the period 1660 to 88, a good deal was done to place the rates of pay, and especially of officers' pay, upon a more satisfactory footing. In 1666, a revised scale of pay was established for flag officers, and in 1668, flag officers who had served in the Second Dutch War received pensions in proportion to the scale of pay on active service. This is an important landmark in the history of naval organisation. Hitherto, it had been usual to regard officers as appointed for particular services only, and as possessing no claim upon the government when these services had been discharged. The result of this was that, except in time of war, the field of employment was far too small, and a number of good officers were thrown upon their own resources. The change now actually effected was a small one, but, when the government thus formally recognised the claim of a particular group of flag officers to pay in time of peace, a principle was established which was destined to lead in the long run to the modern system of continuous employment. In 1674, the same scale was established for flag officers who had served in the Third Dutch War, and the benefits of half-pay were extended to captains of first and second rates, and to the second captains of flagships, and, a 12-month later, to commanders of squadrons. In 1672, another important change was made with regard to pay by the adoption of the principle of pensions on superannuation by age, and in 1673 this was extended to officers wounded in service at sea. In the same year the principle was further extended so as to include volunteers born by a particular order of the Lord High Admiral, and to the officers of the land soldiers serving on board any of His Majesty's ships, both as to their own relief in case of wounds, and their widows and orphans in case of death. Thus the advantages which seamen and soldiers already enjoyed from the chest at Chatham were now extended to officers at the expense of the central government. In the wages of seamen, the considerable increase which had taken place under the Commonwealth was maintained. The misfortune of poor seaman under the later Stutts was not that his rate of pay was insufficient, but that he could not get his money, or, if he got it at all, it was in the depreciated paper currency known as the ticket. A ticket was a certificate from the officers of his ship, issued to each seaman, specifying the quality and term of his service, and this, when countersigned by the Navy Board, was the seaman's warrant for demanding his wages from the treasure of the Navy on shore. The original purpose of these tickets was to save the necessity of transporting large sums of money on board ship, but the want of funds soon made it a regular practice to discharge all seamen with tickets instead of money, or with money for part of their time, and a ticket for the rest. Theoretically, the ticket should have supplied the seaman with credit, almost up to the full amount of his wages, but in practice, the long waiting and uncertainty of payment caused a great depreciation of tickets, and this gave rise to discontent among the seamen. In 1667, their grievance attracted attention, and the House of Commons inquired into the buying and selling of tickets. The infinite great disorder of the ticket office also attracted the notice of the Commissioners of Public Accounts, but it was impossible to go behind the reply of the Navy Board when asked to justify the practice. We conceive the use of tickets to be by no other means removable than by a supply of money in every place at all times in readiness where and when any occasions of discharging seamen shall arise. The arrangements for victualling had always had an important bearing upon the contentment and efficiency of seamen. Englishmen, wrote Pepys, and more especially seamen, love their bellies above anything else, and therefore it must always be remembered in the management of the victualling of the Navy, that to make any abatement from them in the quantity or agreeableness of the victuals is to discourage and provoke them in the tenderest point, and will sooner render them disgusted with the King's service than any one other hardship that can be put upon them. But in this department also the want of money had fatal effects, and contributed more than any other single cause to the comparative failure to provide victuals of good quality and sufficient quantity promptly delivered where they were required. Before the Restoration, the victualling had been managed by victualling commissioners upon account, the state keeping the business in its own hands. But the system had little chance of a fair trial, owing to financial embarrassments, and just before the King's return, matters were as bad as they could well be. The restored government reverted to the older system of contract, but the contractor proved unable to meet the large demands of the Second Dutch War. Still, no change could well be made in the system until the government was in a position to settle accounts with him. Thus the victuals, though on the whole good in quality, were deficient in quantity, while the contractor had an excellent defence in the failure of the state to make payments on account at the stipulated times. Probably now, as undoubtedly later, the backwardness of the victualling in turn affected the scarcity of men, for sailors deserted from ships where they could get no food. The practical breakdown of the victualling system during the spring and summer of 1665 led to a change in method, and in October of that year Pepys was appointed Surveyor General of the victualling, with a subordinate surveyor in each port to keep the contractor's agents up to the mark. The result was a slight improvement, but the new arrangement was only intended to be temporary, and it was abolished at the conclusion of peace. The victualling during the Third Dutch War was managed by 5 victuallers in partnership, and these did better on the whole than a single contractor had done during the earlier war, because they commanded a larger capital, although the greatness of the demand and the scarcity of the payment still caused frequent complaints of their dilatoriness. The Admiralty Commission of 1679, supine in other departments, decided to revolutionise the whole system of the victualling and abandon contract in favour of a state victualling department. This reversion to the method of the interregnum appears to have resulted in an improvement in the victualling of the navy. The period between the Restoration and the Revolution witnessed various attempts to improve discipline, both in the dockyards and at sea. The first articles of war to which the service had been subjected were issued by the Commonwealth in 1652, and upon these the government of the Restoration founded a disciplinary statute, passed in 1661. An Act of 1664 gave the Navy Board authority to punish disturbances or riots in the yards, and the embezzlement of stores and ammunition. And their powers against embezzlement were further extended when the expired Act of 1664 was revived in 1671. An abuse of long standing had been the taking of merchants' goods into the king's ships, which made it easy for the officers to sell the king's stores under the pretence that they were merchandise. To waste time in the ports, which ought to be spent at sea, so to fill the ship's hold, that they have no room to throw by their chests, and other cumbersome things upon occasion of fight, whereby the gun decks are so encumbered that they cannot possibly make so good an opposition to an enemy as otherwise they might. And lastly, to defraud the custom house. The abuse was particularly difficult to deal with, as the merchants themselves tempted the captains to violate their instructions, and made it profitable for them to do so. And although exemplary punishments were inflicted, the practice was not so easily eradicated. Similar efforts were made, especially during the period 1673-9, to prevent captains from being absent from their ships without leave. But the attractions of London were often too much for them, and although the king took more than ordinary notice of this kind of delinquency, discipline continued to be far too lax. In the case of the ordinary seamen, this was partly due to unpunctual payment, but in the higher ranks of the service, it was due mainly to moral causes, and nothing could cure it but the steady pressure of authority exerted over a long period of time. It was not a case for heroic remedies, but for the gradual development of a higher standard of duty, and, although Pepys did his best, under Restoration conditions it was impossible that he should succeed. Some of the trouble appears to have been due to the favour shown by the restored government to gentlemen captains, these thinking themselves above the necessity of obeying orders and conforming themselves to the rules and discipline of the navy, in reliance upon the protection secured to them therein through the quality of their friends at court. It is curious that in 1677, at a time when complaints against gentlemen captains were frequent, regular provision was first made for examining candidates for the office of lieutenant in the navy. In the same year, better security was also taken for the appointment of fit persons to serve as naval chaplains, none being thereafter admitted in that capacity unless they were first approved by the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Bishop of London. In 1687 this duty was transferred to the Bishop of Durham. If the reign of James II had lasted longer, it might have been an epoch of importance in the history of naval discipline. The king was a disciplinarian by nature, and he supported Pepys in an energetic effort made between 1685 and 1688 to put down drunkenness and debauchery among the captains. The political miscalculations of James II did not affect the navy, and under this aspect, the history of this unfortunate reign is a record of steady improvement due to well-directed energy. An important new departure was the establishment about plate carriage and allowance for captains' tables, carried through by Pepys and the king in 1686. This unostentatious title covered a serious attempt to revive discipline in the navy by giving the Admiralty a ready control over ships on foreign service, and at the same time so to improve the positions of the captains as to put them beyond the reach of temptations to neglect public duty for private gain. It was clearly laid down that commanders were not in future to carry passengers or any money, bullion, jewels, or other merchandise without royal warrant. All orders for the proceeding of ships on any service were to be in writing, a copy being sent to the Secretary to the Admiralty, both by the superior giving the order and the inferior receiving it. Commanders touching in foreign ports were to send a particular account of their proceedings to the Admiralty, and at the end of each voyage they would send in a perfect journal thereof. With these additional demands upon the commanders of the ships was associated an increase in their emoluments, taking the form of an extra allowance for the support of their tables, and varying from £83 a year to £250, according to the ship's rate. Pepys himself had something like a genius for the application of business principles to naval administration. His ambition was to systemize everything by means of a methodical establishment, and two of these not already referred to are peculiarly characteristic of his policy. In In 1677 he obtained the adoption of a solemn, universal, and unalterable adjustment of the gunning and manning of the whole fleet, calculating with infinite labour, precision, and amplitude of detail the number, weight, and type of guns to be carried by ships of each of the 6 rates in peace, war, and war at home, respectively, together with the proportion of men required for each ship. In 1686, with a view to the prevention of waste, he worked out an elaborate establishment for boatswains and carpenters' stores. The shipbuilding policy of the later Stutts maintained, if it did not increase, the strength of the navy inherited from the period of the interregnum. Excluding fireships and yachts, there were 108 ships on the navy list at the Revolution, as compared to 135 at the Restoration. But the former figure included 9 first-rates, as against 3, and the fleet of 1688 was strongest in 3rd and 4th rates, while that of 1660 was strongest in 4th and 5th rates. The numerical excess in the Commonwealth Navy is more than accounted for by ships of the 2 lowest rates. In this period, the English builders were, to a certain extent, indebted to foreign models. The history of the yacht in the English Navy begins in 1660, when the Mairi was presented to Charles II by the Dutch. In 1663 and 1664, an improvement in 2-deck ships was effected by an adaptation from the French and the Dutch. And in 1674, Sir Anthony Deane built the Harwich, after the dimensions of a French ship, the Superbe, which came to Spithead with the French fleet during the Third Dutch War. She was recognised as a great improvement upon the corresponding English type, and the Harwich became the pattern for the 2nd and 3rd rates built under the Act of 1677. The English builders also tried cautious experiments with galleys, in imitation of the Mediterranean powers. In dealing with naval history before and after the Restoration, there has been a tendency among historians to overemphasize the contrast between the efficiency of virtue and the incompetence of vice. That the naval administrators of the Commonwealth were on the whole more strenuous, upright, and devoted than their successors cannot be denied, but there are other factors in the explanation of their success, which are too often left out of account. The Puritan colonels who controlled the Commonwealth Navy had already received a training, through the Cromwellian army, in the principles of business as applied to war. The confiscation of royalist property placed at their disposal funds that seemed almost unlimited, until the time came when they were exhausted, and the want of money began to create for the revolutionary government precisely the same difficulties which afterwards beset the restored monarchy. Pepys and his colleagues had none of these advantages, and the wonder is that without them they achieved so much. They had to deal with the characteristic vices of the Restoration, exhibited throughout the service. The laziness of one, the private business or love of pleasure in another, the want of method in a third, and zeal to the affair in the most. And they were perpetually entangled in the remorseless consequences of bad finance. Yet, except during the period 1679 to 1684, there was no abject incompetence, and much was effected from time to time, at first towards the incorporation of the improvements of the Revolutionary period into the permanent system of the Navy, and then in the direction of independent reform. The naval progress of the period may perhaps partly be attributed to the growing interest of the political classes in sea power, expressing itself at first in parliamentary inquiry into corrupt administration, and then in parliamentary grants appropriated to shipbuilding and other naval expenditure. But something must be ascribed to the knowledge and interest in these matters displayed by both Charles II and James II, and to the fact that in this department of affairs the Crown was always on the side of intelligent policy and vigorous administration. And in Samuel Pepys, the right hand of the Navy, the last 2 Stuart kings had found a great public servant, who exhibited just the qualities which the Navy required for its regeneration: a sound judgment, orderly business methods, administrative energy and capacity, shrewdness and tact in dealing with men, and above all, a standard of public duty which, in spite of his earlier lapses, derived its character from the period of Puritan supremacy. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. The Anglo-Dutch Wars. 2. The Wars. 1664-74, by C.T. Atkinson. Part 1. Indisputable as had been the English victory in the First Dutch War, 1652-1654, it had not been sufficiently decisive to preclude a renewal of the struggle, nor had the peace removed its principal causes. While the naval strength of Holland was weakened but not annihilated, commercial jealousy was embittered by the memories of the conflict. The Dutch, conscious that their international importance rested above all on their commerce, were not ready to leave unchallenged England's hardly won naval supremacy. Nor had the restoration of the Stuarts improved the chances of peace. Charles II, while following the Protector in upholding the commercial interests of England, did not share the zeal for Protestantism which had made Cromwell so anxious to end the strife with the sister republic. Moreover, the existing government of the United Provinces had expelled him from Holland at Cromwell's bidding, and was identified with the exclusion from power of his relatives of the House of Orange. Thus, it was not on the side of peace that the influence of the English court was likely to be exerted, and the king's connection with the mercantile bodies which felt Dutch competition most keenly, the East India and Royal African Companies, greatly strengthened the advocates of the use of force against commercial rivals. Almost from the beginning of the reign, strained relations prevailed between England and the United Provinces. The Dutch viewed with so bitter a jealousy the English occupation of Tangier, January 1662, that at one time it seemed likely that Spain and her former provinces might combine to oppose the establishment of an English naval station at this important strategic point. That crisis passed away, but the ill will implied by the presence of de Ruyter's squadron in the Straits remained. It was in vain that in September 1662 a treaty was negotiated in which the provinces showed every disposition to be conciliatory, recognizing the English right of the flag, and promising to give up the island of Pularoon. This last concession was never carried out, and the treaty became a dead letter. Collisions between Dutch and English traders in the East Indies and West Africa continued to occur, collisions which, seeing how little control the home governments could exercise over their representatives in those distant quarters, it would have been hard enough to prevent, even if the English government had genuinely wished to keep the peace. On both sides, complaints were frequent. In April 1664, the Royal African Company protested that the Dutch leave no stone unturned to discourage and ruin their trade, and in the same month, claims against the Dutch were reported to the House of Lords for damages amounting to £800,000, of which the East India Company demanded £230,000, and the Traders of Africa £330,000. But before this, Charles II had taken a step which made war inevitable. In October 1663, he dispatched to the Guinea coast a small squadron of men of war under Major, afterwards Sir, Robert Holmes, to protect the Royal African Company against the encroachments of the Dutch. Holmes had instructions to avoid hostilities if possible, but, according to his own narrative of his proceedings, he met with a most unconciliatory reception from the Dutch authorities, who fired upon him when he attempted to negotiate, and stirred up the natives to take part against him. Thus provided with the excuse he wanted, Holmes retaliated forcibly, capturing most of the Dutch possessions and vessels on the coast. Such proceedings, amounting as they did to acts of war, not unnaturally provoked vigorous protests from the Dutch, and, at the request of their ambassador, Holmes was thrown into the Tower on his return to England and subjected to an examination before the Secretaries of State. However, the Dutch did not confine themselves to seeking redress by diplomatic means, but paid Charles back in his own coin. They had at that moment in the Mediterranean a squadron under de Ruyter, ostensibly protecting Dutch trade against the Barbary corsairs, and, when the English government threatened to treat as a declaration of war the despatch of Dutch reinforcements to West Africa, de Witt, while apparently giving away, was able to steal a march on England by using de Ruyter's ships for the purpose. Appearing on the Guinea coast in January 1665, de Ruyter surprised several English vessels at Goree, recovered that post and others which Holmes had seized, and captured several of the English settlements. Thence he crossed to the West Indies, only to be repulsed from Barbados, April 1665, after which he coasted along the American seaboard to Newfoundland, making many prizes, but failing to recover the Dutch settlements on the Hudson, known as New Amsterdam. These had been captured in the previous autumn by an expedition under the command of Governor Nichols of Massachusetts, who had renamed them New York, in honor of the Lord High Admiral James, Duke of York. Not till June 1665 did he turn homewards, and long before that date open war had taken the place of those irregular hostilities which both sides endeavored to justify under the name of reprisals. During the winter of 1664 to 1665, these had been extended from colonial to European waters by Sir Thomas Allen's attack on the homebound Dutch Smyrna fleet in the Straits of Gibraltar, December 1664. The next step was the seizure of the Dutch ships in English harbors and the confiscation of their cargoes. In February, a proclamation was issued warning merchant ships in foreign parts not to sail home alone for fear of the Dutch, but to wait for other vessels or for proper convoy. Letters of reprisal were freely issued, and preparations for war were generally pushed forward. The Dutch, for their part, spared no effort to fit out as large a fleet as possible, levying heavy additional taxes and raising loans. Their application to Louis XIV for the assistance due from France under the Treaty of April 1662 proved unsuccessful, as Louis sought to use the opportunity to obtain from them a recognition of his claims on the Spanish Netherlands, a concession to which they would not agree. Meanwhile, the Commons had voted £2,500,000 for the Navy, February 1665, and on March 4, Charles published his declaration of war. That the struggle on which England and Holland thus entered would be of a purely naval character was made sufficiently certain by their common military weakness. Neither combatant could hope to achieve anything on land beyond mere raids on exposed points. Systematic military operations, such as an invasion, were quite out of the question. Hence the command of the sea was sought, not in order that naval preponderance might open up a field for the operations of armies, but to obtain security for the combatant's own commerce and to inflict as much injury as possible on the commerce and shipping of the enemy. In the War of 1652 to 1654, neither side had suspended its commerce, and the operations had largely consisted of the attack and defense of great convoys. Now the States General, recognizing the impossibility of success in the double task of contesting the command of the sea and protecting their own commerce, issued a proclamation prohibiting all their subjects from stirring out of any of their ports, in the hope that, if thus relieved of the duty of protecting merchant ships, they might concentrate all their energy and strength on gaining command of the sea by victory over the enemy's fleet. Fully aware of the great advantage of being the first to get to sea, each side made every effort to anticipate its enemy. But, while Charles had committed a serious imprudence in declaring war when he was not in a position to strike at once, the defects in the Dutch administration made their mobilization even more backward, and, despite all de Witt's efforts, the Zealand squadron had not yet managed to join the main fleet in the Texel, when on April 23rd the Duke of York appeared off their coast at the head of over 100 sail. During more than a fortnight he cruised off the Dutch harbors, capturing their homeward-bound merchantmen, vainly challenging their fleet to battle. But Obdam, to whom in de Ruyter's absence the command had been given, would not come out when a third of his fleet was separated from him and the enemy held the interior position, and he remained quiet till heavy weather combined with shortness of provisions to drive the English home, May 15. Then, having rallied the Zealanders, Obdam crossed to the English coast, hoping from reports of their unreadiness to catch his enemy at a disadvantage. However, when on June 1st he appeared off Southwold Bay, to which the English had moved from the gun fleet 2 days before, he found them ready and eager to engage. The English at once stood out to sea, and spent all that day and the next in working out to the eastward, Obdam, who had the wind, southeast, of them, keeping away and avoiding action. At daybreak the next morning, June 3rd, the wind shifted to the south-southwest, thereby giving the English the weather gauge and enabling them to force on an action. Twice the fleets passed each other on opposite tacks, exchanging a heavy fire, the English retaining the wind despite an effort of the Dutch to weather Prince Rupert's squadron, which led the fleet at the second pass. Then, by promptly tacking, the fleet came on to the same course as the Dutch, and bore down to closer quarters to force the fighting. For some time the battle was very evenly contested, and, though the English appear to have throughout manoeuvred with more skill than the Dutch, they could not altogether avoid some confusion. Thus James himself seems to have changed places with Sandwich in order to prevent the Dutch van from stretching ahead and gaining the wind of the Earl's squadron, which on the port tack was leading the English fleet. The decisive moment came when Obdam, endeavouring to close with the Duke's flagship, perished in an explosion which wrecked his ship and was the signal for the rout of the Dutch. Night and a slackening of the pursuit, due probably to the unauthorized intervention of one of the Duke's suite, nervous for his master's safety, prevented the Dutch defeat from becoming a disaster, and enabled them to find shelter among their shoals. The English had suffered too severely in spars and rigging, for it was the Dutch practice to fire high so as to cripple their opponents, to be able to establish a blockade of the Dutch ports. But nevertheless, the English victory was incontestable. With the loss of one old ship and about 1,000 casualties, they had sunk and destroyed over a dozen vessels, taken as many more, and inflicted on the enemy a loss of about 5,000 men. The old fault of indiscipline and insubordination still marred the efficiency of the Dutch, and the English fleet was in much better order and far smarter and more skilful in manoeuvring. The war had thus opened well for the English, but the subsequent course of the campaign proved disappointing. The shortcomings of the victualling department seriously impaired the efficiency of the fleet, and despite a hot press and the embarkation of an unusual number of landsmen, want of hands proved a great source of trouble. Moreover, later in the year, the ravages of the plague greatly increased the difficulties of the government and the disorders in the administration. Nor was Sandwich, who had replaced James in the command, conspicuously successful when at last he did get to sea, July 5th. An attempt on some Dutch East Indiamen in the neutral port of Bergen, August 2, was repulsed with heavy loss. But more serious than the repulse was the fact that, while Sandwich was thus out of the way, de Ruyter had reached home in safety, so that the Dutch secured not only a valuable convoy and many prizes, but also a commander-in-chief capable of reviving their drooping courage. He was at once sent off to Bergen to bring home the Indiamen in refuge there, a task he accomplished successfully despite the efforts of Sandwich to intercept him. A storm which dispersed the Dutch, September 3rd, allowed Sandwich to capture 4 men of war and some valuable merchantmen, but they proved a source of more trouble than profit, as Sandwich seems to have allowed a premature distribution of the cargoes, a step which gave a handle to his numerous enemies and mainly accounted for his suppression. Towards the end of October, after the English fleet had taken up its winter station at the Nore, the Dutch had made an ineffectual demonstration off the Thames. The English, hard hit by the ravages of the plague, were too short of men to accept the challenge, and, before long, bad weather drove the Dutch home. Meanwhile, June 1665, Charles, as has been more fully narrated in a previous chapter, had secured the aid of Münster's warlike prelate, the restless and energetic Bernard von Galen, who was the more ready to lead his troops against the ill-guarded eastern frontier of the United Provinces, September, since on several occasions the Republic had thwarted his schemes. For war by land the Dutch were but ill prepared, and their eastern provinces were speedily overrun. But here the bishop's successes came to an end. Charles could send his ally no troops, and the Dutch could now claim French help against an undeniable aggression. Louis, anxious lest the recent death of Philip IV of Spain, September 17th, New Style, might induce England and the Dutch to sink their differences in order to check his designs on the Spanish Netherlands, was determined to prolong the war, and accordingly he dispatched 6,000 men to support the Dutch and gave orders to his admiral, the Duc de Beaufort, to make ready to bring the Toulon squadron around to the Atlantic for the campaign of 1666. The importance of the intervention of France is not to be measured by the fact that de Beaufort never joined de Ruyter or fired a shot in action. His squadron was nevertheless the principal cause of the English defeat in the 4 days' battle. The strain of war was beginning to tell on the ill-managed finances of England, nor was it till the end of May that Monk and Rupert, the new generals at sea, were able to put out, and even then they had only some 80 fighting ships under them, although, in order to concentrate all available force against the principal enemy, it had been found necessary to recall the squadron under Sir Jersey Smith, which had recently taken the Levant trade out to the Mediterranean. Could this squadron have been left in the Straits of Gibraltar, it would have held the French at Toulon in check, and have prevented de Beaufort from joining the Brest ships under Duquesne or coming to the aid of the Dutch. But, after recalling Smith's squadron in order to concentrate, it was an inexcusable blunder to divide the main fleet by detaching Rupert with 20 of the best ships to attempt the destruction of the French at Belle Isle. To fix the responsibility for this blunder is not easy. The evidence on the point is inadequate and conflicting. On the one hand, in the account which he gave to the Commons after the war, Monk states most explicitly that the fleet was divided by order from above, and he declares that he had been surprised by the proposal and had pointed out the risks which would be incurred. That the final decision as to the movements of the fleet rested not with commanders, but with the king and council, seems clear from the language of the state papers of the period, while Rupert, in his version of the affair, speaks of sailing in pursuance of the orders he had duly received from the Duke of York. According to Pepys, not an impartial witness against the rival who had superseded his patron, Sandwich, the step was in the first instance suggested from the fleet. Sir William Coventry, the informant on whom he relied, had an excellent reason for wishing to fix the blame on the admirals, for according to Monk, it was Coventry who had first come to the Nore to submit the proposal to Monk and Rupert. If the evidence is not enough to warrant us in definitely ascribing the plan to the Duke of York, whose secretary Coventry was, Monk's seems the more credible of the two statements. But whoever was really at fault, the result was disastrous. Barely had Rupert sailed, May 29, than Monk received orders to move from the Downs to the gun fleet, and, in obeying these, he fell in with the Dutch between the North Foreland and Dunkirk, June 1st. Retreat would perhaps have been the most prudent course, for the Dutch had 80 sail to his 54, but many of his fleet were heavy sailers, and even retreat might not have averted a battle. Moreover, Monk had the wind, southwest, in his favour, while the Dutch were much scattered, the majority being far to leeward, and consequently badly placed for assisting the windwardmost squadron, Cornelius Tromp's, which Monk hastened to attack with his whole force. Tromp had to cut his cables and to bear away southeast, while de Ruyter and Edmundson strove to come to his help. But, before Monk could reap the fruits of his tactics, the rapidly shoaling water forced him to tack to escape the sands, and in standing back to the northwestward, he could not avoid engaging the Dutch centre and rear. Through these he fought his way gallantly, first standing northeast, then tacking and working back west, through the body, of the hostile fleet, after which nightfall ended the engagement. Though the shoals had intervened to mar the success of his stroke at Tromp, Monk had given a brilliant example of tactical insight and daring, and he might fairly claim to have had none the worst of the day. The flagship of the Vice-Admiral of the White, Sir William Berkeley, was missing, and 2 or 3 other vessels had been lost, apparently being cut off through failing to keep the line. But the Dutch had suffered as much damage as they had inflicted, and 2 at least of their ships had been sunk or fired. Next morning, June 2nd, found the indefatigable Monk plying to windward, south-southwest, to renew the fight, the precision and order of his line exciting the admiration of a French eyewitness in the Dutch fleet. Having gained the wind, thanks to superior manoeuvring and to more weatherly vessels, he bore up round on the enemy, and engaged more hotly than before. For some time the English had by no means the worst of the action, dividing the enemy's fleet, and pressing very hotly upon the leewardmost part of them. However, numerical inferiority prevented the English from profiting by their superior discipline and smarter manoeuvring, and, when about 2 p.m. Monk, making a final pass, tacked back to the west, weathering most of the Dutch fleet, and drew his ships together, he found it impossible to continue the contest. In the course of the day some 16 sail had reinforced De Ruyter, while many of Monk's captains had gone off to repair damages without waiting to obtain permission, so that he was left with less than 40 ships, and these much injured in masts and rigging. Retreat was therefore imperative, but it was carried out with order and skill, the 16 most effective vessels being formed into a line abreast in the rear to cover their more crippled consorts, some of the worst of which, Dutch prizes and other slug ships, Monk destroyed there and then. The Dutch followed the retreating squadron, but when next morning, June 3rd, they attempted to press home the pursuit, they were so hotly received that they sheered off to a more respectful distance. About 3 in the afternoon, ships were sighted to the southward, which, to Monk's relief, soon proved to be Rupert's squadron returning to their comrades' aid in response to the orders which had reached them at St. Helens. The course was promptly altered to west-southwest, but, before a junction could be effected, several vessels ran on the Galloper Sand, among them the Prince, the flagship of Sir George Ayscue, which, failing to get off, surrendered somewhat tamely and was burnt by her captors. However, though the Dutch detached a squadron to intercept Rupert, the attempt failed, and the reunited English stood to the northward to clear the Galloper, the Dutch standing away to gain the wind, south-southeast. Next morning, June 4th, the English hastened to renew the engagement, the Dutch lying to windward, southwest, to await the attack, which was led by Rupert's vessels. As the enemy showed a disinclination to come to close quarters, the English on the starboard tack bore down upon them, and forced their way through the Dutch line, with the result that the Dutch fleet seems to have become divided into 2 groups, one to leeward and a larger one to windward, between which the English stood backward and forward several times, exchanging broadsides. At length, as the English pressed heavily upon the leewardmost group, the Dutch to windward bore up to their comrades' aid, thereby allowing Rupert and several supporters to weather them. But as Rupert tacked again, meaning to bear down to help Monk, on whose division the Dutch were now pressing, some of his damaged masts fell and left him crippled. Monk, likewise too much disabled to tack, was forced to bear away, and failed to prevent the capture of 2 or 3 of the lamed ships in his rear. The Dutch were, however, in little better plight, and, so soon as Monk and Rupert had rejoined, made no further after them, but stood away homeward, as glad to be quit of us as we of them. It was but a Pyrrhic victory they could claim. Without reckoning several fire-ships which they had expended, they seem to have lost 4 or 5 ships at least, and in view of the English practice of reserving their fire for close quarters and levelling most at the hulls, whereas the Dutch fired high, disabling masts and rigging rather than doing execution among the crews, it would be unreasonable to put the Dutch casualties lower than the English, of which latter 3,000 killed and wounded, with 1,500 prisoners, seems an approximately correct estimate. The 20 or 30 English ships, usually alleged to have been lost or taken, come down, on investigation of the official lists of the fleet before and after the battle, to 10, exclusive of fire ships. And, if the English discipline had not been strong enough to prevent the speedy quitting of the action by some faint-hearted captains, the tenacity and endurance displayed by most of the vanquished fairly entitles them to a share of the honours. It was with some justice that the sailors cursed the division of the fleet as the cause of the disaster. They had been outnumbered, not outfought, and all they asked for was another chance on more equal terms. Indeed, the real reason for calling the battle a Dutch victory was that De Witt's strenuous exertions enabled the Dutch to be at sea again by June 28, Old Style, 3 weeks earlier than their rivals. However, they made little use of this period. French failed to appear, and without French aid, an invasion could not be contemplated. Their presence on the English coast does not seem to have very seriously impeded commerce, while, by the time the Dutch put out, the buoy at the Nore, where the fleet was assembling, was beginning to fill and to look proudly again as disabled ships were refitted, so that an attack on the English at their moorings would have been hazardous. The chief trouble of the English commanders was lack of men. The last battle had left the fleet ill-manned, and the counter-attraction of privateering proved a serious competitor. Vigorous pressing supplied quantity rather than quality, and, though the deficiency was to some extent met by shipping soldiers, an expedient freely employed by the Dutch, in the end, some 15 vessels of no particular value were left behind, and their crews distributed through the fleet. At length, on July 19, the fleet, 88 men of war and 17 fire ships, left the Nore, and after managing to pass the Narrows at one tide, reached the gun fleet, July 22, the Dutch withdrawing eastward to bring the shelter of their friendly shoals close at hand in case of defeat. Next day, the English sailed again with the wind at south-southeast and stood out through the King's Channel after the Dutch. Bad weather prevented a battle till the 25th, when daybreak found the Dutch on the port tack steering south by east with the wind at north-northeast. As they, though to windward, made no attempt to engage, the English bore down upon them, Sir Thomas Allen, who led the van, closing as soon as he came to the head of the enemy's fleet. The action speedily became general, and, though the Dutch appear to have deliberately adopted the half-moon formation, which was considered an effective method of meeting an enemy attacking in line ahead, the English plied them so close that they could not tack on us. For some hours the battle was evenly contested, but about 3 p.m. the Frisian and North Holland squadrons, which formed the van, disorganized by the fall of Edmundson and 2 other flag officers, gave way in disorder. Whereupon De Ruyter, unable to withstand any longer the fierce attacks of Monk and Rupert, was forced to follow suit with the centre. In the rear, where Tromp and the Zealanders were opposed to Sir Jeremy Smith, matters were more even. The Blue, the weakest of the English squadrons, included several heavy sailors, which were lagging behind, and Tromp was able to hold on towards the south, keeping the wind of Smith, who, however, held on with him, so that before long the rears were completely separated from their main bodies, which were standing away eastward, the Dutch making for home, the English in pursuit. Fortunately for De Ruyter, who exerted himself most gallantly to cover his maimed ships, the wind dropped considerably, so that the Dutch, who could sail better in light winds because they drew less water, were able to keep ahead of their pursuers until, on the evening of the 26th, Monk and Rupert had the mortification of seeing their quarry gain the shelter of the sandbanks and make their way into the Deerloo Channel. There remained, however, the hope of intercepting Tromp, and to this end the commanders anchored where he was likely to pass, though most of their ships failing to follow this example were carried by the tide to the leeward. Moreover, Smith, nervous about venturing too near the banks, failed to keep very close on Tromp, so that the Zealand squadron also gained the wheelings and safety. July 27th, Old Style. Yet, though the Dutch had reason to congratulate themselves on having escaped with the loss of only 5 or 6 sail, Their defeat was more decisive than that of the English in the 4 days' battle. Their shattered vessels had to lie inactive in harbour, powerless to hinder Monk and Rupert, who continued on the Dutch coast, holding their privateers in check, capturing many prizes. A vessel taken on August 21st is spoken of as the 85th taken since the fleet came out, and inflicting upon Dutch commerce damage estimated at £1 million by destroying the town of Brandaris on the island of Schelling, together with some 160 merchantmen lying in the Vlie, August 8th. But England was incapable of following up on land the successes which she had gained at sea, as was her adversary, and she could no longer rely on the renunciation of the Bishop of Munster, who had been forced to make peace in April, restoring to the Republic all his conquests. Lack of provisions at length drove the English home, and the Dutch, who were still hoping for a junction with de Beaufort, put to sea about the end of August. Hearing of this, Rupert and Monk hastily sailed from Southwold Bay, August 30, and though a violent storm, which compelled them to bear away down channel to St. Helens, September 2nd, balked them of the battle they desired, no junction was effected, and the Dutch returned to the Wheelings. By September 13th, Rupert was again at sea, and he continued cruising in the Channel till the end of the month, while de Beaufort, who had ventured as far as Dieppe, but was by no means anxious to risk his raw crews in action, returned to Brest after a very brief stay within the reach of danger. Once again de Ruyter put out, but again, just as Rupert was on the point of bringing him to action, an exceptionally violent gale prevented the fleets from engaging by driving them both to shelter, September 25th, and thus operations came to an end on both sides. By this time, both combatants were heartily anxious to end the war. The hopes which had caused Charles II to embark upon it had been disappointed. Far from proving lucrative, it was a heavy drain on the financial resources already unequal to the requirements of an extravagant court and an ill-managed administration. The plague, the Great Fire, disaffection at home, the risings in Scotland, combined, as has been shown in an earlier chapter, to make peace urgent, while de Witt, alarmed by the designs of Louis XIV on the Netherlands, wanted to be quit of a struggle which was inflicting serious losses on Dutch commerce and shipping. Hence, when Charles made overtures, October 1666, they were favorably received, and in May a conference met at Breda. With peace thus appearing assured, Charles was reluctant to spend money on preparations for a campaign which might not take place. Accordingly, instead of restoring the fleet to a war footing by refitting the first and second rates which, as was then usual, had been laid up during the winter, it was decided to send out a few light squadrons to attack Dutch commerce. For commerce destroying as a weapon of the weaker belligerent, a fairly plausible case can be made out, but its deliberate adoption by the combatant, who had till then certainly had the best of the contest, not merely threw away dearly won advantages, but might have entailed utterly disastrous as well as disgraceful consequences, had the enemy been able to improve the occasion properly. Moreover, it seems clear that all the experts were against these proceedings, not merely Rupert and Monk, but the Duke of York also. However, Charles was determined to spend no more on the fleet, and the command of the sea was deliberately allowed to go to the Dutch by default. It would be easier to treat this misguided step as a mere error of judgment, if adequate preparations had been made for local defense of places likely to be attacked, or if the English government had been without information as to the movements and intentions of the Dutch. No such extenuating circumstances can, however, be pleaded. So early as April, it was reported that the Dutch meant to block up the Thames, and at the end of the month 30 sail appeared at the Firth of Forth, and, after demonstrating uselessly against Edinburgh, bombarded Burnt Island without much more result. But all warnings were neglected, and on May 24 the king ordered that, to avoid further expense, the third rates also should be laid up, and only small parties sent out to distract the enemy and to disturb their trade. Orders were also issued for putting the various ports into a state of defense, but, as the council declined to provide any money, the peace being as good as made, The orders remained a dead letter. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. The Anglo-Dutch Wars, 2. The Wars, 1664 to 74, by C.T. Atkinson, Part 2. De Witt was not the man to be registered to posterity as casting away arms of offence and defence while in treaty with armed and active enemies. And he eagerly grasped the chance of carrying out a project he had for some time entertained of attacking the English in their harbours. Early in June, some 66 sail left Holland on this errand, and by 7 p.m. on the 10th, the half-finished works at Sheerness were in de Ruyter's hands, and all was uproar and panic at Chatham. Monk, hastening to the scene of danger, did all that one man could accomplish, but the fatuous negligence of the council had made effective measures of resistance impossible. Guns, ammunition, stores of every kind were lacking, and he was none too well supported by the dockyard officials. All in vain ships were sunk to block the passage of the Medway, and so cover the vessels lying unmanned and unfitted in Gillingham Reach. June 12th saw the humiliating results of Charles II's policy. Not only were the triumphant Dutch able to inflict on their important adversaries a loss far heavier than that suffered in the 4 days' battle, 16 vessels in all being taken, burnt, or scuttled by the defenders, among them the famous Royal Charles and 3 other vessels of almost equal strength. But these losses were as nothing in comparison with the disgrace and ignominy thus gratuitously incurred. The king's reluctance to spend money on national defence was the sole cause of a humiliation which might easily have been averted. In the previous autumn, there had been murmurs enough against the inadequate protection given against privateers, and men had remembered how, in Oliver's time, there was better care taken to secure the coasts than now. Thus the exploits of the Dutch in the Medway throw a lurid light on the Stuart conception of the duty of national defence. To the general relief, the Dutch proved unable to follow up the blow they had given. Retiring to the Nore, June 16th, they remained inactive during all the next fortnight, merely hindering trade by their presence at the mouth of the Thames. Now at last something was done to put the coasts and forts in a proper state of preparation. Everywhere the militia were called out. Rupert hurried down to Woolwich to erect defences such as would prevent the Dutch from coming up the Thames to London. And, though exasperation and indignation with the government for its culpable negligence were universal, men flocked to arms. Early in July, the Dutch at last bestirred themselves to assault Langard Fort, but they were repulsed with heavy loss, and some troops whom they landed at Felixstowe as a diversion were so warmly received by the local militia that they had much ado to keep themselves from disorder when re-embarking. Equal unsuccess attended a squadron which was sent down Channel to intercept the home-coming Straits fleet. The prey got safely into Dartmouth, which de Ruyter found too well prepared for him to venture on an attack. And, meanwhile, the ships he had left in the Thames had been assailed by fire-ships and other small vessels under Sir Edward Spragg, July 24th, and had been forced to retire seawards. But the blow at the Medway had done its work. The English negotiators had had to abate their demands, and on July 26, official news was received that peace had been concluded on the 21st. By its terms, the Dutch retained Pulleroon and Lord Willoughby of Parham's settlement at Suriname, which they had just captured, March 1667. The Navigation Act was also somewhat modified in their favor, and the Commercial Treaty of 1662 was reaffirmed. But they had to recognize that right of the flag, which had been so long a cause of contention, and also to leave New Amsterdam in English hands, thereby losing their foothold in North America. Simultaneously, England and France made mutual restoration of their conquests in the West Indies, England also evacuating Nova Scotia, which she had conquered in 1654. That after the Dutch raid on the Medway, England should have obtained such favorable terms is largely to be ascribed to De Witt's moderation, and to his anxiety not to estrange England in the face of the growing danger from Louis XIV. But the United Provinces had little to gain by continuing operations. The events of July had shown little prospect of repeating the Chatham success, and their command of the sea rested on the somewhat doubtful title of the deliberate neglect of the English to contest it. Had Charles listened to reason and put his fleet on a war footing in 1667, he might have obtained very favorable terms. Up to the end of 1666, the balance of advantage had certainly lain with the English, well as de Ruyter had done. Many of the Dutch captains were still, as in 1652-54, indifferent fighting men, and the efficiency of the Dutch fleet had been gravely marred by that old fault of indiscipline, exhibited at times by subordinate flag officers such as Tromp and Van Ness, no less than by disobedient captains and mutinous crews. On the other hand, while it cannot be denied that the service suffered not a little through faction and the rivalries of the different commanders and their followers, as has been seen, the license and low moral standards of the Restoration period had not yet altogether corrupted the English navy. Certainly in tactics and the handling of fleets, the English were superior to their enemy. In Mings, Lawson, Penn, Allen, and many others, the English navy possessed capable and accomplished subordinates, and, while James acquitted himself creditably enough at Southwold Bay, it is certainly unfair to dismiss Rupert as a mere cavalry officer at sea. Monk, too, whatever his shortcomings on the seaman's side of the admiral's art, was anything but an amateur in tactics. Indeed, there seem to be good grounds for attributing to him a very important share in the introduction of the new system of tactics, the development of which can be traced in the fighting instructions of the period. These show clearly that the close-hauled line ahead was a purely English innovation, adopted because it admitted of the full utilization of the gun power on which the English principally relied. Whatever the exact stage in its evolution reached in the First Dutch War, in the Second it may certainly be regarded as the established English formation. And the detailed accounts of the battles of 1665 and 1666 certainly leave the conviction not only that the greater skill with which the English maneuvered was the result of familiarity with this formation and of constant practice, but that, notwithstanding any opposite impressions based on Pepys's famous report of his conversation with Sir William Penn after the 4 days' battle, instead of the English having learnt the line ahead from the Dutch, it was the Dutch who strove to imitate the English formation, not always with much success. "Nothing," wrote the French eyewitness of Monk's attack on June 2, 1666, "equals the beautiful order of the English at sea. Never was a line drawn straighter than that drawn by their ships. They fight like a line of cavalry, handled according to rule. It is only the blunder which exposed Monk to greatly superior forces in the 4 days' battle, and the criminal folly which brought about the humiliation of June 1667, that prevent us from looking on the Second Dutch War as a period of naval success. And for these errors, neither the Navy nor its commanders can reasonably be held responsible." That there were Englishmen who shared De Witt's fear of Louis was proved by the next phase in the relations of England and Holland, the Triple Alliance of 1668. But Temple and his supporters were powerless to secure the permanence of an alliance which rested on no secure basis, and, so far as Charles was concerned, his assent to the alliance was a piece of the grossest insincerity and political treachery. In the country at large, the sense of danger from France, which threatened both England and the United Provinces, was not yet strong enough to outweigh the commercial jealousy of the Dutch, which had not at all diminished, and the desire to vindicate the honor of the English arms by avenging the raid on the Medway. Even Buckingham and Shaftesbury, who were not in the full secret of the Treaty of Dover, were well disposed to the French alliance as a return to the policy of the Protectorate, and a guarantee of the adequate humiliation of the detested Hollanders. Once the Treaty of Dover had been concluded, the outbreak of hostilities was only a question of time. In vain De Witt sought to conciliate Charles. His evident desire for peace was interpreted as a proof of weakness, and the only result was that Charles, having failed to goad the Dutch into some act which he might treat as a provocation, opened the game by attacking, March 13, 1672, the Dutch Smyrna fleet on its homeward way up the Channel. The attack, delivered without any warning, not to speak of a declaration of war, was not merely a breach of international decencies, but a discreditable failure, for the force employed proved insufficient to overcome the convoy's escort, and most of the ships escaped capture. 4 days later, March 17, England declared war. The conditions under which the Third Dutch War was fought differed appreciably from those of the Second, since the combatants sought to gain the command of the sea, not merely in order to protect their own commerce and to destroy or drive off the enemy's mercantile marine, but also with the intention of bringing their maritime operations to bear directly on the course of the war by land. The English army was still in its infancy, but by 1672 Charles had managed to raise forces in England and Scotland quite large enough to have effected something decisive, could they have been landed on the Dutch coast so as to combine with the successful advance of Louis against the eastern frontier of the Republic. The victories of June 1665 and July 1666 had been barren of results, because the victors could not follow up their naval successes by carrying the war into the enemy's country. If beaten at sea now, the Dutch would be exposed to a danger even more serious than the paralysis of their commerce. Once again, Charles had rushed into war before his forces were ready, and the imprudence might have cost him dear had De Witt been able to get his ships out in time to prevent the Duke of York, who had resumed the command, for Monk's death, 1670, had removed his principal rival, from joining his French allies undisturbed. But the usual inefficiency of the over-decentralized Dutch naval administration disappointed De Witt's hopes of repeating the raid of 1667. The Zealand squadron was late, and when at last De Ruyter with 75 ships appeared at the entrance to the Thames, May 5th, the English were already on their way down the Channel to meet the French. This junction took place at Portsmouth on May 7, and the two fleets promptly set sail eastward to bring the Dutch to action. Together they mustered rather over 90 sail, excluding fireships, the French supplying about a third of the force. Contrary winds so much impeded progress that it was not till May 17 that the Allies were off the North Foreland, and by that date their water supplies were running short. Accordingly, it was decided to make for Southwold Bay, where they cast anchor on May 22, having on the way fallen in with the Dutch, May 20, though bad weather had prevented an action. It does not say much for the English administration that the watering and provisioning should still have been incomplete 6 days later, when, in the early morning of May 28, a scout brought the news that the Dutch were standing into the bay before an easterly breeze. Their adversaries appear to have been somewhat unprepared, for, though they promptly weighed anchor and stood out to sea, the movement was executed in some disorder, the English standing northward, the French going out on the other tack to the south-southeast, and thus becoming completely separated from their allies. Moreover, those English ships, which had been lying to leeward, nearer the shore, found it impossible to work out to join the vessels to windward, which, being for the most part flagships or other heavy vessels, could not bear down to rejoin their consorts for fear of the shoals. Thus the line was never properly formed, and when de Ruyter, leaving the Zealand squadron to contain the French, bore down like a torrent on the English with the rest of his fleet, the windwardmost ships came in for some severe treatment. For nearly 3 hours the English stood northward, closely engaged, till about 11 a.m., Jordan, who was leading the Blue Squadron, managed to get ahead of the Dutch van, and tacking gained the wind. Sandwich, being deep in the enemy's fleet, was unable to follow, but his rear admiral, Kempthorne, was more fortunate, weathering the enemy and forcing them to tack and stand south. He then endeavoured to succour his commander, now closely beset by fireships, 3 of which he repulsed before a 4th succeeded in setting fire to the Royal James, with fatal results to the ship and to Sandwich himself. About the same time the Duke of York, who had shifted from the disabled Prince to the St. Michael, had to tack to avoid the red sand. But, as the wind was too light to clear the smoke away, his action was not at first perceived by the bulk of his squadron, nor was it till about 2 p.m. that Harman and Spragg discovered what he had done and followed suit. By this time both fleets had lost their formation and fallen into several groups, all standing southward towards the French and the Zealanders. James, who was hotly engaged, had some Dutch to leeward, but a larger body, including de Ruyter, to windward. Jordan and Kempthorne were on de Ruyter's weather quarter, pressing hard on him, Harman and Spragg coming up from astern. For some hours the action continued. The St. Michael was in turn disabled, so that when Spragg came up, James shifted his flagship, the London. But the English pressed so hotly on the leeward group of Dutch that, about 8 p.m., they bore away, whereupon de Ruyter also disengaged and made off, eventually rallying the Zealand squadron and all standing away for the Dutch coast. During the night, James stood after the Dutch, though with only some 30 ships in company. At daybreak the enemy, seeing his weakness, tacked back to the westward to engage him, but promptly resumed their retreat on the appearance of the French and the Blue Squadron. The Allies, now reunited and having the wind, stood after the Dutch, who were now to southward. However, just as the English van had come level with the leading Dutch ships, and were about to bear down on them in obedience to the Duke's signal, a sudden fog prevented an engagement, and when it cleared, the Allies, finding the Zealand banks in dangerous proximity, tacked and stood away home, the Dutch also seeking the shelter of their harbours. Inasmuch as de Ruyter had so far crippled the Allies that they had to return home to refit, and that therefore the invasion had to be postponed, Southwold Bay was strategically a Dutch victory. Tactically, however, it was a draw, if not slightly in favour of the Allies. De Ruyter had caught them at a disadvantage, and in spite of his inferiority in numbers, had at first had the best of the fight. But in the end, it was he who had been forced to disengage, and the care with which for the rest of the season he avoided another action suggests the inference that his losses had been so heavy that he did not care to risk repeating them. Certainly he left 2 prizes in English hands, and apparently 1 or more of his ships were sunk. Seeing how lightly the French had been engaged, it is a little hard to believe the story that they lost 2 ships, and, while the English crews suffered severely, having 700 killed and about twice as many wounded, with several hundred prisoners, the Royal James was the only ship lost, 2 others of the Blue Squadron, which had fell into Dutch hands, having been retaken by their crews. To avert defeat was, however, sufficient for de Ruyter. At that critical juncture in Dutch affairs there was so little to gain by running risks, and it was enough that, when in July the Allies reappeared on the coast, de Ruyter, by maintaining his fleet in watchful readiness and by utilizing fully those friendly sandbanks which had so often proved the salvation of the Dutch, prevented the threatened landing. Early in August, a storm and shortage of provisions drove the Allies to their ports, with which the major operations of the year ended, the French returning home. September 19th, 1672, Old Style. Before the next campaign opened, the passage of the Test Act had deprived James of the command, and his place was taken by his cousin Rupert. The choice was probably the best possible, though Rupert had the reputation of being unlucky. But it was bitterly resented by Spragg, now Admiral of the Blue, who seems to have hoped for the command, and whose journal reflects his keen disappointment. As before, the best chance for the Dutch was to deal a blow at one of the hostile fleets before its ally could join it, and in April de Ruyter crossed to the Thames with this object. But Rupert was ready for him, and he therefore put back to rally the unready Zealand squadron, so that Rupert was able to join d'Estrées and the French at Rye unhindered, May 14, Old Style. This junction effected, the Allies' next aim was to bring de Ruyter to action, or, if he refused to fight, to blockade the Dutch ports and so cover the transport to Holland of the troops which were collecting at Yarmouth. On May 23rd they were off the Schoenveld, where the Dutch were lying. Having only 60 ships to oppose the 80, de Ruyter showed no haste to give battle, so a council of war decided, May 27, to send in the lighter vessels as a forlorn to force him out. However, the Dutch did not wait to be forced, and speedily engaged, May 28. From noon till dark, the two fleets stood backwards and forwards along the coast, first standing northwest, and then tacking and working back to the southeast, the Dutch hugging the shore so that the English, though they had the wind, could not close for fear of the shoals. Thus, though Rupert in the van pressed so hard on his opponents that the Dutch were cut asunder, he had not sea-room enough to profit by his advantage, while Spragg put the Zealanders to flight, only to find himself to leeward of de Ruyter, as the latter stood back south, and consequently in some peril. About nightfall, finding his fleet in 5 fathoms, Rupert decided to disengage and bear away from so dangerous a place, the action thus ending with about equal losses on both sides, the Dutch having 1 ship taken, the English 2 disabled, and 3 fireships expended. During the next week, the Allies cruised off the Schoenveld, refitting under much greater disadvantages than the Dutch, who had the resources of their ports within easy reach. On June 4, Old Style, de Ruyter, having a strong northeast wind in his favor, took the offensive. The Allies stood north-northwest, keeping as near the wind as possible, Spragg leading and trying to stretch ahead and weather the Dutch. This, however, he could not achieve, and at last the Dutch bore down and engaged at some little distance, as usual directing their fire at the English masts and rigging. Rupert vainly endeavoured to get to a decisive range, and, as the sea was too high for the English to use their lower deck guns, the action proved as inconclusive as its predecessor. During the night the Dutch tacked and stood away southeast, pursued by the Allies till about 6 a.m., when Rupert, seeing that the sands would shelter the enemy before he could overtake them, abandoned the chase. A return home was now unavoidable. He had not lost any ships, but many of his vessels had been badly damaged, and he was short of men, supplies, and provisions. For the fleet had been merely huddled out, without being properly found or equipped, and the deficiencies had not since been made good. Thus, instead of covering the projected landing, the Allies had to relieve the Dutch coast of their presence for nearly 6 weeks at the best season of the year. For this the blame must rest on an administration which, despite all the energy and vigilance of Pepys, could not escape the prevalent failings of the Restoration. In vain, Rupert sought to hasten the refitting. Men and materials alike were lacking, and though 2,000 soldiers were embarked, it was not till July 17, Old Style, that the repairs were sufficiently complete to let Rupert leave the Nore with some 90 fighting ships, 30 of which were French. On the 24th he was off the Schoenveld, trying to draw de Ruyter out and force him to fight. But though the Dutch put out, July 22nd, keeping with the Allies as they made northward, Rupert could not bring on the desired battle. No sooner did he, thinking he had drilled them a pretty distance, tack and stand down to engage, than a shift of the wind gave the Dutch the weather gauge and enabled them to regain their old sanctuary, the Schonfeld. Into that hole Rupert would not follow them, and, adopting the plan previously arranged, he stood away for the Texel. The scheme proved efficacious. Only by keeping touch with the Allied fleets could de Ruyter prevent the landing of the troops from Yarmouth. It would not have been enough to keep his fleet in being in harbour. Moreover, the East India fleet was due home, and he could not let that valuable prize fall into Rupert's clutches. Thus, on August 10, Rupert had the satisfaction of seeing his enemy to leeward. He bore down at a great pace upon them, but the Dutch would not fight at a disadvantage, and kept away till nightfall. During the night, a shift of the wind to the southeast put de Ruyter to windward, and enabled him to engage on his own terms, August 11. Calculating on the disinclination to get to close quarters, which the French had continually displayed, he determined to contain the Allied van, formed by their 30 sail, with part of the Zealand squadron, whereby he was able to engage the 60 ships of Rupert and Sprague with practically equal numbers. The battle, which began about 9 o'clock, speedily resolved itself into 3 separate engagements. In the van, d'Estrées, much to the dissatisfaction of his rear admiral, de Martel, allowed Banquert's few ships to hold him in check, and never attempted to close. In the centre, Rupert and de Ruyter stood along together to the southwest, very hotly engaged. Astern of them, Sprague, in deliberate disobedience of Rupert's orders, backed his topsails to allow Tromp, who was a little astern, to come up with him, whereby the whole blue squadron fell far behind the body of the fleet. Tromp concentrated his attack on Sprague's flagship, and the Royal Prince was speedily disabled and forced out of the line, Lord Ossory, Sprague's rear admiral, taking his place. About midday, the wind suddenly shifted to the southwest, which gave the Allies the weather gauge, and deprived d'Estrées of his last excuse for not falling on the detachment which was containing him. However, he stood away to the southeast and allowed Banquert to bear up and actually pass through the rear of the French fleet on his way to join de Ruyter against Rupert. The commander-in-chief was thus very hard beset, having de Ruyter on his lee quarter, and the Zealanders to windward of him, while his rear admiral, Sir John Chichilla, who had fallen to leeward badly damaged, was cut off from the rest of the Red Squadron and was in some peril, till Rupert, pressing hard on the Dutch to leeward of him and forcing them to bear away, brought him relief. After this there followed a lull in the action, and Rupert, perceiving the Blue Squadron some leagues to leeward, decided to bear down and rejoin it. De Ruyter conformed to the move, and the 2 centres ran down parallel, within range of each other, but without firing. It was just as well that Rupert made this move. Sprague had had a second flagship disabled, and in shifting to the Royal Charles, his boat was sank and he himself drowned. Tromp then pressed hotly on the Prince and other cripples, which were with difficulty protected by Lord Ossory and a few supporters, who had forced Tromp to sheer off when de Ruyter drew near, bearing down with all the sail he could to make himself master of our lamed ships. Meanwhile, Rupert was making strenuous endeavours to induce certain vessels of the Blue and Red, which were lying inactive to windward, to take their places in his wake. Failing to do this, he pushed on and, interposing between de Ruyter and the cripples, renewed the action very sharply. Had the French, who by this time had tacked and followed the Red, only obeyed Rupert's repeated signals and borne down upon the enemy, the action would probably have ended in a victory for the Allies. "I must have routed them," Rupert wrote. "It was the greatest and plainest opportunity ever lost at sea." And the justice of his bitter complaints is admitted by de Martel. Nightfall at length parted the exhausted combatants, Rupert standing to sea under easy sail so as to carry off the disabled ships, and the Dutch making for their own coast. Desperate as the fighting had been, the only vessels lost were fireships and other small craft, and in spite of his losses in officers and men and the injuries his ships had received, Rupert had no intention of acknowledging defeat by quitting the coast. He was furious at the conduct of the French, and some of his own captains had behaved in a manner with which he was strongly dissatisfied. But the bad weather which followed almost immediately after the action, and before damages could be repaired, forced him home. August 18, Old Style. The season was now so far advanced that all thoughts of a descent upon Holland had to be laid aside. The camp at Yarmouth was broken up, September 1st, and a little later the French departed for their own ports. By this time, not only were the relations between the French and English fleets, admirals, officers, and men alike strained almost to breaking point, but the nation was heartily sick of the war, and the dissatisfaction at this conjuncture with the French was so great that the general speech in the city was that unless this alliance with France be broken, the nation will be ruined. National hostility to commercial rivals was being obliterated by the rising tide of antipathy to France, in which men saw the champion of the Roman Catholicism which they dreaded. It was felt that English sailors were being sacrificed to fight the battles of Louis, and when Parliament met in October, it was all but unanimous in its determination to bring the war to an end. Charles was the more disposed to yield to its importunity, because the revolution in Holland, which had overrun De Witt and had supplanted him by the Prince of Orange, had involved him in an attempt to ruin his own nephew. The Dutch, eagerly grasping a chance of reducing the odds against them, were ready to grant favorable terms, acknowledging fully the right of the flag, and restoring New York, which they had taken in the previous July. Thus, on February 9th, 1674, Old Style, the Treaty of London ended a war in which the honours certainly rested with the Dutch, and more especially with de Ruyter. Nothing is more remarkable than the improvement in tone, discipline, skill, and all-around efficiency displayed by the Dutch navy in the Third Dutch War, fruit very largely of the stringent measures of reform taken by De Witt and de Ruyter after the Peace of Breda. The Dutch had fought in a manner worthy of the best days of their race. They had realized the imminent peril of their country, and had ably seconded their great leader's brilliant combination of offense and defense, of vigorous attack and skillful avoidance of unequal combats. That even de Ruyter's great skill would have averted defeat if the French had cooperated cordially, it would be bold to affirm. Rupert might fairly claim that, had D'Estrées played his part properly, the Battle of the Texel would have had a very different result. And certainly he had no cause to feel ashamed of his own share in the war. Sprague's sweeping criticisms of his commander are the jealous words of a disappointed rival, and Rupert had had to contend against an untrustworthy ally, a defective administration, constant shortness of money, and a jealous and disobedient subordinate, whose conduct was typical of the insubordination and indiscipline which were gaining ground in the fleet. The Restoration standard of conduct was making itself felt. The tone of the court could not but affect the navy, and the failures and other unsatisfactory features of the Third Dutch War were the inevitable result of the king's example. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9, The Policy of Charles II and James II, 1667 to 87, by John Pollock, Part 1. Clarendon's dismissal was Charles's opportunity, and he proceeded to take advantage of it with all the speed compatible with the caution of a far-seeing calculator, whose immediate future, even at crises, appalling to the most daring of his followers, was invariably pledged to his personal pleasure, and with the leisurely readjustment that attends transitions in great affairs. Clarendon was succeeded by the famous cabal, Sir Thomas Clifford, Lord Arlington, the Duke of Buckingham, Lord Ashley, and the Earl of Lauderdale, the initials of whose names gave notoriety and permanence to a word already in common use. They formed a ministry containing two of the cleverest and two of the most capable men in all England. But despite their varied talents, they never enjoyed the complete confidence of the king, and never acquired an influence over his policy comparable to that enjoyed by the late Chancellor. Less than 18 months after Clarendon's fall, Charles wrote to his sister, Henrietta of Orleans, "One thing I desire you to take as much as you can out of the King of France's head, that my ministers are anything but what I will have them. Whatsoever opinion my ministers had been of, I would and do always follow my own judgment, and, if they take any other measures than that, they will see themselves mistaken in the end." Widely as the aims of the two men differed, and widely as their characters differed in almost every other respect, Charles II may be compared to his nephew William of Orange, in the uncommon tenacity with which he pursued his object. That he was, when he chose, an excellent man of business, his ministers were well aware. That he was among the most adroit men of his age, his friends and enemies, both politicians of England and the able diplomatists of France, had ample experience, but that, in power of projecting a great scheme and maintaining it in the face of almost unexampled difficulties and dangers, in coolness of judgment and in keenness of foresight, he deserved to be classed among statesmen of the first rank. Only the history of 18 years could show. The policy of Clarendon at home had been a severely Anglican royalism of the old style. In foreign affairs he had at the beginning of the reign been regarded by Mazarin as consistently opposed to French interests, and although there had been of late years been more ground for the popular belief that he was on the contrary their active promoter, he had desired peace with the Dutch, had dreamed of an alliance between England, Sweden, and Spain, and claimed to have prepared the way for the Triple Alliance to oppose the encroachments of Louis XIV on the territory of the Spanish monarchy. From Clarendon's retirement to the end of the reign, the cardinal point in Charles's policy was dependence on France. Not, however, the submissive dependence of servility, but dependence on support and supplies extorted by himself and used to free him from servitude to the Church of England, either by the destruction of her privileges or by compelling her enlistment in the service of the crown. Even when under Danby's ministry, the court returned to a policy resembling that of Clarendon. Its intention was not to secure the supremacy of the Church, but at the price of the political annihilation of her adversaries, to buy her blind and perpetual support for the crown. The position of the crown in the state was the constant object of Charles's undertakings. His involved intrigues in affairs both at home and abroad were only the means to assure it. The first field in which the influence of Charles's government was decisively exerted on continental politics was the Low Countries. On July 31, 1667, the Treaty of Breda was signed. 6 weeks earlier, Louis had declared what became known as the War of Devolution against Spain, and had poured a large and well-equipped army under Turenne into the Spanish Netherlands. On June 2nd, Charleroi was taken, and before the end of August, Tournai, Douai, Courtrai, and Lille were in French hands, and the greater part of Flanders was occupied. The intention of Louis to make good the claim which he had openly abandoned to the property, if not the title, of the Spanish throne was thus revealed to the world with startling abruptness. To the Dutch, the opening of the Scheldt, which he clearly forecast, meant the rise of Antwerp and the corresponding decline of Amsterdam. To the English, it dimly foreshadowed the extension of Louis's system, the system of Catholic absolutism over practically the whole of civilized Europe. Far-seeing minds could perhaps perceive that the curtain had been rung up on a drama of incalculable gravity, of which the scene was to shift from one end of Europe to the other, and the last act was not to be played till after the lapse of more than a generation. The opponents of French aggrandizement were fortunate in the English minister at Brussels. Sir William Temple had, during the negotiations at Breda, convinced himself that the only means of safeguarding the peace of Europe from Louis's ambition lay in an alliance between England and Holland, and in the following months urged the plan repeatedly on his government. In September, he took the opportunity of a trip to Holland to discuss the matter with John de Witt, with the result that Buckingham and Arlington held a series of conferences with the Dutch and Spanish ambassadors in London, and discussed the idea from every point of view. So rapidly did the situation mature that at the end of December, Temple returned to The Hague, this time on an official mission, and before a month was out had signed the momentous treaty which, on the accession of Sweden, a few months later, received the name of the Triple Alliance. This treaty, ratified on January 13, 1668, took the form of two alliances. By the first, which was purely defensive, the contracting parties undertook, in case of attack, each to come to the assistance of the other with a specified force by land and sea. By the second, they undertook to restore peace between France and Spain. Louis had already offered to make peace on one of two conditions. Either he would keep what he had got, or he would take in exchange Franche-Comté and 3 fortresses in the Netherlands, without in either case explicitly surrendering the claim that he had set up by going to war. By the alliance, the Dutch and English governments now bound themselves to persuade Spain to accept one of the alternatives offered, or, failing this, to compel her by force of arms, and moreover by a secret article, should the King of France refuse to make good his offer of peace, then to combine, with all the united force and power, not only to compel him to make peace, but also to continue the war till France was reduced to the boundary set by the Treaty of the Pyrenees. The effect of the alliance was immediate. Despite the severity of the weather, Condé was dispatched with a force of 15,000 men into Franche-Comté, and overran the province in a fortnight, and Louis, having thus provided himself with a powerful diplomatic weapon, opened negotiations for a peace with Spain, which, on May 29th, was concluded at Aix-la-Chapelle on the basis of the first alternative, France surrendering Franche-Comté and consolidating her northeast frontier by a long line of fortresses in Flanders and Hainault. To John de Witt in Holland, the Triple Alliance was of capital importance. Although the Dutch were ostensibly on the best of public terms with the French government, this friendship was but a hollow pretense. Colbert's economic system had already threatened the commerce of the Dutch. Louis despised and detested them as a nation of Protestant and Republican tradesmen, and it was evident that, once the bulwark of the Spanish Netherlands was down, the turn of the Dutch would come soon. De Witt had not been without qualms at the thought of breaking with France for an alliance with the changeful fortunes of England, and he had been surprised at the readiness with which Charles fell in with his proposals during the negotiations for the treaty. But he had, in fact, no choice in his search for support. For him it was the English alliance or nothing. What vitiated his calculation was that he could not penetrate the intentions of Charles. He did not know that, at the very moment when Charles was proposing to Holland an offensive alliance against France, he was also proposing to France an alliance against Holland and Spain, and to Spain an alliance against France to the disadvantage of Holland. Charles had no more liking for the Dutch than Louis had, but he wished to make his weight felt, to detach the Dutch from their traditional alliance with France, and to put himself in a position where all the European rivals would compete for his services. The Triple Alliance had not been long completed when he betrayed the secret article to Louis, and within a few days of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, he was offering Louis a reciprocal alliance on the closest terms. The object of Charles had been gained. Louis was filled with a burning desire for revenge upon the Dutch, the rivals in trade not of France but of England, and had been forced to realize that for the success of his European schemes, it was necessary to buy the support of England. Incidentally, the Triple Alliance was the most popular hit in England that Charles's government had yet made. When Parliament met on February 10, 1668, the two subjects contained in the King's speech were the Triple Alliance and an intention to achieve a better union and composure in the minds of my Protestant subjects in matters of religion. While Temple and Arlington had been absorbed in foreign affairs, Buckingham and Sir Orlando Bridgeman, Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, had been engaged in a series of conferences with the leading nonconformist divines, such as Baxter and Manton, in order, if possible, to devise a scheme for the admission of the dissenting body into the established church. The opinion of certain Anglican clergymen also was taken, and Lord Chief Justice Hale, who attended the meetings, drafted a comprehension bill to be laid before Parliament, at the same time to guarantee a more business-like administration. The Privy Council was reorganized in a number of committees, the most important being that for foreign affairs, an eminently practical system that had been disliked and long hindered by Clarendon. Charles II had always had a leaning towards toleration, combined with a desire in particular to free the Catholics from their heavy disabilities. The House of Commons, on the contrary, had always shown the bigoted zeal of persecuting Anglicanism, and now that a moderate proposal for the relief of dissenters was in the air, could be trusted to prevent its taking effect. For once the cabal had found a question on which all its members were agreed. Clifford and Arlington were, or were about to be, Roman Catholics. Buckingham was the patron of the independents. Civil liberty was the guiding principle of Ashley's life, and Lauderdale, who was chiefly concerned with Scotland, was an administrator rather than a statesman, and, if he had an opinion at all, viewed the proposal favorably. Yet neither the success of the government abroad, nor the promise of better order at home, and the strange unanimity of the ministers in the age of divided ministries, could mollify the Commons, who proceeded to petition the king for a proclamation against conventicles and to read a bill for their suppression by 114 votes to 78. Their natural bias was accentuated by the chance, since the policy of the Triple Alliance was irreproachable, of opposing the court on the question of religion. Their bill was passed, but, to their indignation, did not reach a second reading in the Lords, where it was dropped on the prorogation of Parliament. They returned, however, to the charge, and in April 1670, a bill of increased stringency for continuing the Conventicle Act, which had expired in 1668, became law. The Commons made it known to the king that, however gladly they might be rid of Clarendon's personality, so far as the church was concerned, they were not going to desert his principles. There can be little doubt that this had a great effect on Charles's mind. The Commons' uncompromising determination made it impossible for him, were they unresisted, to retain a shadow of authority or to pursue the national policy to which the Triple Alliance seemed to point the way. His statesmanlike dream had been of a national church, formally organized on the basis of the Roman Catholic religion, but broad enough to include the majority of moderate Protestants, depending but slightly on Rome in political affairs, and perfectly tolerant of dissent. But because neither Rome would admit such privileges nor Parliament so much as allow a temporary toleration, a dream it remained. In 1668, he seems to have made another attempt in the same direction. Charles's own son, his eldest bastard, born to him by a lady of good family in Jersey, had been bred a Catholic and had recently entered the Society of Jesus at Rome. Under the name of James de la Cloche, he was now at his father's request dispatched by the Jesuit general to receive a communication from the mouth of Charles, who saw him and sent it back with an oral commission as a secret ambassador to the Father General. The rest is shrouded in mystery. The return of the youth to Rome, the nature of his mission, his subsequent career are hidden from us. Nothing more is known for certain of the eldest child of Charles II, nor did more considerable results attend the journey to London of the papal internuncio at Brussels a short time after, and a secret interview with the king at the Pope's command. The decisive action was to be taken in another quarter. In January 1669, a remarkable meeting took place at St. James's Palace. The king was present and informed the Duke of York, Clifford, Arlington, and Arundel that he desired to reconcile himself to the Catholic faith and to return England Catholic with him. A short time before, James had announced his conversion to his brother, but while the Duke's change was probably in the main religious, Charles was acting rather from political motives. In the course of the next year, James's conversion was suspected, though it was not until the spring of 1676 that he ceased attending the royal chapel, and all England knew him for a papist. But Charles dissembled his religion till the day of his death. For the present, there was no question in his mind of a public profession unless he could make sure of its political results. But he was so far moved by the actual situation to assure the French ambassador a few months later that he intended to go over, and that, besides the spiritual advantage he should gain from doing so, he also considered that it was the only way of re-establishing the monarchy. Only under a Catholic constitution, as it seemed to Charles, might a king of England hope to be absolute. From the point of view of Louis XIV, the political element in Charles's projected conversion had the merit of bringing him within reach of the French purse strings. Louis wanted Charles's support, but at least his neutrality. Charles wanted Louis's support, but above all his money. This is the key to the complicated and mysterious negotiations between the two courts, from this date to Charles's final triumph. The question at bottom being how much pressure Charles could put on Louis by a tacit threat to make terms with Parliament, and how far Louis could allow or compel Charles to go in that direction without the situation becoming too dangerous. For 6 months before the meeting at St. James's Palace, Charles had been discussing the basis of a commercial treaty with France by means of Buckingham and Colbert de Coissy, and it was due to Buckingham's suggestion that the further questions arising should pass through the hands of the king's sister, the Duchess of Orleans, that the affair took the now well-known lines of what can only be regarded as one of the deepest plots in history. To facilitate proceedings and to avert suspicion, the Abbé Pregnani, a fashionable Parisian astrologer, was sent to London to act as a means of communication, and the better part of a year was spent in a detailed correspondence between the two courts concerning the best course to be adopted. The scheme thus set afoot was to remodel England upon the example of France and to introduce Catholicism and absolute monarchy, hand in hand, by means of French gold and French force. In return for this assistance, Charles was to declare joint war with Louis on the Dutch and to recognize that Louis was not bound by his wife's renunciation of her claim to the Spanish crown. On a first consideration of the matter, Charles wished the opening move in the game to be his declaration of Catholicism. Colbert de Coissy, however, pointed out that the excitement caused by this step would be so intense throughout the Protestant world and would so distinctly place the Dutch in the position of champions of the Reformed religion that it would be hopeless to expect the English nation to consent to war with them. And although Charles would not commit himself to put the foreign war first and the civil conflict second, he was so much struck by the justice of the remark that he tacitly fell into line with the French proposal. The interest of France was not to support him in a prolonged dispute with his subjects, unless it were conducive to success on the continent. To put religion first might mean postponing the Dutch war indefinitely, while the strength that would accrue to him in money and arms by the success of a war supported by English commercial jealousy would put his opponents at home in an inferior position when he turned on them afterwards. On May 5th, 1670, the Duchess of Orleans reached Dover with the Charles, whose hand was strengthened by the substantial supply voted at the spring sitting of Parliament, journeyed to meet her. The negotiations were complete. The time was spent by Charles and his sister in unaffected happiness, and on June 1st the Treaty of Dover was signed by Colbert for France, by Arlington, Clifford, Arundel, and Sir Richard Bellings for England. Henrietta did not live to see the fruits of the treaty, in which her share had been so great that it was named by the French Le Traité de Madame. She had been ill before her arrival in England. On her return to Paris on June 18th, her symptoms continued, and on the 29th, after drinking a glass of chicory water, she died in a few hours, believing herself and believed by all the world to be the victim of poison. The cause of her death is now scientifically known to have been a perforating ulcer of the stomach. The treaty, which consisted of 10 articles and 3 additional clauses, set forth the joint policy of the two monarchs in some detail for the subjugation of England. Louis was to furnish Charles with 6,000 men at his own expense, and £150,000, and was, together with Charles, to fix the date of the stroke. For the attack on Holland, Charles was to furnish 6,000 men to serve under the French commander-in-chief, and 50 ships of war to serve together with 30 French under the Duke of York as admiral, the whole at the expense of Louis. Charles was to take Walcheren, Sluys, and Cadsand as his share of the spoil. The rights of the Prince of Orange were as far as possible to be preserved, and Louis was to pay Charles £225,000 yearly while the war lasted, for the success of La Grande Affaire, as Charles called it, to his sister. He reckoned further on his resources at home. The governor of Hull was a Catholic. Those of Portsmouth, Plymouth, Windsor, and other strong places were devoted to his service. The Catholic sentiment and force of Ireland were ready to hand, and Lauderdale controlled an army 20,000 strong in Scotland, bound to serve anywhere within the British dominions. If the design should succeed, he would find himself at the head of a Catholic state and master of his kingdom. A necessary consequence of the Treaty of Dover was a second treaty. All the ministers knew of the negotiations, but only those who were in the Catholic plot could be acquainted with their result. Therefore, to cover the traces of the real business, an elaborate sham treaty was drafted at Charles's suggestion by Buckingham, who was led to imagine that he was doing the work for which all the trouble had been taken. Le Traité Simulé went over the ground of the real treaty, except that no mention was made of Catholicism, while the subsidy offered towards its establishment was added to that offered for the purpose of the Dutch war, and that the combined military forces were to serve under an English general. As Buckingham expected to be that general, he was all the more delighted with the treaty, which was signed in February 1671 by himself, Ashley, and Lauderdale. He only began to discover his mistake when Charles induced Louis to forego the troops, thus provided for and replied by a jeer to Buckingham's expostulations on his deprivation of the command. In April 1670, as the price for the renewed Conventicle Act, the Commons had voted a tax calculated to bring in £300,000 a year for 8 years, and in the October session, they added a supply of 800,000 pounds. But as the annual expenses of the services alone amounted to 500,000, and the king's debts to over 2 million pounds, the financial prospects, despite a further supply obtained in the following March in response to a royal proclamation against papists, could hardly be considered brilliant. The attitude of the Commons, however, made it clear that, although Parliament was now prorogued from one date to another, doing little business till February 1673, the French ambassador had been only too accurate in his prophecy of the results that would follow the king's public change of religion. In promising the late proclamation, Charles had only ventured to hint at exemption for the Catholic royalists who had fought for his father, and there could be no doubt that any attempt to put in action the great Catholic scheme would ruin the hopes of the Dutch war, interrupt the stream of French gold, and perhaps overturn the monarchy itself in the fury it would let loose in England. Arlington, who had been of the king's original opinion, agreed with Charles that the declaration must be definitely postponed till the war had placed him in an overwhelmingly strong position. In the meantime, Charles amused himself with 2 new mistresses, the 2 most famous of the 13 whose names have been preserved. Nell Gwynn, the darling of London audiences, did not cost the nation above £4,000 a year in revenues. The other, a young Breton lady who had come to England in the suite of Henrietta of Orleans, Louise de Courreal, soon Duchess of Portsmouth, drew an income of £40,000 besides gifts amounting to many times that sum. Money was always a difficulty at Charles's court, and now that the spring of 1672 was fixed by Louis for his attack on Holland, a difficulty that pressed. Further, the French preparations for the war and the likelihood that England would assist in it were becoming known, and to summon Parliament would be to court disaster. The audacity of Clifford suggested a source of supply that needed nothing but a proclamation to tap it. During the Commonwealth and since the Restoration, the government had acquired the habit of obtaining assistance from the London goldsmiths, who thus became bankers. The public deposited their money with the bankers, who paid 6% on deposits and made loans at 8%, to merchants and others requiring advances. Charles's government found the system particularly useful as a means of realizing the taxes that had been voted but not collected. Supplies were rendered immediately available by bankers' advances on the security of the votes, and the Exchequer derived a certain continuity from the process. At the present time, nearly £1,400,000 had been advanced by the bankers to the Exchequer, when it was suddenly announced that none of the capital would be repaid for a whole year. A panic ensued. Bankers were forced to suspend their engagements. Merchants were unable to meet their bills, and a large proportion of the 10,000 persons to whom the sum, thus quietly pocketed by Charles, belonged were ruined. Nor did the mischief end there. Although the stop of the Exchequer was intended for a period of 12 months only, and although in the following year the Lord Chancellor actually assured Parliament that all arrears had been made good, and that interest would continue to be paid at the banker's rate, as promised in the proclamation, not a penny was forthcoming till 1674, when interest at about 6% was paid on the capital without arrears, and continued to 1683. Legal proceedings were instituted by the creditors, who finally obtained an act under William III for repayment of arrears at 3%, till half the capital was refunded. But the act remained inoperative, and the debt, which was first taken over by the South Sea Company, was ultimately incorporated in the national debt. It was estimated that the total loss to the bankers and their creditors amounted to £3 million. One startling event after another now broke upon the nation and made, said Baxter, all Protestant hearts to tremble. The stop of the Exchequer took place on January 2, 1672. On March 15th, the king issued a declaration of indulgence, suspending all manner of penal laws in matters ecclesiastical against whatsoever sort of nonconformists or recusants. On March 17th, war was declared against the Dutch Republic. Hostilities had actually begun before their official declaration, for after seeking in vain for a plausible pretext to break with their allies, and after de Witt had gone almost to the extreme of conciliation to keep the peace, the government gave orders to force a war by an act of open piracy. On March 13th, Holmes, the admiral in command at Portsmouth, who had opened the first Dutch war, sailed out to where a Dutch merchant fleet, laden with a rich cargo from the Levant, lay at anchor off the Isle of Wight, and opened fire upon it. War was rendered inevitable, but the treasure, the expected capture of which would help to defray it, escaped, for the government and the admiral had laid their plans so badly that the Dutch, after returning the English fire, were able to sail off with the loss of only 2 ships. The story of the war, which may be regarded as one thread in the double policy of the Dover Treaty, does not belong to this chapter. The Declaration of Indulgence, March 15, 1672, which was the other, was a kind of trial flight of the grand religious revolution that had been planned by Charles. Even at the time, it was vehemently suspected that its true object was to favor the Catholics. But it was a fact that, owing to Bridgeman's protest, Catholics could only claim the right to worship privately, while Protestant dissenters could do so in public, and that it was actively supported by Ashley and other prominent men, whose Protestantism was less suspected than the king's. The jails were opened. Bunyan left his prison at Bedford, and hundreds of nonconformists, and especially Quakers, for the persecution had been very fierce against them, walked the streets again in freedom. Still, there was much hesitation. The Presbyterians, with their strongly democratic views on church matters, disliked the personal nature of the relief accorded them by the king, and also being relieved as merely part of the whole body of dissenters, most of whom had experienced a less conciliatory treatment in the past. All feared to bring on themselves the disapprobation of Parliament. However, the government had succeeded for the moment. A nonconformist deputation to thank the king was introduced by Arlington. Bridgeman surrendered the Privy Seal. Clifford, with a peerage, stepped into the high place of Lord Treasurer. Ashley became Earl of Shaftesbury and Lord Chancellor. Arlington was made an Earl, Lauderdale a Duke, and both received the Garter. Although the declaration was but a shadow of the real scheme in Charles's head, it was considered by sound Anglicans to be a staggering blow to the Church. Papists and swarms of sectaries astonished the world of London by the numbers in which they met publicly, and on the following Easter day it was remarked the general scandal that the Duke of York, who attended church with the king, refrained from partaking of the communion for the 2nd year in succession. So lively was the agitation on the subject of Catholic toleration that when Parliament met in February 1673, after a recess of practically 2 years, Charles attempted to ride the storm that was known to be brewing by a display of personal authority. "I shall take it very ill," he said, "to receive contradiction in what I have done, and I will deal plainly with you. I am resolved to stick to my declaration." Meanwhile, negotiations had been proceeding with the Dutch. The war had gone badly for Holland, but neither had it gone well for England, and the dispatch, after all, of an English contingent to Louis's army had by no means mollified Buckingham's disappointment, since it had gone under command of the Duke of Monmouth. Consequently, Buckingham was more inclined to the Dutch and less to the French than he had been 2 years before. Ambassadors arrived from the Republic, and Buckingham and Arlington created sensation by crossing the Channel in person, ostensibly to discuss terms of peace. They found themselves in the midst of a revolution. The successes of Louis had enraged the populace against the magistrates, and on the very day of the ambassador's arrival at The Hague, the young Prince of Orange, as stadtholder, had been raised to the office of his ancestors. Scarcely 6 weeks later, Cornelius and John de Witt were torn to pieces in the street. The news of his nephew's restored and quasi-monarchical authority could not but be pleasing to Charles, who had entertained him on a visit to England in the autumn of 1670. But it soon appeared that William was impervious both to threats and to bribes. Lord Halifax, who joined the two ministers in the prince's camp, inclined to peace on terms favorable to the Dutch, and Buckingham, though still demanding a high price for England's defection from France, was urgent for peace, and indeed at one point could scarcely be restrained by Arlington from signing a treaty on the spot. But the lowest terms offered were such as William would not accept. Then Buckingham tried to work on his despair. "Do you not see," he said, "that all is lost? Do you not see?" "I know a sure way never to see it," answered the prince, "to die on the last dike." The embassy moved on to the French king's camp, and here the true nature of the mission, which was known to Louis and had been secretly entrusted by Charles to Arlington, came out. The peace overtures had been arranged primarily in order to throw dust in Protestant eyes and put the Republic in the position of having rejected an offer. The real business was the signature of an engagement between Charles and Louis, that neither would make peace before the demands of the other were satisfied, while they agreed upon joint terms, which the Prince of Orange was sure to refuse. Buckingham had been tricked again. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. The Policy of Charles II and James II, 1667 to 87, by John Pollock, Part 2. Charles had thus prepared opinion at home for the prosecution of the war, and for a large supply to support it. No better advocate for his cause could have been found than the new Chancellor, Shaftesbury, who followed the speech from the throne with a skillful and inflammatory harangue on the text Delenda est Carthago. That obtained an immediate vote of £1.25 million, to be spread over a period of 18 months. But the Commons were less manageable on the delicate question of the indulgence, though, when the subject was introduced, the House showed a general hesitation to touch it. The silence was that of a calm before the storm. Once loosened, tongues wagged freely. Why had not legal and ecclesiastical advice been taken before the declaration? What authority could such a declaration have? It was not even made under the Great Seal. The judges appointed under which swore to carry out the acts of Parliament that the King now claimed to override. Acts of Parliament. Why, the Declaration broke 40 of them. Sufficient doubt, however, existed on the whole subject of the royal dispensing power to turn the debate into a serious rather than an angry channel. A division gave a vote of 168 to 116 in favor of the resolution, that penal statutes in matters ecclesiastical cannot be suspended but by an act of Parliament, which was embodied in a respectful petition to the King, that the laws should once more be given their full force. At court, councils were divided. There could be no denying that the situation was most serious. Buckingham, Clifford, and Lauderdale were for force. A considerable army, assembled at Blackheath under the experienced command of Marshal Schomberg and Colonel Fitzgerald, might be used against Parliament while the Scot forces seized Newcastle. For Charles to submit at such a crisis might be the first step on the road trodden by his father, whereas a determined stroke would free him from danger. Shaftesbury was for dissolution, and Charles himself favored the idea, with the intention, it would seem, of carrying on his policy by a personal government without any parliament at all. But this would mean peace with the Dutch, and presumably the refusal of assistance from France. To Arlington, the minister most trusted by the king, this consideration appealed strongly. By dissolving Parliament at this moment, Charles would sacrifice all hope of fulfilling the Dover policy, and would have to face a national opposition without support. While, if he gave way now, and carried the war to a successful conclusion, he would still be in as good a position as ever to dictate terms to his people. On behalf of Louis, Colbert de Coissy brought forward the same arguments. He went even further. Charles's cooperation in the war was of such importance to his master that he was authorized to promise at the end of it not only the 6,000 men already stipulated, but 12,000 or 15,000, or even his whole might for the conquest of England. This offer was decisive. On the same evening, March the 8th, Charles cancelled the declaration, and the next morning he appeared in the House of Lords to announce his assent to the Commons' petition. The news was received with general delight and celebrated by bonfires all over the town. Nevertheless, the Commons were unsatisfied. They hurried through the remaining stages of the subsidy bill, but lingered over religion. Possibly they noticed that, although Charles had not asserted his right to dispense with the law, he had at the same time not abandoned it. In their fear of Catholicism, they proceeded to consider a subject that had formerly only roused parliamentary opposition, namely, the toleration of Protestant dissent, and professed themselves willing to pass an act which should secure it. But it was more characteristic of the Cavalier Parliament that out of the debates on this measure of toleration, which did not pass, grew the project for most famous of all measures of persecution which did. A bill against the increase of Catholicism had come down from the House of Lords. It was now proposed to insert in it a proviso imposing on all holders of civil and military office an oath explicitly denying the doctrine of transubstantiation in the sacrament, which would render it impossible for any Catholic to serve the crown, even in the most humble capacity. The amendment was adopted. The bill triumphantly passed and returned to the Lords. There a curious scene took place. Clifford denounced the bill with such fury that the Commons were flustered. He was answered by the Earl of Bristol, a Catholic, he described himself, of the Church of Rome, not a Catholic of the Court of Rome, that the bill was for the good of the nation and that their duty was to judge it, not as Roman Catholics, but as faithful members of a Protestant parliament, and strangest of all, Arlington and Shaftesbury, the king's two chief ministers, rose to press its passage. Arlington had coveted Clifford's place. Shaftesbury, it is said, had received from Arlington a hint as to the real scope of the Treaty of Dover. Moreover, Halifax and Sir William Coventry, who were Shaftesbury's near relatives, were among the keenest forces of the opposition. So the bill passed and received the royal assent and became the Test Act. On March 29th, Parliament was prorogued. Before the year was out, the Act had worked important results. Clifford gave up the treasurer's staff and retired to the country, to die, it was believed, by his own hand. The Duke of York surrendered all his offices. Prince Rupert, a strong Protestant, took command of the fleet, but there were further consequences of a less direct character. Arlington withdrew from his post of Secretary of State and accepted the colourless office of Lord Chamberlain. Shaftesbury, suspected by the king to have been bribed by Spain and by the Duke of York to have opposed his second marriage, which took place in the autumn, was dismissed and immediately flung himself into violent opposition to the court. "It is only laying down my robe," he said, "and buckling on my sword." Sir Heneage Finch, the Attorney General, became Lord Keeper and Earl of Nottingham. Sir Joseph Williamson succeeded Arlington as Secretary of State. Sir Thomas Osborne, a Yorkshire baronet of small fortune and Cavalier principles, took up the Treasurer's staff. Buckingham, Lauderdale, and Arlington were attacked in the Commons on their meeting in October. The great cabal ministry had been scattered to the winds. It was now admitted by all the partners to the Catholic scheme that it must fully be abandoned. Arlington declared it impossible. Charles spoke of it no more, and the French ambassador, who had devoted all his energy to its furtherance, begged Louis to recall him. Colbert de Coissy had learnt from his friends in Parliament, among them the poet Waller, that there were not 4 members who believed that there was any other means of preserving the Protestant religion but peace with Holland, or who considered the French alliance to have an object other than the establishment of popery in England. The new treasurer did not return Colbert's visit, and he felt that he could no longer be useful as Louis's representative. In January 1674, he withdrew to France, leaving in his place the Comte de Revigny, an elderly Protestant of respectable character, who detested le sale trafic of buying men, women, and parties, in which he found himself busily engaged. Revigny had not been a month at the head of the embassy when peace was made with the Dutch. Meanwhile, the Duke of York's marriage had provided another topic of explosive interest. Anne Hyde, his first wife, died a Catholic early in the year 1672, leaving 2 daughters, Mary and Anne, who were now being brought up in the Protestant faith, and the king's marriage being barren, were after their father the nearest heirs to the throne. Now it was desirable both that there should be an heir, male, and that, for the better guarantee of his title, he should be sprung from a royal line on both sides. The question, therefore, of a second wife for the Duke was of much importance, but since he was himself a Catholic, the choice was perforce narrowed to the marriageable Catholic princesses of Europe. The Spanish interest could provide an Austrian Archduchess, Claudia Felicitas, daughter of Ferdinand Charles of Tyrol, and as Spain had a lively concern in upholding the Dutch Republic as a barrier to the claims of Louis, this was perhaps the nearest approach to a Protestant match that could be made. But when the Austrians demanded conditions unfavorable to France, the negotiations fell through and the field was left open to candidates of the French court, from among whom the Princess Mary of Modena was finally selected. On September 30th, 1673, the princess, who was barely 15 years of age, was married to James by proxy. The Earl of Peterborough took the place of his master, the Duke. In order to get the ceremony over before the meeting of Parliament, the papal dispensation, necessary since Mary had taken the first step towards entering a convent, was not awaited and was ultimately not obtained without abject supplications from England and the good offices of Louis. To the politicians of the papal court, who preferred Spain to France, the match was by no means welcome. Among Protestants at home, that is to say, in 9/10 of the nation, it created an uproar. Apart from the vulgar belief that Mary was the Pope's eldest daughter, it was evidence of the relations existing between Charles and Louis. Personally, James enjoyed but little popularity. His conversion to the Catholic religion had rendered him an object of real distrust. His marriage under the auspices of the French king, so as to assure a Catholic and almost a French succession, now revived all the most violent suspicions that had attended the beginning of the war. Meeting on October 20th, the Commons voted an address to the king, praying that the marriage should not be consummated, and that the Duke should not wed any person but of the Protestant religion. Hereupon, Parliament was promptly adjourned for a week. When they reassembled, the Commons were informed that the marriage had been completed, and were coolly reminded by Charles that they had for several months been aware of the negotiations for a match between the Duke and another princess, also a Catholic, without expressing dissatisfaction. Since this observation was unanswerable by argument, the Commons solaced themselves by the practical step of refusing a supply, on account chiefly of the war, but also of the danger of popery and popish councils and councillors, again addressed the king in favor of dissolution of the proxy marriage, and on November 3rd voted the standing army a grievance. Early on the morrow, before the address could be presented, Charles appeared in the Lords and prorogued Parliament for 2 months. Nor was the meeting of Parliament in January 1674 more peaceful or more productive. To meet the repeated charges that the alliance with France meant the introduction of popery into England, Charles laid before a committee of both houses the traité simulé, concluded to disguise the real business at Dover, with the assurance that it was the only treaty with France in existence. The speech, however, was so ill composed and delivered that the Commons proceeded on their business without the least sign of being conciliated. No supply was voted, but heady debates took place on grievances and on the subject of evil counsellors, until, matters going from bad to worse, the king, after announcing that peace was concluded with the Dutch, suddenly prorogued Parliament till the following November. Members hastened away from Westminster in alarm and disgust, but their astonishment was still greater when Charles, who had kept his intentions secret from his most trusted advisers, announced that Parliament should stand further prorogued till April 1675. He had received 500,000 crowns from Louis to enable him to do without it. The disordered state of affairs inclined many minds towards the only policy which seemed capable of giving quiet to the kingdom, namely, that of assuring a Protestant succession to the throne. At the time of Clarendon's fall, the Chancellor's enemies and successors, fearful lest his son-in-law should avenge him by compassing their overthrow, took counsel whether it were not possible to supplant James as their presumptive of the king. Within a few years of the Restoration, rumors had even been afloat at the Duke's apprehension that Charles would recognize as legitimate his handsome young son, whom he created Duke of Monmouth, and there was talk of attempts to extract from the king documents relating to him without the damaging epithets naturalis aut illegitimus. But, however deeply such gossip may have infected Monmouth's ambitious dreams, it soon became evident that his father would give no countenance to schemes of the kind, and a more plausible means seemed to have been discovered in the project of obtaining for the king a divorce from his queen and of remarrying him to a lady capable of bearing him lawful issue. The proceedings about the same time in Lord Brew's divorce case, which ended in 1676 by an act of Parliament dissolving his marriage, lent a practical interest to the notion, for which the divorce of Henry VIII might also furnish a precedent. Divines were consulted on the point, and about the year 1671, Gilbert Burnet, afterwards Bishop of Salisbury, gave his opinion at the instance of the Duke of Lauderdale, that a woman's barrenness was just cause for divorce or polygamy, and that polygamy was lawful according to the New Testament. Such was the talk at the court of Charles II, talk that gained fresh force from the crisis of the Duke of York's marriage. As a practical suggestion, however, the idea of the king's divorce depended wholly upon the king, and Charles made it plain that he was not going to inflict this last insult upon his patient wife. Even when she was supposed to be mortally ill, the utmost drawn from him on the engrossing domestic subject was that, if he married again, the lady would have to be very, very beautiful. Charles was resolute not to be the cat's paw of any party in his matrimonial affairs. Thus it was that men's eyes turned overseas to the king's nephew, the grandson of Charles I, who was now guiding the policy of the Dutch Republic. William of Orange had taken over the machinery of the Witt's government and consolidated in himself the power of the state. Moreover, he had a high reputation in England. He had formed connections with Sir William Temple, with Shaftesbury, William Howard, afterwards Lord Howard of Esric, and Halifax, who composed the nucleus of an Orange party in Parliament. And it was perhaps in his interest that the Earl of Carlisle, with the support of Halifax and Shaftesbury, introduced a motion into the Lords to restrict future royal marriages within the bounds of the Protestant religion, under penalty of incapacity to succeed to the throne. This motion was rejected with scorn, but in the course of the year 1674, a great advance was made in the prince's interest by the acceptance at court of the idea of marrying to him the Duke of York's eldest daughter, Mairi. Partisans of the prince hit upon the scheme as one likely to afford them protection against the vengeance of the Duke. Charles, who in the spring had declined a second visit from William in order to please Louis, now that he had extracted a sufficient subsidy from his ally, conceived that a Protestant match would allay the excitement caused by the Modenese marriage, and would guarantee him, and to extent his brother, against the most dangerous political elements in the kingdom. Negotiations were accordingly begun without the knowledge of the Duke, who consented with as good a grace as possible to the project in which he thus found himself involved. Arlington, who was specially responsible for the scheme, and Ossory, the young son of the Duke of Ormond, went to The Hague in December to put the matter to the prince, but their mission was unsuccessful. To the proposal which Ossory made, William replied agreeably, but without assenting. He was in the midst of war, he said. The princess was very young, and he did not know whether he would be personally acceptable. He thought it better to postpone consideration of the match until he could come to England, save Arlington's retirement from politics. Everything therefore remained doubtful. The spectacle presented by the state of England at this juncture was deplorable. The policy of Dover appeared to have all but destroyed the stability of the kingdom. The factitious enthusiasm which had greeted the Restoration had long since died out. For the first 7 years, despite war, plague, fire, and some suspicion of the government, the country had been quiet under the control of a minister whose ideas were in sympathy, if not identical, with those of the majority of Englishmen. On his downfall, the reins of policy were seized by the king, whose mind had been formed in a new time and on foreign soil, and who within 7 more years brought the kingdom to the verge of disruption. Charles's lassitude of temper concealed from his subjects the independence of intellect and pertinacity of character that drove him towards an absolutism detested by them. Yet such was his skill that the difficulties which crowded on the nation were ascribed less to him, their author, than to advisers, of whom certainly some had followed him with alacrity, but others had been wholly ignorant of the scope of his plans. The dissolution of the cabal marks a turning point in the king's policy. Charles was clever enough to see when the game was up. He had attempted to mount with the support of the Catholic revival to heights he saw occupied by his cousin across the Channel. He had failed, but he had at least concealed from his people his object and his failure in it. Now he dropped Catholicism as a political force forever. His most useful weapon was still unimpaired. The neutrality of England was still necessary for the plans of France. He had been able to obtain from Louis a considerable price for freeing himself from the last pressure put on him by Parliament in the matter of the Dutch war. He now proceeded to use his freedom by following a new line, which, if successfully pursued, would place him in much the same position as that just abandoned. In Sir Thomas Osborne, created successfully Earl and Marquis of Danby, Charles had found a minister of extraordinary capacity. Danby was the first man of his time to apply himself systematically to the problems of finance that underlie all administration, while he combined with this energy the talent for managing men and affairs that alone could make it effective. He invented, it may be said, government by machine. Bribery of members of Parliament was already known, having been first practiced on a large scale by the Spanish ambassador, Molina, at the crisis of Clarendon's dismissal and occasionally resorted to by others. But the art was not properly understood until Danby mastered, organized, and ruled by it. Numerous pensions and places existed which had hitherto been bestowed without thought of services to be rendered by their holders. These were so distributed by the treasurer as to ensure to the government a compact body of voters, whose loyalty depended on their obedience to a common paymaster. Danby, in short, discovered that patronage was the soul of party. He could thus render unsolid support for the measures of the court, while by strict economy he reduced the national expenditure to a point which guaranteed the government against the necessity of constant begging from Parliament. For the farm of the excise, he was able to obtain £550,000 per annum, an increase of £20,000 on the sum obtained by his predecessor. The return from the hearth tax mounted from £145,000 to £162,000. The Irish revenue from £190,000 to £240,000, and he was soon able to borrow money at 8%, or 2%, lower than the ordinary rate for private borrowers. When a rumor gained credit in the spring of 1674 that a fresh stop of the exchequer was contemplated, it was officially contradicted in the Gazette as false and scandalous. On his arrival at the Treasury, Danby found the government in enormous arrears for dockyard works and for the wages of sick and wounded sailors. On these accounts alone, he gradually paid out £136,000 and £93,000, respectively. The household debts were soon reduced by £79,000. The Army and Navy left on his hands at the conclusion of the war were paid off at the rate of over £100,000 a month for 15 months, and it should be remembered to Danby's credit that he found means to pay in cash where formerly promissory notes and truck had been forced on the men in part discharge. It was again Danby who managed to begin and to continue the payment of interest on the debt caused by the stop of 1672, who put Charles in a position of security at home and enabled him to pay for a large permanent addition to the fleet, and who, on his fall from office in 1679, left over £100,000 in an exchequer, which before his control of it had hardly ever been a penny to the good. Danby's reorganization of the royal finance had more to do with the growth of national prosperity in the latter part of the century than has generally been acknowledged. From the first, his administration produced seeming marvels. Before the end of September 1674, he had reduced the weekly expenses of the government to £10,000 below the revenue, and taking the precaution of putting the Duchess of Portsmouth in his debt, had thus, in less than a year's time, provided a sure basis for which to start on a new scheme of national policy. This was no less than to place all possible opponents of the crown in the position in which the Test Act had placed the Catholics, namely, to reduce them to impotence by obliging them to either accept office upon the court terms or to remain incapacitated forever by their exclusion from it. Under cover of his affection for the Church of England and his fear of the pernicious designs of ill men, Charles was in a fair way, if he should be successful, to bring about a revolution that amounted, as Andrew Marvell justly declared, to a dissettlement of the whole birthright of England. The engine to accomplish this was the so-called non-resisting test, which early in the session of April 1675 was introduced into the Lords under the title of a bill to prevent the dangers which may arise from persons disaffected to the government. It proposed to exact from all officials, justices of the peace, and members of both houses of Parliament a declaration that to take up arms against the king, on any pretense whatsoever, was unlawful, and an oath never to attempt any alteration in government or religion now established by law. Practically, the bill was an assault on the country party, the descendants of Hampden and Pym, and on every shade of nonconformity by the full force of the Church, the Cavaliers, and the court. Charles was offering a perpetual tenure of power to Anglicanism, and in the ministry of Danby, whose opposition to France was generally known, a guarantee to the nation of a really English government, at the price of supremacy for Danby and himself. The court sought beforehand to create a suitable atmosphere for the measure by erecting a statue of Charles I at Charing Cross, and by a severe declaration against popery. And on both sides strenuous preparation was made for a struggle which was to define parliamentary positions with exquisite clearness. The king, the minister, the bishops, and all whom royal, ministerial, and episcopal influence could touch were for the measure. The Catholics, who had schemes of their own that would be ruined by it. The nonconformists. The country party against. Louis, who saw in Danby his worst enemy, was against. The Dutch and Spanish governments, who felt them their best friend, for. In the Commons, the Golden Age seemed to have arrived, and fortune reigned every coinage in Europe. For 17 days, the serried ranks of the bishops waged unequal war with the keen eloquence of Shaftesbury, the wit and wisdom of Halifax, the terrible ridicule of Buckingham. Against the three most brilliant men in the kingdom they were ill-matched, supported though they were by the presence of Charles, who appeared regularly at the fireside of the House of Lords to watch the course of debate and was likened to the sun, blinding his opponents. If, however, the court was worsted in argument, it was victorious in numbers, and the bill was passed and sent down to the Commons. Here the most violent scenes had in the meantime taken place. While the test was being debated in the Lords, the country party in the lower house under the leadership of Lords Russell and Cavendish, Farrell, Powell, Littleton, Sir William Coventry, and Colonel Birch, attacked Danby and put forward a popular policy to rival his. They demanded the recall of the English troops serving under the French flag abroad, the exclusion of Catholics from both houses, the exclusion of placemen from Parliament, and refused to consider fresh legislation till they were satisfied. The excitement was intense. Swords were drawn on the floor of the House. Nevertheless, Danby had so well organized his adherents that there was every expectation of the test being carried in the Commons also, when chance put a weapon into the hands of his adversaries, which they were prompt to seize. A certain Dr. Shirley, who had an action in the Court of Chancery against Sir John Fagg, member for Stenning, appealed to the House of Lords. The case was one of privilege as well as of law, and led to an instant revival of the dispute occasioned between the two houses by Skinner's case in 1666. Shaftesbury fomented the dispute with such dexterity that before the middle of June, Charles found himself obliged to prorogue Parliament till October, before the no-resisting test could be discussed in the Commons. Danby's great scheme vanished forever. All parties, however, prepared with diligence for the autumn session, when it was known that the country party contemplated pursuing its advantage with vigor. The Duke of York had received £20,000 from Louis for distribution, and had established an understanding with Shaftesbury. Von Beuningen, the Dutch, and Don Pedro Ronquillo, the Spanish ambassador, provided themselves with means for combating the influence of Rouvigny. Louis, who by his connection with the Commons was striving to prevent Danby from becoming too strong, at the same time guarded himself against Charles being reduced to impotence by offering him £100,000 a year to dissolve Parliament, should supply be refused except on condition of a breach with France. The death of Turenne in July was a terrible blow to his arms, and subsequent reverses rendered the goodwill of the English government even more important to him than before. The session opened in the temper foreseen. Further proposals were made to suppress popery. The Commons refused money for paying off anticipations on the revenue. Supply was only voted for the specific purpose of building ships. Fresh attempts were made to put an end to bribery of members of the court. But Danby's strength was so great and the foothold of his combined opponents so precarious that to stop further business, Shaftesbury managed to revive the dispute between the houses in the case of Shirley, while at the same time he pressed for a dissolution. It was almost certain that a new parliament would contain far more members hostile to the court than the corrupt Cavalier parliament. Charles replied to the proposal, to the discomfiture of its authors, by proroguing Parliament for the unprecedented period of 15 months, from November 1675 to February 1677. Louis, though he had bargained for a dissolution, feared to arouse opposition at court, and Charles was so sure of his game that the first £100,000 had already been entered in his accounts, obtained his price without difficulty. When Danby refused to touch the accompanying agreement, he wrote out, signed and sealed it with his own hands. King says, "He had rather be a poor king than no king," is the pregnant phrase of a letter writer some time before. £100,000 a year was not wealth, but it was enough to enable Charles to ditch his parliament. End of section 24. Section 25 of Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. The Policy of Charles II and James II, 1667 to 87, by John Pollock, Part 3. The year 1675, which saw the defeat of Danby's attempt at a perpetual endowment of the Anglican Cavalier system, saw also the birth of the Whig party. In contracting his alliance with the parliamentary opposition, Revigny had frequent occasion to treat with the Committee of Lords, containing Buckingham, Wharton, and chief among them in vigor of intellect and character, Shaftesbury. From that time onward, Shaftesbury enjoyed a growing ascendancy over the opponents of court policy. In the Lords, he became their recognized leader, and the adoption of his demand for the dissolution of Parliament is evidence of his following in the Commons also. His unscrupulous force in pursuing his object enhanced the authority he had won by his acknowledged ability and impartiality as Lord Chancellor, while his object was capable of commanding support from all sections of the opposition. Popery and slavery, in Shaftesbury's memorable phrase, went hand in hand, and it was his work to combine men of all classes and characters to keep them out. If Danby invented the machine in government, Shaftesbury discovered the art of organizing popular sentiment on a grand scale. The Green Ribbon Club, which was founded about this time by means of an extensive system of agents, agitators, and pamphleteers, gave the tone with increasing certainty to political feeling throughout the country, and during the next 7 years played a part in English politics that can only be compared to that of the Jacobin Club in France. The headquarters of the Green Ribbon Club were in the King's Head Tavern at the bottom of Chancery Lane, and of the club Shaftesbury was the president and the soul. The name Whig does not occur till some years later. The thing was already in existence. From Christmas 1675 to the middle of 1677, Charles drew his allowance from Louis in regular quarterly installments. when Parliament met at the beginning of the latter years, the Whigs despaired of obtaining any success in the House of Commons, of which 1/3 was calculated to be in permanent employment under the Crown, and yet another third to wait, like so many jackdaws for cheese, said Danby, for pay at the end of each session. The remaining third was in the pay of Louis, who in this session distributed among them nearly £3,000. Therefore they adopted the extraordinary course of moving in both houses that after so long a prorogation, Parliament had ceased to have any legal existence. The statute of Edward III, on which they rested their case, was manifestly obsolete, and their action only resulted in Shaftesbury, Buckingham, Salisbury, and Wharton being sent to the Tower for contempt of Parliament. After a few weeks, the last three made submission and were released, but Shaftesbury lay in prison for a year before he could bring himself to face the ordeal. Thus, said Marvell, a prorogation without precedent was warranted by an imprisonment without example. Not only was Danby freed from the presence of his chief opponent, but the incident gave him such strength that he was able to obtain a vote of £600,000. When, however, he introduced a bill to secure the Protestant religion in case a Catholic should succeed to the throne, the Commons threw it out, merely because a Catholic succession seemed thereby to be legalized. They pressed the king to join the alliance against Louis XIV, and by the end of May was so far emboldened as to refuse further supply, save on condition that all alliances should be submitted to them. Charles angrily adjourned them, and, when the Dutch ambassador spoke to him on the subject, tossed his handkerchief into the air, saying, "I care just that for Parliament." Before it met again, Charles had extorted an additional £100,000 from Louis, through his new and penetrating ambassador Barillon, and followed up this success by marrying James's eldest daughter, Mairi, to the Prince of Orange with such secrecy that Barillon knew nothing till the betrothal was complete. James's hand was easily forced. Charles and Danby hoped by the marriage to consolidate their situation, and when Louis refused further payments, summoned Parliament for January 1678 instead of, as had been agreed, in April. At a public banquet, Danby gave the toast, "Confusion to all that are not for a war with France." And on January 10th, the treaty was signed at The Hague, binding England and Holland to compel the King of France to make peace. The alliance with William came too late for Charles, 3 years before it might have won him a national support. But now that the opposition was committed equally by policy and by the secret receipt of money from Louis to attack the royal power, it could only lead to confusion more obscure than ever. Louis was willing to help Charles if he could avoid strengthening Danby. Danby to crush the Whigs if he could avoid supporting Louis. The Whigs to overthrow Danby at any cost. In February, Charles, who had refused a large offer from Louis, obtained a vote of £1 million for a French war. But Louis' success in taking Ghent and Ypres and the suspicion caused by the discovery of a secret article in the Treaty of January, binding Charles and William to assist each other against their rebellious subjects, made the king recoil from risking a defeat that would place him in a position of inferiority. In May, he signed another treaty with Louis, engaging to disband his army and dissolve Parliament in return for a huge subsidy, while at the same time, Byron entered into a strict alliance with the Whigs for the attainment of the same objects. But on Louis departing from the terms of peace he had offered to accept, Charles, to the horror of the Whigs, made instant preparations for continuing the war, in close agreement with the Dutch. Thus all parties in England had entered into engagements which they dared not fulfill. Each threatened, offered, retracted, and advanced again, only to draw back, while each was in the dark as to the secret intrigues and concessions made by the others. Suddenly the complicated knot was cut by the signature of treaties of peace at Nijmegen on August 10th between France and the States General, and on September 17th between France and Spain. From the Peace of Nijmegen, which, though Holland had shown her strength, gave Louis Franche-Comté and his northeastern frontier with the most magnificent position held by any monarch between Charles V and Napoleon. Charles, albeit he had figured as its mediator, derived no profit, but its result was to give him for the moment an overwhelming advantage at home. With a formidable army released from foreign service, his pocket full of money, and Danby's organization in Parliament, he seemed on the point of triumph. It was still Louis's interest to support the opposition against a minister who might turn against him, but the forces against the Whigs seemed too strong, and, despairing of the future, they talked of acknowledging their defeat and retiring from politics, when, without warning, an event occurred that completely changed the situation. The political atmosphere was electric. Since Charles's accession, hardly a year had passed that was not surcharged with trouble and alarm. None in the last 8 that was not full of horrible rumors due to the rift between a Protestant country, which remembered the Gunpowder Plot, and a Catholic court, which had planned the treason of Dover. Thus it is not strange that when Titus Oates, an Anglican clergyman who had been reconciled the year before to Rome, came forward in August 1678 to denounce a vast Jesuit conspiracy against the king's life and the Protestant religion, his tale of wild lives met with a degree of credence that later ages would perhaps have refused to it. Oates was afterward shown to be a man of infamous character, but channels of communication were bad and suspect, and in those days news traveled slowly. He had actually spent some months in Jesuit colleges at Valladolid and St. Omer, and on his expulsion from the latter returned to England to concoct, with the aid of local color thus acquired and of a silly London parson, his information concerning the Popish plot. The Pope, he declared, had commanded, and the Jesuits undertaken, a conquest of the kingdom. An army of 20,000 men was ready under the orders of Lord Bellasis to carry it out. London was again to be burned, the king assassinated, and the Duke of York also, unless he would consent to his brother's murder. In all the arrangements he had been, he said, a trusted emissary, and he had been present at a Jesuit consult held on April 24, 1678, at the White Horse Tavern in the Strand, where means were concerted for disposing of Charles. Over 100 conspirators, mostly Jesuits, were mentioned by name, the most prominent besides Lord Bellasis being the Lords Arundel of Wardour, Powis, Peter, and Stafford, Sir William Godolphin, who was ambassador in Spain, Mr. Edward Coleman, and Sir George Wakeman, the royal physician. With much mystery, Oates contrived to bring his great discovery to the notice of Charles, who treated it with contempt. But Danby urged that the Privy Council should be informed, and when the Duke of York discovered that forged treasonable letters were being sent to his Jesuit confessor, Charles could no longer resist. On September 28th and the 2 following days, Oates was examined at the council board. The king caught him lying, but the extent and gravity of his charges demanded investigation. So, under Oates' guidance, a guard was dispatched at night to arrest the chief persons incriminated. In one important point, Oates' story was confirmed. He had accused Coleman, who had for some years acted as James's private secretary, of carrying on a treasonable correspondence with Père de la Chaise, the Jesuit confessor of the King of France. When Coleman was arrested, the papers seized at his house proved this to be true. From the moment when Charles in 1673 cancelled his declaration of indulgence, the Catholics had nothing to hope from him. The more active among them turned to the Duke of York as their natural leader and began to organize a party in his interest. They fought the non-resisting test hard and congratulated themselves on his failure to establish the royal power. They had hoped eagerly for the day when they should be supreme, closely in touch with the Jesuits in England and France. Coleman laid the threads of a widespread intrigue, which can be traced up to the end of the year 1676, for filching the reins of power from the king by the aid of French money and support and placing them in the hands of his master, the Duke. When the unlucky secretary stood his trial for treason, his correspondence with Père Le Duchesse was the heaviest evidence against him. What was concerted in these dark channels between 1676 and 1678 is unknown, but there exist clear indications that the Jesuit activity did not cease. There was no plot in Oates' sense, but there was quite enough of plotting to cost men their heads under the English law of treason, and Titus evidently had some knowledge of the facts, which he embroidered to suit his own purpose. When Oates was summoned before the Privy Council, he probably believed that he was about to be summarily got rid of. He therefore took the precaution to place his information beyond reach of the court by leaving a sworn copy with Sir Edmund Berry Godfrey, a London magistrate celebrated for having on a previous occasion resisted royal pressure in the popular cause. Intense excitement had already been caused by the arrest of the Jesuits and the rumors of Coleman's letters. It now swelled into a feverish panic when on October 12th Godfrey disappeared, and when 5 days later his corpse was found in a field at the foot of Primrose Hill, transfixed by his own sword. It is certain that he was murdered, but not by robbers that in no common way. He had been strangled, his sword thrust through his heart after death, and his body brought from a distance and arranged where it was found so as to stimulate the appearance of suicide. Whatever may be the true explanation of the mystery of his death, and the only one that seems alike reasonable and supported by circumstantial evidence, makes Jesuit agents guilty of his murder. To the citizens of London and Englishmen, generally Godfrey's murder seemed the first blow in a wholesale massacre of Protestants, and sure proof of Oates' veracity at every point. The country went mad with terror and hatred, and a grievous persecution of Catholics set in under the guidance of Oates, the crew of perjurers who followed his lead and their political supporters. For the Whig discovered in Oates' revelations the means of fanning up a popular fury against the court that might well seem irresistible. Out of the debates in Parliament on Coleman's letters grew the project of excluding the Duke of York from the throne. When on October 21st Parliament met, both houses flung themselves eagerly into the agitation. Under Shaftesbury's influence, committees were appointed, addresses were made, for every conceivable purpose connected with the plot. A bill was prepared to disable Catholics by a test oath from sitting in either house. Oates and Bedloe, his chief coadjutor, were heard at the bar of both. And on November 1st, a joint resolution was voted that there hath been, and still is, a damnable and hellish plot, contrived and carried on by popish recusants, for the assassinating and murdering the king and rooting out and destroying the Protestant religion. According to an estimate prepared for Danby in 1676, the number of recusants in the whole province of Canterbury did not exceed 12,000, but great doubt prevailed as to the total strength of the Catholics, of whom there were said to be 30,000 in London alone, and it is certain that the size of Oates' popish army did not seem at all improbable. Events now moved fast. While the informers were lodged at Whitehall, pensioned, feasted, and acclaimed as saviors of society, On November 2nd, Farrell asked the lawyers in the Commons whether the king and Parliament may not dispose of the succession to the crown. On the same day, Shaftesbury, supported by Halifax and Essex, moved in the Lords, and on the 4th, Russell in the Commons, that the Duke of York should be dismissed from the king's presence and councils. On November 20th, the test bill sent up by them passed the Lords, though with the proviso obtained by almost incredible exertion on the part of James and Danby, that it should not extend to the Duke of York. And by the first week in December, Coleman and another Catholic layman had been tried for high treason, convicted, and executed. In attacking the Duke, the Whigs concerted their action with Farrell. Both, for different reasons, wanted to be rid of Danby and of the army, and they agreed that an attack on James was the best way. If Danby upheld him, the minister could be accused of popery. If he withdrew his support from James, he would be surrendering the prerogative on which his power depended. Danby supported James and in a short time fell. While an attempt was made to have the militia called out for a fixed period of 42 days, the Whigs persisted in their cry for the disbandment of the army, and on December 26th, a few days after the impeachment had been voted, of the 5 Catholic lords accused by Oates, a supply was granted and appropriated to that object. The combined fear of the court, of Catholicism, and of France, and the energy of the French ambassador and of the politicians who harped on that fear, were rapidly demolishing the treasurer's organization. At this moment, the personal assault was delivered. Danby had refused the post of Secretary of State to Ralph Montague, ambassador in Paris. Montague now revenged himself by taking 50,000 crowns from Louis to publish the instructions he had received from Danby in March 1678, in which 6 million francs were demanded of the King of France as the price for the dissolution of Parliament. That Danby had always strongly disapproved of such negotiations, which were forced on him by Charles, mattered little. He tried to forestall Montague, but in vain. The production of the papers in Parliament caused an affrighted clamour for his dismissal. He could not effectively defend himself without betraying the king, and his impeachment was voted when Charles, in a desperate attempt to save his minister, January 24, 1679, dissolved the Cavalier Parliament, which had sat for nearly 18 years, had restored the authority of Crown and Church, and had in turn betrayed and been betrayed by both. The Whigs swept the country, though at an enormous cost in beer and gold. And when the new Parliament met on March 6, 1679, it was found that the government could count on a mere handful of 20 or 30 members in the Commons as against 150 in the Old. Danby, who in the interval had been dismissed from office and, as compensation, been given a marquisate and, as security, a general pardon, took refuge from the impeachment by hiding at Whitehall. The Commons then proceeded against him by bill of attainder. 4 days before the bill would have had effect, Danby appeared in the House of Lords and was committed to the Tower. There he remained for 5 years. He had done more than any man to consolidate the royal power. His downfall gave an immense impetus to the attack of the Whigs upon it. Charles was left to govern alone. It is beyond our purpose to disentangle here the confused intrigues which filled the next 2 bloody and panic-stricken years. Above the vulgar web of plot and counterplot, in which treacheries, perjuries, and forgeries were the tools of Catholic and Protestant alike, 2 figures stand out clear in the history at the time. The one of Shaftesbury, under cover of the Popish plot, levelling stroke after stroke at the Duke of York in the belief that, unless he were ruined, he would ruin England. The other of Charles, maintaining his brother's defense in the hope that through him he would save the rights of the throne. From the first, the king took the line of offering every possible concession, whether real or illusory. That was not vital to his interests. Within a few days of Danby's imprisonment, the Privy Council was remodeled on a scheme devised by Sir William Temple, by which he trusted to restore concord to the state. To prevent caballing, the new council was to contain 30 members instead of 50, so as to deliberate in a single body. It was to be rich, so as to have authority. It was to be half official and half popular, so as to hold the balance between different ideas. Charles welcomed the scheme to the joy of its promoters. To their yet greater job, he consented to include Halifax in the council, but to their amazement, he insisted upon naming Shaftesbury its president. In point of fact, the king intended the council to fail, and soon made it impossible for the Whigs, who had already lost credit with their friends by serving, to remain upon it. Shaftesbury was dismissed in October. His chief supporters resigned 3 months later, but Halifax, nicknamed for his moderate policy, the Trimmer, remained, and with Essex and Sunderland, the new Secretary of State, formed a coalition that obtained for them the name of the Triumvirate. Early in March, to avoid the storm brewing in Parliament, Charles had ordered his brother, much against his will, abroad to Brussels. On May 11th, a bill was introduced into the Commons to disable the Duke of York to inherit the imperial crown of this realm. The Exclusion Bill was the work of Shaftesbury, and it dominated English politics for 2 years. On May 15th, it was read for the first time, but on the 26th, Charles, to stop its progress, first prorogued and afterwards dissolved his second Parliament, against the advice of his whole council. One act of this Parliament alone, the Habeas Corpus Act, is on the statute book, and that only passed its third reading in the Lords because the Whig tellers, in joke, counted one very fat lord as 10. The whole summer was hot with blood and excitement. In the 17th century, the law, both in theory and in practice, was far less favorable to persons accused of crime, especially against the state, than it has come to be in a more humane age. Dissection of evidence and cross-examination of witnesses were arts unknown till a century later. Spies and parish constables took the place of professional police. Perjury was seldom detected, and the whole administration of justice was colored by the knowledge that the acquittal of a traitor might mean civil war. For the murder of Godfrey, 3 innocent men were hanged. 6 Jesuit fathers and 3 others were executed, chiefly owing to Oates's evidence, for treasons of which they were guiltless, and in the early autumn began a number of prosecutions and convictions of priests throughout the country, under a statute of Elizabeth, which made it treason for a priest to be within the land. But in July, the important trial of Sir George Wakeman resulted in the acquittal of Wakeman and his fellow prisoners. So far little decisive evidence had been put forward by the defense of the trials, and it was almost due to chance that at Wakeman's a witness was called who proved Oates's perjury beyond a doubt. Oates tried to bully the court, but Scroggs, the Lord Chief Justice, a strong, brutal, and honest man, rated him in such vigorous style that he was reduced to a state of collapse, and the jury for the first time disbelieved his evidence. Scroggs was furiously attacked by the Whig lords and the Whig mob, but the informer had received a check from which he never wholly recovered. More than Wakeman's life hung upon the trial, for in the preceding November, Oates, inspired by the Whig leaders, had accused the Queen of high treason in conspiring with Wakeman against Charles's life. If the accusation could be supported, Shaftesbury hoped to force the king to a divorce and a Protestant marriage. For his part, Charles, as he said, was willing to give Oates line enough, but he was determined never to let the Whigs off the hook on which he was skillfully playing them. Baffled on this side, Shaftesbury turned his hopes toward Monmouth, who in June gained great reputation by suppressing the Bothwell Brig rebellion in Scotland, but thereby he definitely sacrificed the support of Halifax, for though Halifax, who told Temple that the plot must be handled as if it were true, whether it were so or no, was anxious to restrain by law the power of a Catholic sovereign. He refused to countenance such a revolution as the Exclusion Bill implied, and the proposal seemed even to portend a second civil war. On the prorogation of Parliament in May, Shaftesbury had sworn to have the heads of those who advised it. In August, the king was taken violently ill at Windsor, and both sides eagerly prepared for the event of his death. While the triumvirate summoned James in swift secrecy from Brussels and arranged for his proclamation as king, the Whigs planned insurrection. They were ready to seize the Tower, Dover Castle, and Portsmouth, to arrest the Duke's supporters, and it was believed that a large force could have taken the field in a few days under the banner of Monmouth. Fortunately for the country, Charles recovered as quickly as he had been struck down, and before his brother arrived was out of danger. The rejoicing of those who saw how near the nation had been to a civil war exasperated the dismay of the Whigs. James returned to Brussels, but for a brief visit only. On October 7th, it was announced in the Gazette that he would remove to Scotland, whither he proceeded after a triumphant reception in the city before the end of the month. Monmouth, on the other hand, was banished to Holland, and when at the end of November he returned without leave and instantly struck on the bar, sinister from his arms, the king refused to see him, deprived him of all his offices, and ordered him to quit London. Monmouth at length obeyed, but only to make the semi-royal progress through the West that afterwards had such ill-fated results. Charles's fourth Parliament had met on October 7, 1679. It was immediately prorogued, adjourned, and again prorogued to October 1680. Charles had acted, as usual in matters of importance, without the advice of his council, and by way of retort to a petition for an early meeting got up by Shaftesbury. He calculated that without means of agitating in Parliament, the Whigs would be driven to unconstitutional procedure, which would further alarm all moderate men. The Whig managers, taken by surprise, could do nothing but procure petitions from all over the country. The government met them by a flood of counter-addresses, expressing confidence in the king's wisdom and abhorrence of the petitioners. Petitioners and abhorrers divided the nation, and it was this quaint incident that solidified the court party, to which the nickname of Tory, bestowed on it by no less a godfather than Titus Oates himself, henceforth persistently attached itself. Next, Shaftesbury was drawn into a negotiation with the court on the lines of a divorce and a Protestant marriage with Charles. He hoped for success when suddenly, to his intense chagrin, the king on January 29, 1680, declared that, as James's absence had not produced the desired result, he was about to recall him. The Whig leader retaliated by setting about stories of a certain black box, which, if found, should contain the contract of marriage between Charles and Lucy Walters, the Duke of Monmouth's mother. Well into the summer, the black box occupied the council and the public, and produced several memorable pamphlets asserting and proclamations denying its existence. At the end of June, Shaftesbury, with a number of Whig lords and commoners, tried to present the Duke of York to the grand jury of Westminster as a popish recusant, but the judges discharged the jury before a bill could be found. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9, The Policy of Charles II and James II, 1667 to 87, by John Pollock, Part 4. At last the meeting of Parliament could be delayed no longer, and the Exclusion Bill was speedily introduced. To remove a source of disturbance, the king had forced his brother to withdraw again to Edinburgh, and to James's horror, offered a compromise, known as the Expedients, by which, when he came to the throne, he should retain the title of king, but forfeit all the power. Halifax viewed the Expedients with favour, but the Commons, taking their cue from Shaftesbury, rejected them with insult. Abhorrers were violently attacked, members expelled for discrediting the plot, and on November 15th, Russell, attended by a great company and, with a mighty shout, presented the Exclusion Bill to the Lords. Its passage was pressed with all the passion, the force, the eloquence of the famous Whig orators. Charles was present at the debate and witnessed the defection of Sunderland, who, with the Duchess of Portsmouth, had been moved by fear and bribes to join his enemies. When Monmouth urged exclusion as the only means to safeguard the king's life, he broke in with a loud whisper, "The kiss of Judas." Treachery, fame, and eloquence seemed like to carry the day, but Halifax, in a superb effort, met them at every turn. He rose to speak 15 or 16 times, and it was due to his exertions that at 9 o'clock in the evening, after a debate of 6 hours, the bill was thrown out by 63 to 30. Maddened by their defeat, the Commons plunged into a series of indiscriminate attacks on their opponents. Supplies were refused, and a bill for a Protestant association for the government of the country, with Monmouth at its head, was being prepared. When on January 10, 1681, Charles prorogued and then dissolved Parliament, writs for a new Parliament were instantly issued, but in order to avoid the hostile atmosphere of the capital, Charles, on the advice of Danby, who continued to correspond with him from the Tower, summoned it to meet, not at Westminster, but at Oxford. The London mob, fiercely hostile to the court, was completely under Shaftesbury's influence, and Charles had reason to believe that an attempt would be made to place Parliament under the control of the city. One tragic success was scored by the angry Commons. On November 29, 1680, his 69th birthday, Lord Stafford was brought to the bar of the House of Lords on the charge of high treason made against him 2 years before by Oates, and after a trial of 7 days was found guilty. The perjured evidence marshaled against him was so strong as to obtain a verdict that was not wholly partisan. But, though Charles's belief in Stafford's innocence had been shaken, the result was a political defeat that the king felt keenly. 1 month later, Stafford was led to the scaffold. When the executioner showed his head to the crowd, a howl of joy broke from their lips, while the Whigs, who were again returned to Parliament with a powerful majority, pledged to demand the exclusion, the association, and the restriction of the king's right to prorogue and dissolve Parliament, rode down to Oxford with bands of armed retainers. The government prepared likewise for the fray. Windsor Castle, the Tower, Lambeth Palace, and Whitehall were put in a state of defense, and a regiment was posted along the Oxford Road for the event of the king being forced to retreat. From time to time during the last 18 months, Charles had been negotiating for a money treaty with Farrell, and just before the dissolution had obtained what he wanted, for a sum of 12,500,000 francs to be paid in the course of the next 3 years. He agreed to disengage himself from the Spanish alliance, which he had concluded after his breach with Louis, and to prevent the interference of Parliament with the schemes of the French government. The fear of Parliament compelled Louis to make Charles independent of his people. If the king would be advised, said Halifax to Sir John Regsby, it is in his power to make all his opponents tremble. Charles had in fact timed his stroke to perfection. The crisis of the struggle had arrived. He had obtained security on the side of finance at the precise moment when, unless he took the offensive, the day would be lost to him. The Parliament that now met, March 21st, lived but a week, and it was his last. Charles offered a compromise. It was refused. Shaftesbury approached the king personally, but was met by an open declaration of war. On March 26, the Exclusion Bill was voted. The 28th was fixed for its first reading. But on the morning, while Sir William Jones was appealing to Magna Carta, the Commons were summoned to the king's presence. They thought they had come to receive his surrender, and crowded eagerly into the House of Lords. Charles, who had kept his intention absolutely secret, thereupon ordered the Lord Chancellor to declare Parliament dissolved. He soon afterwards drove off to Windsor. The Whigs fled. Shaftesbury in vain tried to hold his followers together, but they refused to fulfill their engagements. Their power was broken at a blow. Within these 2.5 years, the long struggle that had filled the history of England since the dismissal of Clarendon had reached its culminating point. For 10 years, the king lived at odds with Parliament, the Commons striving to control the royal power, Charles to free it. Then the Country Party, transformed by Shaftesbury into the Whig organization, seized on the popish plot as a means to oust the king. Charles met them by a cool and Fabian strategy, always seeming on the point of defeat, and always driving them to greater violence, till their excesses had alienated the country, and he could strike a decisive blow. He gave Parliament just enough rope to hang itself. Though belief in the popish plot was not yet dead, and though he could not save from the gallows the venerable Archbishop Plunkett, Catholic Primate of Ireland, who was convicted on perjured evidence for an alleged Irish plot, and executed on July 1st, 1681, Charles was thenceforth secure. A policy of fierce retaliation on the Whigs was immediately carried out, while the nation looked on undisturbed. The doctrine of non-resistance was pushed to its further limits. Filmer's Patriarcha, written during the Civil War to maintain the divine right of kings, was published and favorably received, and Dryden's magnificent satires, Absalom and Achitophel, and The Medal, gave lasting expression to the ideas that underlay the Tory reaction. The first step of the court was to safeguard itself in the city. A conviction for high treason was obtained at Oxford against Stephen College, a henchman of the Green Ribbon Club, but the city controlled the election of the London sheriffs. The sheriffs saw that Middlesex juries were composed of staunch Whigs, and in the autumn, when a similar accusation was brought against Shaftesbury, the grand jury ignored the bill. Shaftesbury had offered, if he were released without trial, to go into voluntary exile. But though Halifax, who was now the king's most influential adviser, strongly urged that his terms should be accepted, Charles said that he could not trust his great enemy's word and refused. So long as London remained Whig, Shaftesbury was unassailable. Accordingly, in the following year, a formidable attack was begun on the self-governing corporation of the city by means of a writ of quo warranto, brought in the court of King's Bench and calling on the city to show cause why it should not forfeit its charter on account of abuse of its privileges. Once or twice before in the course of the reign, the process had been made use of against corrupt boroughs. Now it was systematically adopted for the purpose of rooting out self-government in England. The proceedings against the city charter, which were of immense length, only terminated in June 1683, though the case with the Crown was in all respects weak and in some frivolous. Judgment was entered against the city and the charter forfeited. Charles offered to restore it on his own terms, the chief being that he should have a veto on the election of the principal officers. The city accepted, then withdrew its acceptance, whereupon the king proceeded without more ado to nominate its officers directly. At the same time, proceedings were instituted against the charters of other towns, and while some were forfeited, others were voluntarily surrendered. Early in 1682, Hereford surrendered its charter. Nottingham followed, then York, and as many as 66 cities and towns whose charters were forfeited or remodeled passed under the control of the Crown. The discredit of this momentous revolution fell chiefly upon Halifax, but he seems not to have been specially responsible for the scheme. Long before the fight for the charters was over, the stronghold of London was captured by the Tories. On Midsummer Day, 1682, by a combination of force and fraud, the Lord Mayor, who had been won over by the court, foisted 2 Tory sheriffs on the city and, before the year was out, made sure that a Tory mayor would succeed him. The Whig leader, and indeed all of prominence in the party, were at the mercy of the Crown, should they be prosecuted. Their safety had lain in the certainty of a Whig panel, and the return of the Duke of York to London and to office, the open defiance of the Test Act, and a renewal of the most rigorous persecution of dissenters by the triumphant Tories, indicated the extent of the mercy that would be shown. Driven to desperation, the members of the Green Ribbon Club plotted open rebellion. A council of 6, consisting of Monmouth, Essex, Russell, Algernon, Sidney, Hampton, and Howard, with Shaftesbury at its president, debated plans for a general insurrection in a simultaneous movement under Argyll in Scotland, while a plot for the assassination of Charles and James was hatched by the old Cromwellians, Wildman, Rumbold, and Rumsey, and by Robert Ferguson, nicknamed the Plotter. But everything was in confusion. Those concerned had different ideas and different intentions. Their support was doubtful. Monmouth, on his second western tour, found the country folk unwilling for war. Shaftesbury had lost his old mastery and, fearful of arrest at his house in Aldersgate Street, was skulking in the London slums. The Pope burning on November 17th had been named as a signal for the rising, and when the government prohibited it, Shaftesbury felt that the game was up. He fled to Holland and died on January 21, 1683, embittered and broken. The remainder persevered, and a day was fixed in April for attacking the king on his return from Newmarket at Rumbold's abode, the Rye House, but owing to a fire in the town, Charles returned a week sooner than was expected and escaped. In June, both plots came to light. Lord Howard turned traitor, and Russell and Sidney were brought to the bar for high treason. Against Sidney, the law was strained by Jeffreys, the new Lord Chief Justice, but Russell was legally and justly convicted. Both were executed, and Essex committed suicide in the Tower. Monmouth was allowed to hide, was then forgiven, and then exiled. Thus the Whig opposition was finally destroyed. Charles had attained the object of so many years' endeavor. He was king, absolute and uncontrolled. Meanwhile, the seizure of Strasbourg by Louis in 1681 and the subsequent attack on Luxembourg had roused the fears of Europe to the highest degree, and strenuous efforts were made and backed by Halifax to obtain the cooperation of England against him. Charles, however, true to the policy that had won him success at home, took advantage of the crisis while engaging in dilatory negotiations with the Allies to extort at the end of November 1681 1,000,000 livres from Louis as the price of his neutrality. Halifax, the Duke of Ormond and Danby, now released from the Tower, pressed him to summon Parliament. In 1683, Charles married Princess Anne of York to Prince George of Denmark, who, though in the French interest, was a Protestant. But although in the autumn of 1684, there was certainly talk of an arrangement between himself, Halifax, Monmouth, and the Prince of Orange against the Duke of York, Sunderland, and the French. It is doubtful whether he more than played with the scheme. But on February 2nd, 1685, Charles, being then 54 years old, was seized, as is now established beyond doubt, by an apoplectic fit. He lingered for some days, apologizing for being such an unconscionable time in dying, and on the 6th, after being received into the Roman Catholic Church by Huddlestone, the priest who had saved his life after the Battle of Worcester, expired. Among his last words were, "Let not poor Nelly starve." The nation loved him well and mourned him long. Charles II's brilliant gifts, his love of pleasure, his indolent coolness amid the thrilling and tragic vicissitudes of his reign, while endearing his memory to many English people, have obscured the height of his political genius. At the time of his death he had, in fact, fully accomplished by secret means without the force destined to support it, the secular part of the policy into which he had entered at Dover nearly 15 years before for the destruction of English liberties and the consolidation of his own power. He left to his brother a kingdom compact, loyal and prosperous, which James, in the attempt to carry out the religious side of the policy of that splendid treason, within 4 years turned against himself, to the ruin of the House of Stuart and the undoing of all Charles's work. The new king, who combined his grandfather's Scottish stubbornness with the raw Catholicism of a convert, owed to the ungraciousness of his manners a wholly undeserved reputation for probity and veracity. He was easily prejudiced, easily alarmed, never forgot a foe, and seldom remembered a friend. With a passion for revenge and an exceptional want of imagination, foresight, and political tact, he longed at the same time to play a great national part on the European stage and to establish Catholicism in England, so that its subsequent destruction should be impossible. He thought that everyone who did not agree with him was a rebel. He was convinced that his father had lost crown and head by an unaccountable weakness for making concessions. Moderate councils were neglected, Halifax and Danby disgraced and driven to opposition, and the royal confidence was reposed in men of servile character and ignorant ambition. The new reign, however, began well. James's declaration that he should preserve, defend, and support this government, both in church and state, as it is now by law established, was received with general satisfaction, and it was certain that the Parliament summoned for May 19th would be overwhelmingly Tory. Meanwhile, James, having made Rochester the second son of Lord Chancellor Clarendon, Lord Treasurer, confirmed Sunderland as Secretary of State, and removed Halifax to the pompous position of Lord President of the Council, renewed through Farrell his brother's engagements to France, and sent John, Lord Churchill, to Versailles to express his warm gratitude for Louis's support, which took the shape of an immediate gift of some £40,000 and large promises of help for the future. The king had thus security, as he thought, for the fulfillment of the religious schemes that had already been inaugurated. Mass was said at Whitehall with open doors, and the Catholics everywhere raised their heads in joyful expectation. Before Parliament met, the new government had already made its mark. On May 7th, Titus Oates was indicted for perjury, convicted on 2 counts, and sentenced to be flogged from Aldergate to Newgate, and from Newgate to Tyburn. Though the sentence was carried out with the utmost brutality, Oates survived. But Dangerfield, another perjurer, died of a similar whipping and of subsequent assault by a savage Tory, who, to relieve the government of odium, was himself hanged for murder. The signal was given for the persecution of dissenters. Throughout the country the penal laws were sharpened against them, and Baxter, their revered intemperate chief, was bullied by Jeffreys, fined, and imprisoned. Parliament showed itself as favourably disposed as could be hoped. The Commons not only voted to James for life the whole of the revenue enjoyed by the late king, but an extraordinary supply of £400,000. The proceedings against Danby and the Catholic peers were terminated, and a bill reversing Stafford's attainder was well advanced, when its passage was interrupted, as it proved for nearly a century and a half, by the news that the Duke of Monmouth had landed in arms in the west of England. Monmouth had heard in Holland the news of his father's death with dismay. His cousin William advised him to seek fame against the Turks, and he himself contemplated retiring into private life. But the counsel of other exiles and of malcontents in England prevailed, while Argyll, in pursuance of the old Rye House plan, was to rouse the Highlands. Monmouth undertook to invade England as champion of freedom and Protestantism. On June 11th, he landed with a small force at Lyme Regis, proclaimed himself king, and after some futile maneuvering with raw country levies, attempted to surprise the royal troops under Lord Feversham, a nephew of the great Turenne, and Churchill at Sedgemoor on the night of July 5th. His men were scattered. He fled, was captured, brought to London, and, being already attainted, was executed on Tower Hill on the 15th. James took his fill of revenge. After the battle, Colonel Kirk, who had earned a vile reputation at Tangier, was let loose on the country with his regiment, known in ironical allusion to the emblem on their standard as Kirk's Lambs. Then Jeffreys, accompanied by 4 judges, went on the Western Circuit to what have ever since been known as the Bloody Assizes. A few examples were made in London. In Hampshire, Dorset, and Somerset, 320 persons were hanged, 841 transported, 1 woman was beheaded, 1 was burnt alive. There was plunder, too. The Queen and her maids of honor trafficked in slaves and ransoms, and Jeffreys returned to London, rich with the proceeds of the pardons he had sold. He was welcomed by the king, and in September was appointed Lord Chancellor in place of Lord Gifford, who had died in disgrace because of his protest against the proceedings of the king. 3 days before Sedgemoor, Parliament had adjourned. When it met again on November 9th, the spell of ecstatic loyalty, if not broken, was plainly weakened. Beneath the surface, the tendency of the court and the horrors of the rebellion were working a reaction. James had now an army of 20,000 men, largely quartered at Hounslow, for the maintenance of which the attempt on his throne would serve him as a pretext, while the deficiency of experienced Protestants warranted his officering it with Catholics. He hoped at the same time to abolish the militia, the only force which could, he conceived, be used against him. When Halifax urged the commissions to Catholics were illegal, he was dismissed from office and his name struck off the list of privy councillors. The king assured Barillon that, come what might, he should keep the army on foot. If he were to reign with the goodwill of his people, his need was, besides supply for the army, the repeal of the Test Act. But while the Test Act was popular, a standing army was hated, and a few days before Parliament met, came the news from over the Channel that Louis, in the cause of political absolutism, had put the final touch to the persecution of the Huguenots that had raged with increasing violence for the last 3 years. James was informed in advance of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and expressed his entire approval of it. Yet even so high a Tory as Sir Roger Lestrange declared that the Protestant religion must be the trump card of the government, and, while the sight of Huguenot refugees incensed the minds of the populace against France and Rome, a powerful minority was preparing in Parliament to oppose the king's policy. In the Commons, an artful stand was taken on the question of supply, and not more than £700,000, exactly half of the sum wanted by James, was voted, but the disposition evinced by both houses to take his dealings with religion into account was even more serious. He felt that the result would be unfavorable, and, coming swiftly to a decision, prorogued Parliament on November 20th, without even awaiting the passage of the money bill. Recalcitrant members who held posts under government were dismissed. Compton, Bishop of London, who had spoken bravely of the danger to his church, was removed from the deanery of the Chapel Royal and the Privy Council. In James II's reign, Parliament met no more. Compared with his brother, James was an ignorant man, and the ignorance that possessed him most was ignorance of the value of time. Unless he were constant in pressing on the cause he had at heart, he thought his religion delivered over to its enemies and himself, false to his trust. Under the influence of this miscalculation and of the delusion that high churchmen were more than half Catholic, he proceeded to crowd into the remainder of his reign an astounding number of follies. A committee consisting of Sunderland, several Catholic peers, the Jesuit Peter, and lying Dick Talbot, who, though the traducer of James's first wife, had been raised by him to the earldom of Tyrconnell, had already been formed to watch over the Catholic interests. The king published 2 papers of theological argument, found in his late brother's strong-box, as proof that Charles II had been a Catholic. By this, and by his personal declaration to the same effect, James thought to convince Anglicans that they were in error. In reality, he only irritated them. He now determined to obtain public admittance for Catholics to offices both of state and of church. The royal dispensing power was ill-defined. Then let it be defined according to his wishes. 4 timid or unsympathetic judges and the Solicitor General, Heneage Finch, were removed, and a collusive case was brought under the Test Act against Sir Edward Hales, a Catholic who had been appointed governor of Dover. Hales pleaded a dispensation by letters patent, and the king's right to dispense with the statute was upheld by 11 out of the 12 judges. The judgment gave James his opportunity. Catholics were sworn of the Privy Council. A Catholic was confirmed in the mastership of University College, Oxford, where, with the aid of a Jesuit chaplain, he publicly said Mass. A Catholic was appointed Dean of Christ Church. The ambassador of the Catholic Elector Palatine was obliged, against his prince's inclination, to open a chapel for Catholic service in the city, and favors were showered on the obsequious Cartwright, the sycophantic Crew, the cautious and eloquent Spratt. When Dr. Sharp, Dean of Norwich and Rector of St. Giles in the Fields, animadverted in a sermon on the motives of converts, James called on Compton to suspend him. Compton refused. James bethought him of using the ecclesiastical supremacy of the crown to crush the rising resistance of the church, and disregarding the statute of 13 Charles II, Chapter 2, on the pretext that it only abolished the extraordinary powers of the Court of High Commission, constituted an ecclesiastical commission court, to which he delegated all his disciplinary powers over the church. Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, refused to serve on the commission, which, under the direction of Jeffreys and Sunderland, immediately suspended Compton for refusing to suspend Sharp. But the king gained little from his victory. In face of his attack, the church recovered the dignity of which he had lost something in the days of unquestioning subserviency. Compton became a popular hero, and a wag nicknamed the commission the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide. James's administration had reached a point where it was impossible to stand still. He must go either forward or backward, and there were no thoughts of turning back. The storm now broke on Rochester. The Lord Treasurer, a convinced churchman, had shown himself adverse to the recent development of the royal policy, and Sunderland, who possessed the complete confidence of the Queen and aimed its sole influence over the king, determined to get rid of him. Rochester was given his choice between conversion and dismissal, chose the latter, and left office. On January 7, 1687, the treasury was put into commission, and a month later, Tyrconnell succeeded Clarendon at the head of the government in Ireland. The threat to the church was unmistakable. Clarendon and Rochester were the king's brothers-in-law, his old personal friends, devoted to the monarchy, and among the most experienced servants of the crown. It was evident that James, who professed to desire nothing but toleration, had dismissed them merely for being Protestants. The hubbub was great, and since he still hoped to obtain from Parliament the repeal of the Test Acts, he was forced to look for support in the country. Dryden went over and produced his strange and beautiful poem, The Hind and the Panther. Yet, though lesser men went with him, it was clear that the number of conversions was not sufficient, and the High Commission proved incapable of suppressing the numberless pamphlets put forth all over the country against Rome. But an alliance between all dissenters from the Church of England might perhaps break down its protecting walls. Toleration might be made to do further service. William Penn, the celebrated Quaker, had, since his return in 1684 from the colony that bears his name, been much at court, and had come to exercise a certain influence over the king's mind. His object was universal toleration, and he attended James's advance in that direction with joy. James would have much preferred a combination of the Catholic and Anglican churches against all outside them, but he had no choice. On April 4, 1687, he signed a declaration of indulgence, not only suspending all penal laws in religious matters, but abrogating all religious tests, allowing public worship to all men, and forbidding his subjects to interfere with any religious assembly. "You are therefore to be hugged now," wrote Halifax in his famed Letter to a Dissenter, of which 20,000 copies were circulated, only that you may be better squeezed at another time. Alone among the powers of Europe, France had approved and encouraged the headlong course of the King of England. It was as much to Louis's interest as ever that England should remain neutral in the European situation, and he was well aware that a substantial agreement between James and his Parliament would probably mean her adherence to the grand alliance which William of Orange was forming against him. The League of Augsburg, formed in 1686 between the Empire, Spain, Sweden, and several German princes, was countenanced by the austere and upright Pope, Innocent XI. All these, Catholic as well as Protestant, desired nothing so much as to see England united and peaceful. The envoys of the secular states backed Rochester against Sunderland and lamented his fall. William, who through his agent Dykvelt and his visits of both Burnet and Penn was in close touch with English opinion, advised that the king should obtain a general toleration from Parliament, without at the same time touching or dispensing with the tests. Had James, after a quiet administration for some years, acted on his advice, there can be little doubt that he would have succeeded amid the gratitude of Catholics and Protestants, and enjoyed a long and prosperous reign. But his mind was dominated by Barillon, by Sunderland, and by his Jesuit confessors, who under a strongly French bias ruined themselves and him and the whole body of English Catholics. By Pope Innocent his attitude was deeply reprobated. His impolitic zeal had previously evoked pontifical rebukes. His importunities in favor of his wife's relatives and of Peter, his favorite, met with procrastination and refusal. He sent his ambassador to Rome, Lord Castlemaine, who was personally obnoxious and carried objectionable instructions. He forced the papal nuncio in England, the suave Count Dada, into a compromising situation. He neglected the good of the Catholic Church, as seen by the Pope, with the obstinacy with which he neglected the good of his crown, as seen by all his wisest statesmen. All the advices sent from Rome, and Cardinal Howard, whose influence is Cardinal Protector of England, the Jesuits felt bitterly, were for slow, calm, and moderate courses. But he saw violent courses were more acceptable, and would probably be followed. His foresight was justified by the event. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 1. England, 1687 to 1702. By H.W.V. Temperley. Part 1. The period 1687 to 1702 is unique in the history of England. Such achievements as the Bill of Rights and the Act of Settlement, the foundation of a national bank and a national debt, the Toleration Act, and the withdrawal of the Press Licensing Act would have exercised an influence both deep and wide at any time among any people, but as taking place among this people and in this period, they had a peculiar value, for their influence transcended the bounds of one country and had a European significance and effect. The question of the removal of the tests engaged the attention of princes and diplomaticists in Europe as well as of dissenting ministers and Catholic priests in England. Continental statesmen watched the results of divisions in the English House of Commons, knowing that on a casual party vote the fate of a great alliance might depend. The resolutions of the Bank and the state of the currency in England decided the fate of a campaign on the continent. A native-born king deserted England and tried to reconquer it with the aid of Frenchmen and Irishmen. A foreign potentate defended it with an army of Swedes, Dutchmen, Brandenburgers, and Englishmen. The rule of an English-born king threatened disgrace and humiliation to his country. The rule of a Dutchman brought it power and glory. England no longer revolved in an orbit of her own. Her course was deflected, and her movements were determined by the presence of other bodies in the political firmament. International policy is here subordinate to internal history. But, nonetheless, the course of domestic policy can often be explained only by reference to continental problems. The disasters of James II were chiefly due to the fact that he mistook tributary streams for main currents of national thought. Thus he gathered, from the widely different opinions of the clergy, that the establishment was divided in doctrine. He did not perceive that it would unite against Catholicism. And as he perceived the disunion and was blind to the latent strength of the establishment, so he saw the superficial unity, and was blind to the underlying divisions between dissenters and Catholics. Obstinate and courageous, sincerely believing that concession had ruined his father and his brother, he was the very man to ignore obstacles and attempt impossibilities. He at first thought that the resolute expression of his will would move the establishment to consent to toleration of Catholics. When this expectation failed, he turned to the dissenters, and relied upon their coalescence with the Catholics to secure toleration for both parties. Such were some of the motives which inspired the Declaration of Indulgence, issued April 4, 1687, by which he suspended all penal statutes against Catholics and dissenters, and admitted them to public office in corporations, army, or civil service. The declaration had been issued on the sole ground of the royal prerogative, by which, it was claimed, the laws could be suspended. Unfortunately for James, though opinion veered as to the true limits of royal power, it was steady on one point on which he elected to challenge it. Parliament had pronounced a similar declaration of Charles II illegal, and the king had acquiesced and withdrawn it in 1672. If precedents counted for anything, James was legally in the wrong, and if the legal irregularity was clear, so was the political motive inspiring it. It was obvious that a power which could enforce the doctrines of toleration might eventually also enforce the doctrines of absolutism in the teeth of Parliament. Hence, by a strange but intelligible paradox, the establishment of liberty in religion would lead to the destruction of it in politics. But while recognizing that political motives inspired James, it is not necessary to assume that they excluded all other considerations. His religious sincerity does not seem to have been questioned by the foreign diplomats at his court. His conversion to the principle of toleration was perhaps late, but the influence of the great William Penn upon him may explain much. At any rate, when the conversion was once effected, it remained permanent. Long afterwards, when in exile, and when he had much to lose by his attitude, James continued to profess at least a theoretical zeal for toleration. An attack upon the universities accompanied the declaration, and supplied the mirror in which Englishmen read that toleration meant hostility to the establishment. The proceedings against Cambridge are particularly important because resistance was here offered even before the issue of the declaration. On February 9, 1687, the Vice-Chancellor of Cambridge, Chichilla, received a royal letter commanding him to confer the degree of M.A. upon Alban Francis, a Benedictine. Nearly the whole Senate at once signed a protest against the proposal, describing their resistance as proceeding not, quote, from any principle of disobedience and stubbornness, but from a conscious sense of our obligations to laws and oaths, end quote. Eventually, the Vice-Chancellor, with 8 delegates, including Isaac Newton, was summoned before the Court of High Commission, April and May 1687. Chichilla, after being thoroughly bullied by Jeffreys, was deprived of his office, but the protest succeeded, and Francis was left without a degree. The proceedings at Oxford were different and more violent. Catholic influences had already been introduced into Christ Church and University College without much open protest. In April 1687, James had sent a letter recommending Anthony Farmer, a man of bad character who was a convert to Catholicism, for the presidency of Madden. But the Fellows had already met and elected John Hugh to the post. They were hereupon cited before the commission and ultimately expelled. They offered a more dignified, if less successful, resistance than the Cambridge Vice-Chancellor and his companions. But the Oxford opposition, being subsequent to the declaration, was more natural and has, therefore, less historic significance. The interference of James with the university has more value as an illustration of ecclesiastical and popular resentment than as an instance of royal illegality. For it's hard to say that James had sinned against established custom. Letters mandatory or dispensatory had expelled or appointed fellows under Charles I and II often enough to create precedents. Professed Lutherans had been admitted to colleges. The ambassador of Morocco had lately received a degree at Cambridge, in direct defiance of statutes and in the absence of loud or general disapproval. But when James tried to leaven the colleges with Roman Catholic fellows, the academic bodies suddenly discovered and denounced the inroad on their privileges. The conviction that the king desired to override the existing law was becoming deep-rooted, and it nowhere found a better expression than in the controversial protests of university officials. But if James had not violated the statutes or departed from the custom of the universities, he had certainly broken his word. He had confirmed all the suspicions awakened in the Declaration by an assault upon institutions which every Anglican believed to be the nurseries of the learning, the piety, and the steadfastness of his church. He had attempted to humiliate and degrade, he might actually mean to destroy, the church which he had repeatedly sworn to defend. Anglicans began to feel that his measures tended, as the Prince of Orange told the English ambassador, really to sap the foundations of the Protestant religion. Meanwhile, the dissenters were beginning to suspect James as an ally. All the eloquence of the great William Penn, the reputed author of the Declaration, could not win over the nonconformists. It was significant that he could not even secure the whole body of the Quakers, amongst whom his personal influence had hitherto been boundless. And apart from them, the majority of the dissenters looked askance at the Declaration, and their chief divines, Baxter, and Howe actually denounced it. The joint admission of dissenters and Catholics to office in the corporations was producing extraordinary results. Thus Newcastle had a Papist mayor and a Puritan council, and the corporation vetoed every loyal address put forward by its Catholic head. Such a result was typical, and indeed inevitable, and all the suspicions which could possibly arise from so unnatural a union were subtly suggested or emphasized by a pamphlet from the pen of Halifax. The famous Letter to a Dissenter, published apparently in the middle of August 1867, dissected the declaration with inimitable irony. The incongruity of an alliance between liberty and infallibility, between Tiverton weavers and Jesuit priests, was skilfully exposed, and well spiced with allusions to the Popish plot and Roman treachery. Halifax then proceeded to point out the danger of affronting the Church of England from a desire to ease and revenge. The declaration depended solely on the sincerity of the court, for which there was no guarantee, and the first act of Princess Mary of Orange on her accession might be to cancel it. Was it worth while to accept a favour of dubious permanence from a suspected source at the certain price of alienating the whole establishment? The air of detachment and seriousness which Halifax always preserved, even in the wittiest and most prejudiced of his pamphlets, made the effect of this appeal more remarkable. 20,000 copies were sold, and 24 answers, each excelling the other in violence of abuse and feebleness of argument, vainly endeavoured to counteract the effect of the most successful pamphlet of the age. It was followed, at an interval of 3.5 months, by another communication which was inferior to it in literary grace, but surpassed it in political importance. The document, which put into the shade even a pamphlet by Halifax, was a letter written by Fagel, Grand Pensionary of Holland, authoritatively announcing the views of the Prince and Princess of Orange upon the declaration. Though their opinions had been known to James and to diplomatists so early as June 1687, they were not revealed to the English people until the publication of Fagel's letter in November. Fagel announced that the Prince and Princess desired toleration and wished no man to be persecuted for matters of private conscience. But while several religions might be tolerated in private, the Prince and Princess thought that there could not in one state be two, public and established. Hence, they could approve nothing so much against the existing laws as removal of the tests, those necessary safeguards against the Catholics. Such language was admirably chosen. The Prince and Princess disclaimed the right of interference, while clearly condemning the methods of James. They profusely protested their duty and affection to the king, while delicately insinuating that his declaration was illegal. The success of Fagel's letter was so extraordinary that, by the beginning of 1688, 45,000 copies had actually been sold. From this time, the position of the Prince of Orange, as the protector of the public liberties and the Protestant religion, was recognized by most members of the established church and by the majority of the dissenters. The ablest of the English, and one of the ablest of European statesmen, had thus pronounced against the declaration of James. But apart from these weighty commentaries, the facts themselves seemed to the English people to show clearly enough that the royal policy was directed first against the established church and ultimately against the Constitution. James was quite aware of their suspicions and of the danger of putting himself legally in the wrong. He accordingly sought to secure the sanction of Parliament for the repeal of the tests and for the establishment of religious toleration. With this view, he made persistent efforts during the summer of 1687 to establish his personal influence over members of Parliament by securing their adhesion to himself. When this system of closeting, as it was called, proved a hopeless failure, he dissolved Parliament on July 2nd. One last resource remained. A new Parliament might be packed and the public officers turned into electioneering agents. If officials refused to act this part, they could be turned out. In these circumstances, half the Lords Lieutenant and 800 Protestant magistrates speedily resigned or were dismissed. James proceeded to fill the corporations, the benches of magistrates, and the state departments with his own nominees. Commissions of regulators filled the corporation councils and the commissions of peace with Catholics and dissenters, and expelled from the public departments any officials likely to resist the king. Such violent changes could not be accomplished without disorganizing the machinery of state and producing universal discontent. The continuance of drastic reforms in the public service, together with a lavish creation of peers, might at any time place both Houses of Parliament at the feet of James. A revolution of this kind, if systematically pursued, must eventually be met by a revolution of another kind. And from this time forward, passive constitutional opposition began to develop into active resistance. By the winter of 1687, James might have read the signs, for almost all the nobility had deserted his court and retired to their country estates. Foreign diplomats, at least, were not deceived, and the sagacious Prince of Orange understood that the time for active interference was approaching. In spite of some previous disputes, the differences between William and James did not become acute till 1687. The beginnings of a real quarrel may be dated from that year, when William sent Dykvelt to England on a mission whose professed object was one of diplomatic compliment to James. During February through May, Dykvelt speedily revealed his real purpose by arranging for secret interviews with Devonshire, Halifax, Danby, Shrewsbury, and others, and endeavouring to ascertain their views as to the declaration and the policy of James. It appears that Dykvelt repeated the main substance of these conversations to James, and that there is no reason to suspect any direct attempt at conspiracy. But nonetheless, his mission marks an epoch in the history of the time. William concluded from Dykvelt's report that he must abandon all hope of bringing England into the Continental Alliance by conciliating James himself. That this deduction was correct can be seen from the memoirs of James, which, though not entirely composed by himself, substantially represent his views. He there explains that, in the war which was seen to be approaching, it seemed to him that France would attack and weaken the Dutch Republic. As the Dutch were our rivals in trade, he thought that England might gain and could not lose by neutrality. This account omits one all-important consideration. James, though in his own way a national king, was not wholly swayed by cynical calculation of England's self-interest. He might perhaps have been willing, in certain eventualities, to act as an ally of Louis. He would certainly have been delighted to remain neutral. But, as he said on the eve of his downfall, in 1688, he never would declare war upon France. To William, the safety of Europe, and of his own country, was bound up with bringing England into the scale against France. The neutrality of James, therefore, compelled William and foreign diplomats to interfere in England, and turned an internal struggle between king and people into an international event of the greatest magnitude. After May 1687, the relations of William with the opposition lords, which up to this time appear to have been quite constitutional, began to develop into a conspiracy against James. If James would not join the coalition against Louis in Europe, William would join the opposition lords against James in England. Even during Dykvelt's mission, Danby had let fall some dark hints about a design, and Shrewsbury, who came to Holland in August, may have gone further. But William was determined neither to hazard any rash or premature attempt, nor to appear in England as a foreign invader. Both of these resolutions induced slowness and caution, and deepened the obscurity which hangs over his policy during the winter of 1687. All that can be said with certainty is that very early in 1688 he made it clear that he would take no action unless he received a definite invitation from leading Englishmen. This was secured to him in June 1688, and the two events precipitating the crisis were the birth of a son to James and the trial of the 7 bishops. It was known that James II's queen, Mary of Modena, was about to become a mother, and it was believed that the most momentous issues would be determined by the sex of her child. The party of prerogative declared that the birth of a son to James would solve all difficulties and produce the discomfiture of the Orangists. At least one foreign diplomat had a different opinion. Such an event, wrote Hoffmann, the emperor's resident in London, on April 2nd, would only consolidate the union among them, increase their aversion from the king, and make them use every effort to prevent the Catholic succession to the crown. The news of the birth of James Edward, the Old Pretender, on June 10th, speedily proved that Hoffmann was right. The Orangists alleged that the queen had never been with child, and that the pseudo-prince had been smuggled up the back stairs in a warming pan. The readiness with which this fable was circulated and believed is a measure of the unpopularity of James. But statesmen were not content with the effects of the warming pan lie upon popular opinion. They speedily resolved that, since the birth of a son appeared to assure a Catholic successor to James, the only way of preventing this was to invoke the interference of the Prince of Orange. At this critical moment, James succeeded in alienating the one great institution in the state not already hostile to him. The clergy of the establishment held the doctrine of passive obedience so strongly that they advocated submission even to the decrees of a Nero. In 1687, James had rightly deemed their opposition almost unthinkable. In 1688, he took the only measure which could possibly have produced it. Not content with the establishment of practical toleration, he was determined to make the establishment acknowledge the justice and wisdom of his policy. On May 4th, 1688, he reissued the Declaration of Indulgence, and commanded the Anglican clergy to read it to their congregations. But even the advocates of non-resistance had no intention of becoming personal advocates of a measure which struck at their own supremacy. The established church was at length forced to oppose him in self-defense. On May 18, Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, and 6 other bishops petitioned to be excused reading the declaration. In point of fact, very few of the clergy actually read it on either of the prescribed days, May 20th and 27th. James could not attack the whole mass of the clergy, but he promptly indicted his episcopal petitioners for libel. He seems to have meant that they should be tried, condemned, and then released by royal pardon. The plan was clumsy, and the error fatal. When the so-called martyrs of the church passed to the Tower, every eye was fixed upon them. The soldiers at the gates knelt to receive their blessing. Popular enthusiasm penetrated the law courts. The judges were not wholly on the side of James, and the jury at length proved to be decisively against him. On June 30th, the 7 bishops were acquitted amid indescribable enthusiasm. Halifax waved his hat in the face of the court like a schoolboy, and the people lit bonfires in the streets and shouted themselves hoarse with exultation. On the same night, 7 men assembled at Shrewsbury's house and signed a letter of invitation to William. This letter, which asked the Prince of Orange to bring over an army and secure the liberties of the people, was carried to Holland by Admiral Herbert in the disguise of a common sailor. The signatories were the Earl of Devonshire, Henry Sidney, and Admiral Russell, who represented the extreme Whig party. Shrewsbury, a moderate Whig, Compton, Bishop of London, a Trimmer, Lumley, an ex-Catholic, and Danby, an ex-champion of prerogative. 2 conspicuous opposition lords, the Marquess of Halifax and Lord Nottingham, stood aloof and preferred to rely upon passive constitutional opposition. But the diverse character of the signatories shows how James had contrived to unite against himself almost all parties in the state. Besides the letter of invitation, William soon received assurances from Lord Churchill, Kirke, and Trelawney, leading officers in the army, from Vice Admiral Herbert, whose influence was great with the navy, and finally from Sunderland, the most influential adviser of James. As Sunderland was at this moment receiving the gold of Lewis, it is permissible to doubt whether he earned the gratitude of William. But apart from his assurances, William was confident of strong support in England, and forthwith began to organize his army and fleet for immediate action. In view of the intrigues above mentioned, it can cause no surprise that Hoffman should have reported in September that King James had against him almost everybody in his kingdom, and that even his soldiers had become his most dangerous enemies. To secure himself against disaffection in the army, which had been infected by the No Popery riots and Protestant vehemence of the capital, James had introduced some Irish troops into England in August. Their appearance occasioned murmurs, riots, discontent, and the publication of the scurrious ballad, Lillibullero. So extraordinary was the popularity of this song that its author, Thomas Warton, afterwards boasted that he had sung a king out of 3 kingdoms by it. James did not venture to land any more Irish troops. He was equally afraid to turn for aid to France, for he knew that an open alliance with Lewis would be dangerous in the existing state of English feeling, while a secret league was infinitely hazardous. Perhaps he would have risked it had he realized the extent of his danger. Louis XIV had repeatedly sent warnings of the design of the Prince of Orange, but James, with an excess of cunning, argued that these were only pretexts for entrapping him into an alliance with France. He seems to have believed the assurances of Mary, William, and the Dutch ambassador that no design against England was afoot. His memoirs relate that Sunderland never failed to ridicule the idea mercilessly when it was discussed in council. As to the motives of this most acute and perfidious of politicians, many conjectures have been offered, but the advantage of his policy to the cause of William remains undeniable. The task of William had only begun when his naval and military preparations were complete. He had to convince German princes and Dutch burghers that their safety could only be assured by an expedition which would remove the Dutch army to England and leave the German lands open to attack from the most powerful military sovereign in the world. The German princes, with Frederick William of Brandenburg foremost among them, had hitherto remained more or less neutral. Though secretly hostile to Louis, they feared the French armies which had so often triumphed over the German, and doubted whether the Dutch navy would triumph over the English. But the great Elector's son, Frederick III., who succeeded him on April 29, 1688, finally brought Brandenburg out of its neutrality. He cooperated heartily with William, and lent him troops for his English expedition under the command of the famous Schomberg, the Protestant ex-marshal of France. The Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel and the Brunswick-Lüneburg Duke at Celle speedily concluded treaties of alliance with William. The Elector of Hanover intimated approval, and the Elector of Saxony was drawn in. The Spanish Habsburg appears to have regarded with complacency the proposed expedition to dethrone a Catholic king, for his envoy at The Hague subsequently ordered masses to be sung for its success. His Austrian kinsman was more scrupulous, and it was not until William had established relations with the Pope, Innocent XI, that he made any impression on the emperor. Leopold was at length reconciled to the enterprise by the papal dispensation, and yielded a reluctant consent. Thus the Prince of Orange was assured of assistance from many foreign princes, before his own people, through their organ, the States General, had pronounced in its favour. While the destinies of Europe were suspended on the vote of the States General, Louis XIV suddenly intervened and took the decision from its hands. The policy of Louis at this crisis can be best understood on the assumption that his attention was fixed upon Germany rather than upon England or Holland. He presumably thought the establishment of his own power on the Rhine to be easier and more immediately probable than the success of William in any design against England. Yet during the trial of the bishops he had vainly offered large sums of money and the loan of his fleet to James, and later had repeatedly warned him of William's designs. Losing patience, he at last attempted to force the English king's hand, but the result of his effort was only to play the game of his rival. On September 2nd, his ambassador, Davaux, made an announcement to the assembled States General of the Dutch Republic, of which the immediate effect was to secure for William the object at which he had so consistently aimed. Davaux pronounced the vast naval and military preparations of William to be a menace to England, owing to the bonds of friendship and alliance existing between England and France. Any enterprise undertaken by the Dutch against England would involve an immediate declaration of war from France. The States General were struck dumb with rage by this haughty and insulting menace. The mighty armaments of William, which had appeared to lay a heavy burden upon his country, were now seen to be the instruments of its salvation. But one difficulty still remained. After the threats of Louis, the Dutch were never likely to allow William to go on his apparently quixotic expedition to England. But just as the diplomacy of Louis had won over the Dutch to William's schemes of an alliance against France, the diplomacy of James was to reconcile them to his plan of an expedition against England. James received the news of Louis's friendly intervention in his favor with the utmost embarrassment. Conscious of his weakness at home, he resolved not to compromise his position further by exciting suspicions about a secret engagement with France. At the moment when the aid of the French fleet was of vital importance, since his own fleet was smaller than that of the Dutch, James resolved to pose as the patriotic, independent sovereign, secure in his island kingdom. He emphatically denied the existence of any alliance with France, and openly rejected her proffered assistance. By this masterpiece of folly, he contrived not only to injure the feelings of the French king, but to awaken his suspicions. Louis was justly indignant, and turned to pursue his own most pressing needs, well assured that James would soon find out the need of relying upon France. On September 25th, Louis threw the whole of his vast military force, not upon the Dutch frontier, but against the Middle Rhine. Thus the continued impolicy of James and the momentary misjudgment of Louis brought about what the ability of William himself could not, perhaps, have effected. The States General, fully assured that the Dutch frontier could not be attacked in force before the end of the year, gave the long-desired consent, and bade the Prince of Orange Godspeed on his bold venture for the English crown. By September, a large army and a vast fleet of transports had been collected, and in October all was ready. On October 19th, Herbert embarked his squadron at Helvoetsluis, and the Dutch warships sailed from the Texel, only to be driven back by a terrific storm. The enterprise now stood confessed, and even James was aroused to a sense of impending danger, and employed the temporary respite in a desperate effort to restore his popularity. On October 27th, he dismissed Sunderland, borrowed money from the French king, and implored his aid. He summoned before him the bishops, whom he had once treated with such disdain, and begged for their advice. He gave back their privileges to the universities, replaced many of the dismissed public servants, and restored the charters to London and many other cities. Finally, he dissolved the Ecclesiastical Commission, and promised to summon a new Parliament in November. But James was as reckless in his policy of conciliation as he had once been in that of compulsion, and the bewildering suddenness of the changes inspired universal distrust. His concessions were openly attributed to motives of fear and necessity created by the action of a foreign prince, and, in truth, At this very moment, a proclamation of the Prince of Orange lay in the portfolio of Fagel, demanding the very reforms that James was hurriedly conceding. In 1688, as in 1588 and 1798, the course of English history was profoundly affected by the chances of wind and weather. William had to wait long, chafing at the delay which seemed infinitely hazardous. But at last, on November 1st, the Protestant breeze bore gaily out to sea the whole vast flotilla of 600 ships, with 15,000 soldiers aboard. Like Henry of Bolingbroke and Edward of York, William had at first thought of landing in Yorkshire, but the unkindly wind forced him to run for the west coast, though it made up for this by binding King James's fleet in the Thames. As William's fleet passed the Straits of Dover, the assembled crowds on either coast could hear the clash of cymbals and the roll of drums, celebrating his birthday. The breeze bore the fleet strongly past Plymouth, and then suddenly dropped, allowing it to get back to the harbour of Torbay. The services of the breeze were not yet over, for it revived on the night of the 6th, and dispersed the fleet of King James, which had sailed up in the hope of disturbing the landing. The disembarkation began on the 5th, and was speedily effected. On the 18th, William's cavalry reached Exeter, and on the 19th, the inhabitants were cheering the English regiments of Mackay and Talmash, gaping at the Dutch guards and the Swedish horse, and gazing on the stately form of Schomberg and the impassive face of William. The numerical superiority of the foreign troops to the English regiments in William's army illustrated the proportion between the international and the insular significance of the great enterprise. On the banner of William were inscribed the words Pro Religione Protestante, Pro Libero Parlamento, and beneath them his own proud motto, Je m'attendrai. His proclamation, published in England on November 5th, expanded these sentiments. It declared that there was no attempt at conquest, and that the prince had only come at the invitation of lords temporal and spiritual. It denounced the dispensing power, the expulsion of the judges, the establishment of the Court of High Commission, the attack on the corporations, and the raising of an army of Irish papists. It concluded by hinting, in accordance with the widespread popular rumour, that the Prince of Wales was a supposititious child, and that Parliament must decide on his legitimacy. The proclamation was speedily followed by a supplementary manifesto denouncing the pretended redressments and concessions of James as illusory, and declaring that only a settlement by a free Parliament could be final or satisfactory. It's not easy to see how far this proclamation represents William's real views, but its purpose was to excite popular feeling rather than to propound a definite settlement. In particular, it contained no hint of William's intention of bringing England into the alliance against France. On the still more urgent question of his own designs upon the crown, the proclamation is equally silent. End of section 27.